koutou katoa, no mai haere mai ki kiri roa. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to another edition of just a summer staple in terms of the athletics calendar in Aotearoa, New Zealand. It is the Porritt Classic. So glad to be with you. My name is Nigel Yold, great to be working alongside 1984 Olympian middle distance legend Tony Roger. Tony, great to have you here. It's been, but we're getting ready for our opening event, which is going to be the 3,000 women's steeplechase. We will get to a lot of things over the course of the next 7 hours that we're going to be here. But just from your point of view, as someone who loves track and field, as there you see our first event is just actually getting underway down the main straight, and there they go. That's Caitlin Kirk, Bronwyn Rees-Jones and Amy Thompson competing in the steeple jump. Just from the summer overall of what you have seen, obviously as someone who organises the Capital Classic as well, you get a really lovely intimate knowledge. How would you rate what you have seen so far? Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, kia ora, Nigel, and thanks, and it's great to be back here in the hometown of Hamilton at Porritt Stadium, classic venue, of course. It's been an intriguing summer, and our weather's played a big hand in some of the things that have been going on, but we've had some exceptional performances already this summer, and I think when the weather settles down, we're going to get some more of those. And let's hope, even though it's been damp here in Hamilton and pretty wet around the Waikato, keeping the farmers happy, that we'll get some calm conditions prevailing, which is we've got out there right now. It's nice and warm and humid too.
Well, as you see, our three athletes are heading towards the water jump. It's one of the only bits of water that we really want on the track. And as Tony alluded to, there has been a lot of precipitation around the North Island, and we do send our thoughts over to our friends in Tairāwhiti and Gisborne and that Eastern Bay of Plenty, who once again have absolutely copped it deluxe. We hope that you're safe and sound and everything is well over there for you. You can see, just as you look at the inside of the track, there's still just a little bit of surface water. Our officials have been working very hard to clear as much of that away as possible, but there is just a little bit. That is a slight indication as to how much rain Tony is alluding to has been around the Waikato region over the course of the last 24 hours. But the good thing is, when we look at the forecast, there is a nice window in terms of some overcast conditions. It is muggy though, Tony. We do have to stretch that. It is warm, but I would think that's not the most unpleasant for our athletes this afternoon. They won't mind a little bit of temperature to help them in what they want to try and achieve this afternoon. Yeah,
the warm weather definitely contributes to good performances, no doubt about it. And I guess for the distance races, it will be combating the humidity and the heavier air that we have rather than that sort of crisp air, which is great. But yeah, it's ideal conditions at the moment, not much wind at all, if any. The flags are really calm out there in the middle by the podium as we watch our young ladies. The steeplechase, it's Amy Thompson from Oratia Club up in Auckland, leading the National Schools champion Caitlin Kirk and Bronwyn Rees-Jones. That's a famous name, that the Rees-Jones. Of course, it's been a season that I guess has really been owned by running families, and Ben Ruth obviously doing just extraordinary things. And as we watch, it's Bronwyn Rees-Jones leading them through to complete yet another lap. This is the 3,000 metres women's steeple jump. Yes,
I should say.
Amy Thompson is out there in front from Caitlin Kirk. And for these young girls, they're all under 20, Nigel, and they won't very often run a 3,000 metre steeplechase, which is what this is. Caitlin Kirk is the National Schools steeplechase champion over 2,000 metres, so it will be a bit of a test, and that's why they were pretty cautious when they went out. But I see looks like Caitlin Kirk's gone to the front now. She's inside 2,000 metres to run, so she probably feels comfortable.
As we were saying, we were talking about obviously Ben Ruth and what he's doing. 11th fastest mile ever, just breaking records at an extraordinary clip. You are, Tony, though, someone whose opinion I've always valued, because you are reasoned, you are balanced. I know when I ask you this question, it won't be one that you will just indiscriminately blurt on, but in terms of an outright talent that you have seen, where would you rate what Ben Ruth is doing at this age and on the stages that he's doing it on?
Well, I'd probably have to say, Nigel, that he's probably the most talented kid at that age for that I've seen here in New Zealand, that's for sure. And as I spoke a couple of weeks ago, the only one I can really liken him to is Jakob Ingebrigtsen from up in the north there in Europe and Norway, with that sort of talent at his age. Obviously he's in a fantastic environment, got fantastic family support, and yeah, he just seems to love running, and that's the most important thing about it. But what he did in the mile, like first when we saw that 3:48.9, I was like a bit astonished. Then I thought about, well, the way they ran at Cook's Gardens and the Cook's Classic in that mile there, they ran 3:53 high in windy, cool conditions, go indoors, and that was possible because basically they run a second a lap faster. So yeah.
It's pretty impressive when at that age you're erasing the name of Sir John Walker from the record books as our leader makes her way down the back straight one more time. So we've got a really good lineup of events. This will be followed by a pretty good 3,000 metres men's steeplechase. Then we're into the 300 metre hurdles, and then we'll head into the open women's. That's for the under 18 athletes, and we'll head into the open women's and open men's 400 metres hurdle, aka the man/woman killer. And then we're into our first heats of the 100 metres for both men and women. Of course, it's not just the track that we will be focusing on. Our crew is dotted all around Porritt Stadium. Men's high jump will be getting underway at 2 o'clock. Also the women's long jump, that'll be getting underway at 2:10. Women's shot put as well a little bit later on, but plenty of good action both on and off the track, as we always seem to get here at the Porritt Classic.
Yeah, so it's young Thompson who's taken the lead again in this 3,000 metre women's steeplechase, ahead of Caitlin Kirk and Bronwyn Rees-Jones. Small field, it's a pretty specialist event, and as I said, all of these girls are young, they're all under 20, so it's the first time having a run at this. Nigel's pointed out to me that it is Bronwyn Rees-Jones.
Yeah, just a little bit of confusion, and it does happen, and we won't try and have it happen all the time, but it is very easy to make some of these little mistakes just in terms of some of the variations that we see in terms of the graphics that we have available to us, some of the computer work as well. So just confirming it is Bronwyn Rees-Jones out of Cambridge who is leading at the moment and looking very, very comfortable as well. Just a wee mop of the brow there, again just highlighting the fact that it is quite humid out there at the moment, but just in terms of not too much breeze, just enough, and I suspect, Tony, that'll be something that our sprinters will be keeping an eye on as well, because nice warm conditions and just a very gentle tail breeze as they come down the main straight. That should have our sprinters absolutely licking their lips with 2 to go here in our opening event, the 3,000 metre steeplechase.
Yeah, and apologies to Bronwyn because I was looking at the colours of the Oratea girl, which are very similar to Hawks, and of course I know she's from this region, and that's what was confusing me. But yeah, good run by Bronwyn. She's cleared out on this field now, and you know, just coming through now is the girl from Oratea in the pale blue, Amy Thompson, followed by Caitlin Kirk, our national schools champion.
Well, Bronwyn Rees-Jones has got a massive gap at the moment. She's got 100 metres. She's already halfway down the back straight where Caitlin and Amy just coming around the top bend. And there you see the gap that Bronwyn Rees-Jones, 19 years of age. That's another very familiar name in the running circle, the Rees-Jones name. As they make their way up to the water jump, they will go past what I'll call the Corns stand. That is the Corns family. They sit themselves down there every year at the Porritt Classic. Their daughters will be competing in the javelin very shortly. That'll be Hannah. She'll be competing in the javelin when that fires up a little bit later today. But they always like to nestle down there, just a little bit of, get the gazebo up, settle in for the afternoon. I've already had a chat with Mum. She's pretty pleased to be here. Just another good track and field family, and that is one of the things, isn't it, Tony? Track and field, there's something for everybody.
Definitely, there's plenty of action, and that's the thing that people can find. They come down here, and no matter what's happening, there's always something they can keep a watch on. If it's not something going on the track, there's something happening in the field, and you've mentioned the high jump. Another small field. We've had a few high jumps already throughout the season, and it's of course high jumps a thing everybody wants to be right now with Hamish Kerr, our Olympic champion.
Well, there you see she's looking very comfortable at the moment. That is Bronwyn Rees-Jones, the 19-year-old out of that Cambridge Athletics Club.
Yeah, and she's going to run a pretty reasonable time. We've only got best ranked times for them here for their 2Ks steeplechase, so she's on good target here for this.
So she's listed with a personal best around 10:52. We will see how she goes with regards to that, but she's
inside that
on
now.
track to be well and truly inside that, Tony.
Yeah, she definitely is.
You see a slight grimace starting to come across the face. Gets a nice round of applause, and so she should. She's been very steady right the way through this. And if 10:52 is her PB, she is on track to absolutely destroy this.
Yeah, she's going to carve a good 25 seconds off by the look of it. Finishing strongly. Really nice stride there at the finish.
Well, that's just on. Gee, she's gone very close to going sub 10 and a half there. And as you say, that's 22 and a half seconds off. There we get the confirmation. 10:30.06 as we see on our timing screen. And that is super impressive.
Yeah, very, very good effort there. And it's warm and humid, and it's not easy to run 3K in these conditions.
Come back now, and it's going to be Amy Thompson coming through. Again, when we have a look at her, she's around that 10:50 time. She's run very nicely. She'll come through. Stops the clock just under the 11:10 mark, and here comes Caitlin Kirk. Good round of applause, and she comes over the line, stops the clock, stops her watch, and it is Bronwyn Rees-Jones with a super impressive 10:30.06. So she has taken over 22 and a half seconds off her personal best. And then I'm sure will put a massive smile on her face, as it should. We now get set for the men's event. Yeah, that's a field of 11 entries. You see the high jump getting set. It'll be the men's high jump getting underway very shortly. It'll be Toby Kemble, Edward Nahr from the Cook Islands, and Rafe Keel. Well, there you see your field for the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase, brought to you by Vizique O'Hagan Vision Care.
So those three girls, Nigel, will be pleased, especially young Bronwyn Rees-Jones. She's turned the tables on Caitlin Kirk when they raced over the same distance at the Porritt Classic back in mid-January. So a big improvement in a month to run a new PB by 20-odd seconds. So as I said, they're not used to running 3K, these younger athletes. That was definitely a good time, and she will shoot to the top of the New Zealand ranking list for this year, and it would have ranked her quite highly for the whole year last year as well.
In terms of our younger athletes, is there any pinnacle event on the horizon that they might be trying to target or try and get to? University games, 20s, that sort of a thing? What is coming up?
Yeah, the big meet for our under-20s athletes this year is the World Under-20 Championships, which is being held at Tracktown in Eugene, in Oregon. And of course, we've got quite a number of young athletes that have qualified already for that, but we'll be looking for even more.
Well, we're now getting set as there you see the field for the men's 3,000 metres. You can see as well, as always, a good assemblage of people here to watch and support.
So in actual fact, Nigel, I've just had a quick look. She's gone under the qualifying mark for that World Under-20s. That was 10:36, so that's a very good run by Bronwyn Rees-Jones.
Well, that is absolutely outstanding news. So we've already seen a lot of very good performances right throughout this wonderful summer of track and field that we've been enjoying. Now things getting set with some long jump on the far side, and this is the great thing about when you tune into a track and field meet, whether you are here or whether you are watching via the live stream, we greatly appreciate your support. You just got to keep your wits about you. Always something going on. Everyone's on the move. You see the gentleman there with the walking stick. That's Alan McDonald. He'll be down. He'll be getting some photos. Long-time track and field photographer. Doesn't mind a bit of motorsport photography as well, does Al? Every once in a while.
He certainly does. And yeah, he's been a great stalwart of the sport here in the Waikato for a long time. Had a really good catch-up with Alan middle of last year. He came down to Wellington and we had a couple of quiet ones in our local, which he thoroughly enjoyed, I think.
It's always excellent company. And he is here. Literally, it's the rain, hail and shine, man. It's very hard to get him away from track and field. He takes some wonderful images. Again, just one of the number of outstanding track and field photographers that we have in New Zealand. It's like anything, no matter what sort of sport. When it comes to track and field, New Zealand, not only do we produce outstanding athletes, but we also produce wonderful officials. We produce wonderful broadcasters who get taken around the world to these pinnacle events. And great camera people, photographers. Your expertise are being used as we see the field getting ready. Then you see the white with a little dash of red down the middle. That's the Whippets Running Club. A few people just taking the time, just relaxing on the old hurdle there. Bit of a stretch as well. That's Matthew Arnold, just leaning back a little bit. One of the older runners in this particular field is Matthew. I think I can see in Jared Monk. There's Jared on the outside just looking across. It looks like those the older gentlemen, the senior statesmen, having a wee bit of a chuckle as we get ourselves set.
Probably deciding who's going to take the early pace, I'd say, Nigel.
There you see the field. It's quite a good one. Matthew Arnold, Toby Tasker, Lachlan Rabeek, Will Larkin, Tram O'Callaghan, Tito Hayes, Samuel Riggaby, Zach Conroy, Timo McDonald, Daniel Harrison and Jared Monk.
And of course we mustn't forget that this is a pretty special event in New Zealand at the moment. We have a world champion in this event. Mr. Geordie Beamish running spectacularly last year.
I still can't figure out what was more impressive, the final run or the semi-final where he got tripped, stood on, got up and ran them down. I think it's almost a coin flip, just
yeah,
the remarkable performance. Yes. Nothing better, as you can attest to, Tony Rogers, than seeing a black singlet at the front of an event like that.
Yes, particularly in the steeplechase, which is a pretty tough event. But we've had a few good steeplechases in New Zealand's sort of global history, if you like, coming back to a man that lived here in my time, Ewan Robertson. I think he was fourth in the Olympics in Montreal. Then, of course, in my time was Peter Renner, who set all the records that Geordie's just recently broken over the 3,000 metre steeplechase. Even Rod Dixon tried his hand at steeplechase a few times too.
Rod's had a crack at most things, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Someone who just wants to have a bit of a go pretty much at almost anything and everything. So there you go. That's our field ready. This is the Vizico Hagen Vision Care men's 3,000 metre steeplechase. Also as well, we're getting ready for the high jump down in the back across to the top right of your screen there. You can see the athletes getting set for that particular event. So we've got wonderful group of athletes. Edward Nail will be taking part in that, a regular visitor from the Cook Islands. Kia ora to anyone watching in the Cook Islands this afternoon. Great to have you with us. No matter where you're watching, be it in New Zealand or around the world, lovely to have you join us for our coverage of the 2026 Porritt Classic. Thanks to the Hamilton City Council for their contribution as well for this particular event. Long-time supporters, wonderful facility. You can just see just that little bit of surface water, not much, won't impact these athletes. And just highlighting just how much of the rain we have seen around the Waikato over the last 24 hours. As I say, a lot less than what other parts of the North Island, in particular over on the east coast, have had to deal with, sadly.
So the athletes to look out for in this race I'm picking would be Toby Tasker and Matthew Arnold, who performed well at Nationals. So there's a field of 10s underway.
Straight away actually going to lead them out. That is number 370. They may have a couple of wee options in terms of, just check my notes and make sure there could be a potential pacemaker. As there we see heading over to the long jump. So that is underway as well. That's a very good clip they are heading out with at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on all of these as Tony drops the glasses and goes straight away. If you had the under 15 minutes for Tony Roger going for the binoculars, you have just hit your bet. I'm only kidding, there was no bet on that. And you see just how deep those water jumps are. You see it coming down, leading them through. Decent bead on a particular runner, may actually be one who is not listed on our start sheet, so we may have been thrown a wee bit of a curveball there too. Let's get that confirmed. Looks like it's Toby Tasker that's actually leading them through there. By Lucan Rabeat and Jared Monk. So they're really pushing along down that back straight. Just let you know as well with regards to the women's long jump, which has got underway again. It's another very good field over there. Juliet Goldsmith, Jessica Lathwood, Jackie Nasrabadi, Hannah Hickson, Casey Day, Hannah Bratton, Paddy Walsh, one of our great power athletes, is involved in that one as well. Elizabeth Cudby and Cleo Loader, who currently leads at the moment. She's jumped 5 metres 30. As the athletes make their way down. So it is Lucan Rabeat who's currently sitting in second spot at the moment.
Yeah, Lorcan has been a well-performed athlete at cross country as well as on the track as a junior. He was representing New Zealand at the World Cross Country.
There you see, as we head to the men's high jump, that's Edward Nah. So it's Toby Kimball of Hamilton Hawks, Edward Nah out of the Cook Islands, and sadly no Rafe Quio, which is a shame. So just the two athletes performing down there. Toby's gone over at 1 metre 70, and Edward has got one more attempt at that particular mark. Both athletes having cleared 165. Toby Tasker though leading at the moment the men's 3000 steeplechase. A bit of a shuffle step there, good extension as he really pushes hard, trying to not go too deep into the water. There's Matthew Arnold sitting in third at the moment. Chris Strange there at the top, man in the green, just looking, stalking, watching. Event organiser here is now, we see the beat just coming to the shoulder there of Toby Tasker.
So Lorcan was formerly running, well, he's a Hastings athlete, but he spent some time in Wellington at Victoria University Club, and now he's down in Christchurch. So good to see him up there pushing hard with Toby Tasker.
So I can tell you as well that Edward Nah has missed it his third attempt at 1 metre 70. So that is Toby Kimball will win that event at 170. The bar should go up to 175. Looks like Ralph Keogh is actually, sorry, he is there. He's just passed at the moment all the way through to about 1 metre 90. So he won't be coming in for a wee while, or could be coming in depending how Toby goes as he works his way through. Tasker, again, just getting that stride right. There's that good extension again. Trying not to get too deep into the water. You see, it's an interesting technique that Matt Arnold uses, where it's like he pushes off, but he uses the same foot that he pushes off on to land on. As they go through all the different techniques.
As we can see, the leaders with the split screen there, those over the jump, so we're not going to miss any action if we have someone take an extra plunge.
You see, just sneaking into the shot there as well was Toby Campbell. At the moment it is Toby Tasker looking very comfortable. Lorcan Rabie just dropping back a touch. Now, rubber band is just being stretched a little bit.
I think it's Samuel Rickaby there in the black singlet of New Zealand Schools, representing New Zealand Schools, as Sam Rickaby in 4th place. Or 5th place. No, he's a little bit further back. They're spread out around the track now, aren't they?
Now indeed, as we head back over to the women's long jump. Getting a bit of imaging for the socials, but at the moment Toby Tasker has really just broken free, so now it'll be a case of just getting himself into his rhythm and his routine. He's clearing the hurdles very nicely at the moment. He comes down to complete another lap, and with it he will have 800 metres to go in this 3,000 metres men's steeplechase.
So yeah, Toby was 4th at last year's national championships, if I recall correctly, and Lorcan's been a junior title winner. Matthew Arnold going through now in 3rd.
Back to another Whippets runner after that. That's Jared Monk.
Yep.
In that little battle that you spoke of, I think it's Will Larkin and
from Wairarapa Track and Field Club in the Orange. It's just taken over from Sam Rickaby. And like the girls, Sam's a younger athlete, and so running 3K is something he hasn't done a lot of for the steeplechase.
So what is the progression in terms of the steeplechase? Is it 2,000 or 2.5 up to before you move up to the senior level of 3?
So for the women and men under 18, they all run 2,000 metres, and then it's women under 20 and men under 20, they do the 3,000. So, and of course the women's hurdle height is the same all the way through, whereas the men's hurdle height is slightly different for the under 18s compared to under 16s, but then at under 20s it's a senior height, which is 3 foot. 3 foot hurdles are not something you want to hit when you're tired at the end of a steeplechase.
Yep, absolutely not. Well, Toby Tasker at the moment moving through really well. He's got 400 metres to go, comes through in around 7:50.
So he's going to run a really good time.
Yeah, he's got again another guy who's listed with a PB of around 9 minutes 17.95. So honestly, most people are just sort of going, okay, it's 100 metres. Well, no, it's not, because you do have to just go out that little bit further. You've got to negotiate the water jump, but he is on for, you'd say, is a very, very good time.
Yeah, well, I see he finished at the Australian Champs in 8:57 over in Perth last year. 8:57.64 is his personal best, so he's going to go very close to that if he can work hard on this last lap.
There's not too many New Zealanders, I would suspect, who would have broken the 9-minute mark.
Not too many at all, no. We have a couple a year. We've got a young guy in the States, Kirkpatrick, who's been running quite well as well. He's over a couple of years, but very few each year on the ranking list that run under 9 minutes.
Well, here comes Toby Tasker, and this is a really good run. It's probably going to be just a hair over 9 minutes, but I tell you what, it's not going to be much, and he's going to be inside a PB, and quite comfortably so. That's a delightful run by Toby Tasker, around 9 minutes 5 seconds. So, oh, there we go. Sorry, excuse me. The data I've got on my sheet incorrect. He has broken 9 before, but yet a very good time to be within, what, that's about 7-8 seconds of his personal best. Yeah. Which was at an Australian National Championships as well. So that's good signs for Toby.
Very good signs. Yeah, he'll be pretty chuffed with that. Worked pretty hard. Had Lorcan to push him along for a little bit, but then he took over and controlled the last 1K.
You see that men's high jump continuing. That is a good clearance at 1.80 by Toby Campbell. Rafe Kuyo coming in around 1.95. Toby at 1 metre 80, just the one miss so far. It was at 180, and then Edward Nah clearing at 165. At the moment, as we just saw the women's long jump, the lead being held by Casey Day, 5 metres 72. Anna Hickson currently in second on 5.50. Then Cleo Loader third, 5.30. Here is Toby Campbell. Distinctive colours of the Hamilton Hawks Athletic Club. Very sedate approach there. He's trying as his first attempt at 1 metre 85. Jessica Lathwood, 17-year-old. She's had first jump was a foul. And what I'm finding interesting, just as I point to the women's long jump, just looking at some of the wind readings over there, because obviously they are running in the same direction as our sprinters will be. And I'm looking at wind speeds of plus 1.5, plus 1.3, thinking the sprinters will be sitting there rubbing their hands together.
Yeah, that's real good, Nigel, to see that. And out of about 10 or 11 attempts that have been taken in the long jump so far, there's only one that's just over that 2.0 margin. So it's fluctuating a little bit, but mostly in the 1+ area, which is just ideal for sprinting at the moment.
So here is Toby Campbell, just a young man. He's only 15 years of age. Not much in terms of acceleration as he gets to the bar. Good lift, but 15 years of age. He's got a personal best, which is 186, so he's only a centimetre off that. So we now turn our attention over to the Lodge Real Estate under 18 women's 300 hurdles. You see Victoria Burgess competing for the Hamilton City Hawks team. Elmike Joubert in 3, Gemma Smith in lane 4. Ayimke Joubert in 5, Esme Conning 6, Crystal Burgess in 7. And they offer S. Elliott for all out of Lindale in lane number 8. Start to get into the 400 metre hurdles will be coming up a little bit later. Of course, the event, jokingly, sadistically some may say, known as the man or woman killer. That's quite extraordinary. Running 400 metres as quickly as you can is one thing. Running 400 metres, or in this case 300 metres, with a set of obstacles in the way, is totally another thing. But again, it's a wonderful event which has provided some incredible champions over time. Here is Toby with one final attempt at 185. There it is, gives it a wobble.
Yep, he'll be very happy with that.
So the personal best, as I say, is 180. Now that bar, I suspect, will go to 1 metre 90 for Toby. Just remember, he's listed as 15 years of age. So that will be a big challenge. So that it's actually equalled his personal best.
So yeah, he obviously set a good mark here at the first day of the Waikato Bay Plenty Champs. 2 weeks ago that would have been. So 185, real good attempt though for a young 15-year-old.
Well, we'll see whether he's got maybe a little bit more hop on those legs, because they're going to put that bar up to 1 metre 90 for Toby. That would be a good mark for a 15-year-old to be able to bounce over. Get ourselves set now. There you see just our officials, just again trying to get that little bit of extra moisture. There is no rain around at the moment. Pretty much since we've started, the rain has stopped, which has been lovely to see. Makes it a lot easier. Let's see it for now. 300 metres women's under 18 hurdles. We're back to Toby. First attempt at 190. Bad first attempt. You actually just saw the official there, just a wee purse of the lips. I think he thought maybe that was a pretty good attempt as well.
Yeah. Well, he looks like he's got all the attributes to be a fine high jumper of the future. If he's 15, he looks tall and lean and not too bad over the bar at this point in time, with probably quite a novice at the event still, his age.
I was going to say, it's all those things we talk about, you know, maybe wanting a little bit more speed in the run-up, but again, that's all part of the development side of it. You don't just come out the womb and start jumping over 2 metres 10, that sort of thing. So, as Tony Roger points out, and Tony Roger should know, wonderful key attributes and good basics there for that young man. Bit of a false start as the athletes are asked just to reload once again, so sorting a few things out there. So just a reminder, it's Victoria Burgess in 2. Okay, Joubert is in lane number 4. Gemma Smith in 5, second of the Joubert sisters. Okay, is in MK, I should say, is in lane number 5. Esme Koning in 6. Crystal Burgess is in 7. We'll not be seeing Millie Offa earlier for all this afternoon, unfortunately. Here we go. First of our hurdles events for the afternoon here at the Porritt Classic of 2026. Metres for our under 18 athletes. Be followed by the men. Here is, yeah, it's another one, and we're away in the hurdles. So Joubert sisters in lanes 3 and 5. It does appear as though it's MK Joubert out there in lane number 5. Seems to be getting ready to lead them in. Down the home straight they come. It is a good run. Following her there is Gemma Smith from Pakaranga. To the outside, Crystal Burgess going really nicely. It'll be a battle between Burgess and the second of the Joubert sisters, but that's a really nice performance there by Almike Joubert getting the win. Gemma Smith coming through in second spot. It looked as though Crystal Burgess just got it on the line from the second of the, actually no, excuse me, it was Almike, I should say, Joubert who won that one. It was Almike who was coming through in fourth spot, just getting dipped on the line by Crystal Burgess.
Yeah, unusual to see a couple.
1-2.
I was going to say unusual to see a couple of pairs of sisters, I'm assuming, in that race as well. The Burgess sisters and the Joubert sisters.
If they ever decide to go to a 400 metre hurdles relay, there is an instant team right there. With the Jouberts and the Burgesses together. There is Toby again with another crack at 190, which would be a personal best. 15 years of age. And again, I don't need to say anything. Our official is giving us all of the feels in the background there. I think he knew that was very close. It's a little bit frustrated, but that's another good day out for that young man. Just 15 years of age, clearing 185, so we're clearing that personal best, as you heard Tony allude to. A little bit of frustration. I think the reason why is that last one, he felt as though maybe he had quite a good little hop on that one. So he will get that little bit quicker, and of course you hear Hamish Kerr when he talks about it, he talks about the speed and the approach An extra little lift that he's going to get, so good start. Confirmation of that women's result as well. That was the Lodge Real Estate under 18 women's hurdles. Okay, Joubert, you see 44.12. Gemma Smith in second, Crystal Burgess in third, just getting Omeke Joubert for fourth. Connie in fifth, and second of the Burgess sisters, Victoria, in sixth spot. Good times, everyone going under the 49 second mark for 300 metres. Turn our attention to the men's, which is a field of 4. Does feature a very good talent in Bianco Haggard of Pakaranga, Benjamin Brown of Waitakere, Connor Brady, and Nathan Harrison, the local Hamilton City Hawks. Again, youth in this one. Nathan is 15 years of age. Connor and Rianko 17. Benjamin 16 years of age. Rianko is a very talented young hurdler. Our officials, appreciate all of their work that they do.
So Nigel, both Connor Brady and Rianko Haggard have been New Zealand Secondary Schools reps, and they've just been named in the New Zealand Secondary Schools team to compete at the under 20 and age group championships in Brisbane in April.
See the steeplechasers now, just with a little bit of a debrief. Ready? Left Quill. Passed at all the heights up to 1 metre 90, coming in at 195. We delay here at the moment.
Saraf has done a 2:05 this season, but his personal best is 2:10, so consequently he's waited till he comes in. Traditionally, around about 8 jumps is what the high jumpers like to limit themselves to get their best.
Another quick update as well from the women's long jump on the far side of the stadium. Casey Day with the advantage. She's third jump. She's gone out to 5.76. Which leads Hannah Hickson at the moment with 5.5 metres. Cleo Loader with 5 metres 36. Jackie Nasma Adabadi is currently in 4th spot ahead of Juliet Goldsmith. All of those athletes over 5 metres, and Brayton has just gone over 5 metres as well. She's 5 metres and 2 centimetres. Here we are now for the men's 300 metres hurdles. Brown in 4, Haggard 5, Brady 6, Harrison in 7. Unsurprisingly, it is Haggard and Brady who have absolutely exploded out of the blocks and are leading them around that top turn. Haggard on the inside. We're in the New Zealand singlet. Strides in between. Brady to the outside. Bianco Haggard. Very smooth. Little bit of a stutter there coming down. Just one flight to go. Made this really nice. Going to be very close. It's around 37 seconds. 37.6 for Bianco Haggard. Connor Brady 39.9. Benjamin Brown 43.88. Showing a personal best for Nathan Harrison at 47.08 for the 15-year-old. But Bianco Haggard, good performance by him. Seems to be flying very nicely. Just a little bit of a slight had to shorten up the stride a little bit going through flight, the second to last and the last flight, didn't he?
He did, yeah, and he's had a very good season so far, and he was fairly dominant at New Zealand schools as well back in Hastings at December, so he's continued to run well throughout the season.
Someone wearing a Wanganui High School t-shirt, shout out to them, my alma mater. Nice clearance there by Quill. Actually been looking for one of those t-shirts. Wear it quite regularly. Very proud of my school, like most people are. Very proud of Wanganui High, the green and gold, that we might have life?
Well, we're always proud of our high schools, and it's good to see the Fairfield College people manning the gate once again at the Porritt Stadium, as they've done for a good number of years, and doing some fundraising for the Fairfield College sport.
Let's give you a little update just in terms of the weather. While it may seem a little gloomy, it's actually not too bad. Again, there are some darkish clouds, but again, with very little breeze, not exactly being blown in at a rate of knots. So again, a really nice conditions. Just a slight breeze, which is coming straight down the main straight. It's helping our female long jumpers at the moment there. So Kuyo gets ready for his next attempt. It's been Tony Say just coming in. Later part. He's in. Makes that very easy. That is a clearance at 2 metres, nice and easy at 1.95 metre, and then cleared again at 2 metres. See our athletes now getting set for our next track event, which is going to be the women's 400 metres. There you see confirmation of the Lodge Real Estate under 18 men's hurdles. Malcolm Huggard 39.6 seconds, Connor Brady 39.9. Benjamin Brown out of Waitakere, 43.88, and Nathan Harrison, 47.08. You see start list for the women's 400 metres. Lucy Steele, Grace Wisniewski, and Alessandra McDonald, all are the Hamilton Hawks, and a Canadian entrance in Georgia Allenwood.
Yeah, Georgia's a Canadian heptathlete who's out here training for the summer, and she's competed at a number of the classics. She took out the 400 flat at the Capital Classic down in Wellington. So yeah, good to see her. Obviously, can do a number of events being a heptathlete. So she's enjoying her time doing some summer training here, that's for sure. And also really nice to see Alessandra McDonald back here after her stint in the States. She's had a lot of experience now as a athlete, and she's got the fastest time on paper in this, the local girl, Alessandra McDonald.
Well, interesting when you look at the times that we are provided, and again there is the odd variation here, but in terms of Alessandra, around about the minute is her quickest, 60 seconds, which is a really good gallop for the 400 metres hurdles. And that stretches out to Lucy, who's still just under 70 seconds, so the potential's there for this to be quite a tight race. It's just getting everything into line, the officials just getting the hurdles, getting them at the right height, getting them in the right position for our athletes.
Yeah, so Alessandra was the number 1 ranked in New Zealand last year with a time of 59.63, which she performed that at the English Championships over in Birmingham, actually in midwinter our time, in the English summer, July last year. On the national ranking list is the top, out of the top 6, there's 5 of them are from the Waikato, so that tells you something about the hurdle coaching going on in the Waikato, Nigel, which we know we've got had long-standing good coaches for hurdles in the Waikato, likes of Chris Strange and Paul Wilson, and people out at St Peters as well.
Well, let's have a look now as Rio on the way once again. With that one there, this is first at 2:05. Languidly move back to his, just regather himself and have another go. Next to the high jump. Quio has already got this one in the bag when he cleared 1.95 metre, his first attempt. And Toby Kimball, 1.85 metre. Edward now 1.65. 3 athletes. Back there is Wisniewski. Running in lane number 2, Lucy Steele, who competing out of lane number 1. Sandra McDonald, lane 3, and Georgia Allenwood, lane number 4. It's quite interesting because we do see a few of our heptathletes competing at events like this. We're going to see possibly Stevenson a little bit later in the day as well. If you are a heptathlete or a decathlete and you've got a one-day meeting like this, how do you go about choosing, Tony? What are the events that you would want to be involved with? Is it all to do with a training block you're doing at the moment? Is it part of a set plan that, hey, I'm going to the Capital Classic, I'm going to do X, Y, Z, I'm going to come to the Porritt, I'm going to do ABC? How does that work?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they need to work it through with their coaches, that they get an opportunity to test themselves at, if they're a heptathlete, at least 2 or 3 of those 7 possible events each time they compete. And obviously they're very multi-talented people, and we've got 2 very good heptathletes in the women at the moment. That's Brianna Stevenson, who's qualified for the Commonwealth Games, and Maddie Wilson, who I'm sure is probably going to qualify. She keeps going. She set a PB in the long jump last week, and she did well on the high jump at the Cooks. So it's when they put it all together, and over those 2 days that it counts.
That is the hardest part of being a decathlete or a heptathlete, is it's getting it all together over that 2 days.
Yeah, it's consistency that counts for the heptathletes and decathletes. They've got to just make sure they get through all of the events, because if they miss on one of them, foul out, or have a stumble in a hurdle or something like that, it's tough on them. But yeah.
I'll just go back and give you a quick update just as we wait for this particular event to get underway. We're just getting ready. They've just started the 4th round in the women's long jump. I tell you that Juliet Goldsmith has improved to 5th spot with a 5 metres 18 leap in her 4th attempt. It's Casey Day though who is leading. So we go back to Quio. 2nd attempt at 2:05. Back, just have a wee think with that one to himself. Go and have a chat with coach and figure out how we can make an adjustment for his final attempt at 2 metres 05. It's Casey Day who is leading at the moment in the women's long jump, from Hannah Hickson and Cleo Loader. Jackie Nazra Bardi is currently sitting in 4th spot at the moment. Again, I continue to watch those wind speeds. Again, they're all in that 1.5, 1.7. I have seen the odd plus 2.1. Anything around that 1.5 to 1.7. Be very pleasing for the sprinters who aren't too far away. You see Georgia Allenwood, visitor from Canada, getting ready for this women's open 400 metres.
And it looks like we're combining the men's and women's race here, Nigel. I don't know if you picked that up, but we've got the men in the outside lanes there and the women on the inside lanes, because a small field of 3 in the men as well, and it looks like we've got 4 in the women's on the inside, so that'll catch up a little bit of time for the organisers. They'll be pleased about.
Going to the women, the men's field. That's Damien Hodges, Ty Gonzalez, and Justin Menzies will be competing. Damien on the inside, Ty in 7, and Menzies in lane 8. Daniel on the inside out of Wanganui, Lindale for Ty Gonzalez and Justin Menzies, Waitakere City. We're away 2 races. And on the outside is the men simultaneously hitting the first flight of hurdles. They are very even at the moment as they go through. There's Menzies on the outside, Gonzalez and Hodgson. They are basically just about in step all the way through. It's quite extraordinary watching them on the outside.
It looks like Gonzalez might be just getting the edge now.
He just takes it around the inside, and at the moment it looks as though it's Allenwood who is leading the women's, and it is Georgia Allenwood, the outside lane, who's leading them, our visitor from Canada. Now we see Hodgson out of Wanganui making a nice move on the inside.
Yes.
Damien Hodgson, 20-year-old. This is nicely done. He's going to clear away here to the line. Hodgson from Gonzalez from Menzies. And it's going to be Georgia Allenwood. That's a wonderful run. Just on the 60-second mark. We'll go back to McDonald. Big finish coming. Wisniewski and Steele.
So Hodgson will be pleased with that. He won the Capital Classic out of Wanganui Club. Unfortunately, the top Wanganui hurdler, Jonathan Maples, has had a slight injury and not running the hurdles at the moment. But two good hurdlers from the Wanganui over 400 hurdles at the moment.
Quio, last attempt. Yes, got him. Yep, and rightfully so. And I think there'll be a lot of people with a little bit of a fist pump as well seeing that.
I'll just check with coach. I'll be back.
What was that? They were just maybe asking what he wants it up to. I'll just go check with coach possibly. It's nice. That's good work by Quio. So it's over 2:05. Yeah, nice little 05 there from Dad. I think I'm safe in assuming that's Dad given the height.
Coach Brooker there with the cap on that's doing the chatting at the moment.
So we'll just be working through. This listener is going up to 2 meters 10. Let's just confirm those results for you with the men's 400 metres. Was Damien Hodson a season's best of 55.36. Ty Gonzalez second out of Glendale. And Justin Menenzi's going underneath 60 seconds, 58.53. The women's Georgia Allenwood of Canada, minute .26. Sandra McDonald in second. Grace Wisniewski in third. Well, actually, I've got it down as the same time for Wisniewski and Steele. 1 minute 8.63. So now we'll start getting ready for the 100 metres. And again, as I continue to watch women's the women's long jump, I should say, and just watching those times. Things quite good at the moment in terms of the wind speeds. Again, it's all around 1 to 1.5. The odd one getting up around 2. It's good to see.
But just going back to that 400 hurdles for women, Nigel, you said they got the same time. Wisniewski was placed third though, because the photo finish people would have gone to the thousandths of a second to separate them, and there must have been separation because that's why one's third and the other fourth. Tight as it is, that's why we use electronic devices.
I can guarantee
they probably called the TMO in, mate.
Lucy will be just going, "Oh, give me a break, come on." I'm sure Grace will be letting her know. Club mates, give each other a little bit of stick. This is Elizabeth Cudby. At the moment, her best was her opening, a jump of 4 meters 73. 7th spot at the moment. So still Casey Day, her third leap of 5 meters 76. That leads the women's long jump.
So just letting you know, I've seen they've put up 2:11 at the high jump, Nigel. So that's because Raf will probably want to go to personal best. He's got a PV of 2:10, so he wants to just better that mark today while he has a chance.
It's going to be a wonderful challenge for him. He's got lovely conditions. This is Anna Bratton. Jump, it's a good throw as we look over and see the white flag go up. 5 meters 02 so far. First attempt at a PB. Oh, that's a good attempt. It's a good attempt.
Real good shot that was, there's no doubt about it.
How important when you are trying to achieve something for the first time, how important to go close the first time as opposed to maybe have a little bit of a whiff?
Well, my high jump days finished at Fairfield College, but
Just
I'd say it's very...
that you've had with
Yeah.
regards to being around athletes
Yeah.
like this, the importance of when you get 3 shots at something, if that first one is a really good shot, even if you miss, what does that do confidence-wise for an athlete?
Massive confidence. It gives you the belief that if you just get everything technically right on the next go, you can clear it, because that's the most important thing, is just getting everything absolutely precision over top of the bar, which is where you want your maximum height, of course.
Jackie Nasrabadi that we just saw. Being set for our first of our sprinters, and they've got really good conditions. And you see one of the absolute rock stars of the para-athletics, number 6, there's Daniel Atchison. World, Olympic medalist, champion.
Yeah, she's definitely a special lady, and I know a lot of her successes contributed to the man you spoke about before, Alan McDonald. It's good to see Danielle out here today on a home track.
So it's Sasha El-Dizani in lane number 3. Daniel Atchison is in 4. Amy Allison 5, and Michelle Stokes is in lane 7. And it's all about Daniel Atchison, the T36 sprinter. She is getting about her work today. Great conditions for her to the line. That's a reasonably quickish time. 13.42, and the wind at plus 2.3.
So we've been talking about that, and I was interested to see whether this side of the track is more open to that light westerly, or I guess it is norwesterly, or the long jump side, which is on the far side. So obviously it's a little bit more breezy on this side, unless the wind's picking up.
So it's a very quick run. Here's Quio. Oh, like that.
Well,
that boy is pumped, and so he should be. I love it.
Very pumped. Great jump there, and good work to get that in between the races that we had. So well done to the cameraman down there. Gee, he looked like he had plenty to clear, didn't he?
I was about to say, there's a little something still, if he wants it. It's nice and understated from Dad. He'll still be mowing the lawns tomorrow. How good, though. That's what we come to see. There you see the people coming over as well. They know how good that is. So that's a clearance of 2:11. Rafe Quio.
So that'll put him up in the top 15 all-time in New Zealand's high jump. 15th there at the moment is Jaden Williamson, Regan Standing, and Marcus Walton, all at 2:11. So that shows you how good that jump is. So there's some pretty good athletes above him, of course. And we know who tops the rankings there of our all-time rankings. Hamish Kerr at 2:36.
It's wonderful, though, going through, looking at that list there. Glenn Howard, Roger Tapuni, Kirk McNeely, William Crayford, Jeffrey Brown, Terry Lomax. Had some bounce to him, didn't he?
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff.
So he'll be wrapped, so he'll probably have a crack at something else unless his legs are weary, but he hasn't had too many jumps.
Well, that's the interesting thing now, is that you can see that emotional explosion, having cleared 2:11 for the first time. Now having to try and reset the mind is going to be a real challenge for him. Let's get back to our para-athletes, which are brought to you by Boutique Physio and Pilates. 100 metre Harriet, and this is a good field. Jackson, Woolley, Zach Orble, William Steadman, Tamahi Wirapa, and Lucas Pedersen. It's going to be Jackson Orble is going to get the job done this time from William Steadman. Tamahi Wirapa coming through in 3rd spot. Jackson Woolley. Now Lucas Pedersen coming over the line. Speed from all of our athletes there. As we look for those times as they pop up. The other thing we keep looking for is the wind speed as well. Hoping that those times can just dip enough, because anything that is over 2 or plus 2 metres behind, there you see confirmation of those times. Jackson Woolley, 12.2, stepping with 12.46. Whatever, 13.14, and stay 0.7 metre per second wind assistance there. That's a good sign. You see Peterson, 20.45. Nice work, and let's set for 3 heats of the NZ Louvre Open Women's over 100 metres. Yee, Jessica Lathwood, Zana Dell, Sarah G, and Helen Turner. They are our first athletes. Jessica Lathwood, who's been competing over in the long jump. So there are quite a bit of athletes that go bouncing between the two. There is Quio. What has he put the bar up to is the big question. He's gone to 2:14. Mum's just sitting there looking very chill. Dad a little bit more tense. 2:14, which would bound to be even further up that all-time list that you heard Tony Roger referring to. Another good opening effort as well. Legs are getting a little bit heavy. Let's just check and see how many. So he cleared at 195, cleared at 2 metres. So 1, 2.
Is that 8 jumps
5,
now?
6, 7. That's 8. Yep. So
that's what I know from being around high jump coaches and that they try to aim to get their athletes to have their best jumps within that 8 to 10 jumps range. Then you start to get weary legs. So he looked a little bit heavy on there, but he's got to get that belief back, doesn't he now?
Back, and it was the second time the charm last time out. Emily Yee looks like she's not competing in this one, so it's Jessica Lathwood in 5, Zana Dell in 6, G in 7, and Helen Turner in lane number 8. This is the first of 3 heats in the women's 100 metres, which are by New Zealand Louvres. Lathwood, as I said, been competing in the long jump, so she'll be warm. There's Lathwood on the inside. Dell going with her though. It's going to be Jessica Lathwood out of Takapuna. Up to Zana Dell. They just pull away. It's going to be a good race between G and Turner. G just gets it on the line. So there she is. Pulling double duty, doing the long jump, and now just quickly scoots over and does the 100 as well.
So that was a good win reading of 0.7, so that'll be good to see for the rest of the sprinters as they line up.
Interesting too, so Lathwood did qualify for the long jump, but had passed to come over and get ready for her 100 metres. See her again later on as well, doing the 200 as well. Now for heat number 2. That there, Evelyn Mason, Andrea Rodriguez, Goldsmith, Edward Stripling, Casey Miller, and Jordan Valjean. These are all athletes who ran that 12.6, 12.7 mark in terms of some of their best efforts. Go another attempt. Oh, and he knows it. He knows it. Yeah, the frustration, but it's right there. If he can just find a little something, just a little something in the short rest period he's going to have, Tony, that was so close.
Yeah, because he's the only jumper left in the competition. He gets a 3-minute rest break between jumps.
So here is our second heat. This is a very even contest as well. It looks as though it's going to be the two Tauranga athletes. Ingrid Stripling coming through. Just gets it from Juliet Goldsmith. Gee, that was tight. Literally could throw a blanket over them. It is Stripling. 12.74. Goldsmith with 12.79. And Rodriguez 12.86 from Mason with 12.87. Miller with 12.89. And Viljoen with a season best at 13.03. So that's a good close heat. Again, the big smiles. Rightfully so. Because, again, that wind speed, just 1 metre per second in the positive. So, now I'm sure welcome by our next group of athletes as well. There's a few extra bodies around now. They're coming over, having a chat. I don't know whether they're trying to relax them. Mum and Dad in the back, they're just not.
Roger Tapuni there in the black cap with the Nike shirt, Nike switch on the black shirt. So he'll be keen to see that good jump. And Ed Fern was another one of the high jump coaches alongside Coach Brent Hooker. All congratulating him on his effort.
Roger Tapuni knows how to get over at height as well, didn't he?
It was pretty good.
He was one of the names that was read out before by Tony Roderick. The 94 Olympian, 84 I should say, Olympian working alongside us today. He'll be calling his specialties. 1500 metres, we've got the Diane Roger and the Quacks, the secondary school athletes coming up, and the closing events will be an absolute cracker. That's the 3000 metre national champs. So here we go. This is 100 metres women, third heat. This is stacked. As though got Diego in number 2, 4-9 and 3, Lathwood in 4, Summerfield 5, Black 6, Bowden is in 7, Moyle is in 8. Still short out of the Cook Islands. And inside there in the pink, New Zealand athletes, secondary school athletes I should say, involved. I'll tell you as well that Rafe missed it with his last attempt at 12.14, but still a very good day with the personal best, winning the men's high jump. And they are away. All eyes to Summerfield in lane number 5, and she's got an absolute flyer. Trying to go with her is Caitlin Black, but Brooke Summerfield is going to power away. Tafonai coming through. She'll get second, or it'll be close between Diego and Black for third. It's a very classy run by Brooke Summerfield. 11.66 plus 1.8, so it's a good time. Lady out of Tauranga.
A very good time for Brooke Summerfield.
Tafonai coming through in 11.9 in second spot. Then Caitlin Black, 11.91. This was the final attempt of Quio at 2.14, and that's another one again.
He knows that one slipped out of his grasp. It wasn't much there, was it?
I was going to say, I think the bulk of the torso and backside were over. It might have just been a little bit of a calf, possibly, that just clipped it. And that's what you like to see as well. Appreciative of our wonderful officials. But that's a good day at the office for young Quio. 2 metres 11. It's a personal best. And he can go home and feel very, very happy as he mows Dad's lawns tomorrow. Just wrapping up that women's 100 metres opens thanks to NZ Louvs. I can tell you as well that it's still short out of the Cook Islands with a PR. So she has gone at 12.28. Just looking at some of those wind speeds now, it's been adjusted down to just a negligible wind behind. Some good running in there. Yeah, Diego going underneath 12 seconds, likewise Samantha Lathwood, another person who has pulled double duty at the women's long jump. And I can tell you that that event is complete, and it is Casey Day, who with her 5th jump was 5 metres 87, and that has been the winning jump for Casey. Hannah Hickson couldn't improve on her opening jump of 5.5 metres. Loaded with 5.36, that rounds out the podium. Jackie Esrabati, 4th with 5.21, and then Juliet Goldsmith, whose fourth jump of 5.18 puts her in 5th spot.
So just looking at that long jump, Nigel Day got her best jump with a plus 2.1, but she probably will get a personal best with a 5.76, which was a legal win earlier on in the competition. So she had a good consistent lot of jumps there in the 5.70 plus to 5.80.
We'll now get ourselves set for the first of our sprints. That's Gulab Singh leading them out. David Blackfoot in lane number 2, chasing very, very hard. And Bruce Cortesi, it's a good run. David Blackfoot, 62 years young. Bruce Cortesi, 64. Good run by both of those three athletes. It's Gulab, always someone who pops over to Porritt Classic. There's a lot of athletes who, if you are regular watchers of the live stream of the Porritt Classic, Porritt Stadium in Kirikiriroa, Hamilton, you'll see a lot of these athletes, really good supporters of the event. Gulab Singh's one who always pops up. Blackfoot likewise, regulars around the traps. Ready for our next heat. This is another one we will see a few of the senior athletes mixing with some younger athletes. I think the age range in this one is 16 through to 53. And in lane 53, in lane 6 I should say, is the 53-year-old. And he'll be a bloke that you got to keep an eye on, that man, Mark Lambert. Around the traps for a while. Still running very, very quick. Good conditions for the sprinters, patiently waiting their turn. So in this field it'll be Adam De Sosa in lane number 1, Hemi Peachy in lane number 2, Mateus Pavia is in lane number 3, Collier in 5, Mark Lambert is in 6, Woodnar in 7, Riley Thomas is in lane number 8. Late withdrawal of Wills from Hawera. You see them all lined up ready to go. For Collier and Lambert in lanes 5 and 6. Oh, someone just went a wee bit too early there, and they're going to have to reload. Frustrating. Frustrating. I find it amusing. Not sure what the issue there was. Just checking everything out here. Yes. De Souza, as I said, is in lane number 1. Peachy is in 2. Mateus Matthias Paiva Martins is in lane number 2, and lane number 3, I should say. And there is a gap, and it is a card for Martins. So he'll probably ask to race under protest. Just looking through a few of the technicalities there by the looks. Just waiting now for the opportunity. Having a conversation. Told he's got to back away, and he does. He cannot race under protest. So away he goes, so that'll be disappointing for Matthias. So we lose one of our athletes. Everything all set. Wakanda forever there. So he gets himself set, ready. Sousa and Peachy on the right. And we're underway. There's Collier and Lambert there we're watching. Collier making a really good fist of it. Coming down the outside here. Riley Thomas going quite nicely as well. Also on the inside too, it's Hemi Peachy, but it's going to be a really good run there by Collier from Thomas. And then Mark Lambert got out his work nice and late, the 53-year-old. Coming through, and that is going to be the finishing order. Good run. 11.79. Very negligible, almost slight headwind. Hemi Peachy's actually run a time of 12.11. That is a personal best there. It's been pushed down now. Mark Lambert, 12 flat. Good running there by those athletes. Continue to move our way through the next group of athletes. This is heat number 3. Birdie Mahi Walker, Korea, Kieran Whaley, Barnett and Lathwood, Zion Samuels, Naisu and Piratal Na, who are entered for this particular event. By New Zealand Louvs, the sponsors we've got here for the Porritt Classic of 2026. So glad that you're enjoying our coverage. You're watching, great to have you with us. Just set looking down the straight, and just interesting to note those wind conditions, keeping an eye on our sponsors' flags. They still seem to be supportive of sprinting, but just every once in a while there's just a very subtle shift. So very good conditions. Sorting out a few things. Koperi Mahi Walker out of Wanganui, sorting out something with our officials. Mahi Walker, Whaley, Barnett, Samuels, Sue and Na. Pirital Na. Another of Edward, lane number 8. This particular heat. Prize giving also being done at the same time. So whenever you come to track and field, something's always on the go. There might be the odd pause here and there, but not for long. So athletes waiting for their call. So it's quite nice conditions. The rain is skirting us. We need to deal with much of that pretty much since the program began. Just joining us, there has been quite a lot of rain around the upper North Island, particularly over the eastern side of the country. We do hope that those people over there are safe and sound. They've had a rough old go. The folks over in Tairāwhiti, Gisborne, it's the third significant weather event of the year. Hope that they are well. We're underway, and someone went a little bit too early there. We saw the dreaded red and black card issued before. Looks like someone else is going to get to compete in their particular event. Looking nervously around. Be. I don't know.
Maybe lane 4, but it's hard to tell, wasn't it? It was pretty close.
Wasn't a lot in there. We'll sit and we wait for our officials.
Good to have that replay there, wasn't it? Have a second look at it.
They've been doing the direction for us again today. Wonderful camera folk floating around. These great pictures for you. Very easy for our camera folks. They're bouncing around. They've got to pick up there. You just see them on the edge of our shot there. They've got to pick up that camera and the stand and gallop down to their next event. Charging around looking for different angles. to bring this wonderful coverage.
So I got it wrong. It's out and about lane 7, I think, was the... I'm not sure there's a warning or...
Well, looks like that's Benea Sue out of Auckland, who has walked away very briskly. There was confirmation false start for lane 7, Benea Sue. So that brings us down to Mahi Walker, Wiley, Bennett, Samuels and Nah. So it's just the 5 athletes left now. Clean start this time. Good start by Zion Samuels, and he's going to lead them through at the moment. Mahi Walker going quite nicely in the inside lane as well, and then it's going to be a bit of a blanket for third between Whaley and Barnett. But that's a nice run by Zion Samuels out of Tauranga.
And good to see the name Whaley there in the Hamilton Hawks colours. I'm assuming he probably son of one of the Whaleys that were competing here in my time.
So Zion with a 11.1 is the time that we see. Just a very minor headwind. Compared to Mahi Walker out of Wanganui, put him down as a personal best of 11.48. It was Kieran Whaley coming through in third, just getting Ollie Barnett by 1/100th of a second. The battle for third. Put it down now, 11.73. Continue to cycle through the heats. 6 in total. So George Scott, David Mandangul, August Tonkskull, Cade Lambert, James Lowther, Ian Milani, Cranston Shandle. Lambert. Son of Mark. Seeing them battle each other. It's always a good battle to see them on the same. The Lamberts on the same piece of track. It's always entertaining. See, Quio. Kibble had a good day as well. Equalled his personal best. Rafe Quio exceeding his personal best, improving it by a centimetre. There's a couple of extra athletes that have been added to this particular field. On the inside there. There's Ian Lathwood and George Scott. Being added to this particular heat on the inside there in lanes 1 and 2, Lathwood and Scott. Kapuna and the Hamilton Hawks. And that's a good, clean start. Tonkskull is the one who leads them in lane number 4 at the moment. Coming through on the outside, it's Lambert and Lowther, and that's going to be the dip to win, and I think it might be the man from the Hawks. James Lowther, just possibly. Good race, though. Another look at that. Just going to go on the outside in lane 6. Lowther by, again, 1/100th of a second. Another good quick time. Season's bests. Personal best throwing in there as well. It was Cranston Shandle coming through in 3rd spot. Scott in 4th. Milani in 5th. Mandingo in 6th. Tonkskull and Lathwood rounding out the 8th. Good times again. See Mark Lambert come over and have a chat with Cade Lambert. See, there was not much in there. Good dip on the line, the difference. Good sprinting. Our 5th heat gets ready to go. Jacob Stockwell, Ethan Phillips, Luke Thompson, Nathan Colpin, Julian Sybin, Matthew Roger, Gurpreet Singh and George Kennedy. Stockwell from Egmont will be starting on the inside. In lane 2, Phillips, Colpin, Sybin, Roger, The Wairarapa Track and Field Club. Porritt Singh, George Kennedy. The conditions, it just freshens up a touch. It freshens up a lot. Behind there you see Daniel Atchison. Really quick time today, just ever so slightly above the legal limit. I think it was at a 2.3 for Danielle. He was in very good form. I suspect we'll see her later in the afternoon, possibly in the 200. Good form, always supports her home event. We're away in our fifth heat. Here's Matthew Roger on the inside. Look at Jacob Stockwell go, the man from Egmont. They're trying to hunt him down though, but I think he's held on. Good running, great start from Stockwell. I thought Roger was going to control that one. He came through late. In fact, it was Colpin and Simon in the middle coming through. Good dash down the outside too. That might have been George Kennedy. Stockwell, 11.03, his winning time. And from the Hawks, it's a personal best as well, and that win strength again of a 0H. Thumbs up there from Shay Veach, the shaved head. Ready now for heat number 6. Very good talent in here. Not sure. Haradoke in lane 1. Scheduled to be in lane 1. Joe Dolphin. Yato Yoneto, Shay Veach, Tommy Tapuni, Caden Taylor, Jules Kozlov and Dubé. Through, starts down pat. Getting themselves all set and fired up, trying to get all the different muscles ready to go. 3.74, that is Tommy Tapuni. Secondary schools athlete lane 7, Dubé. It's Luke Thompson, so Aradoke. Neto is in 3. Veach in 4, Tapuni 5, Kozlov 6, Dubé in 7. Shay Veach, former 100 metre national champion. I think did the double 1 year, won that and the long jump.
Yes, he's definitely carved a bit of history in the last year or two, and particularly with his long jumping, where he's gone over the 8 metre mark. Shay will be a little nervous as he's lining up today, Nigel. He tweaked his hamstring when he was, his groin muscle when he was in long jumping down at the Capital Classic. So he thinks it's pretty good to go. So we just wish him all the best for this, get through the race.
Well, we're about to see. He is in the green singlet. So it's Thompson, Yaneto, Veach, Tapuni, Kozlov, and Dubé. All eyes will be on lanes 4 and 5, Veach and Tapuni. Yaneto on his day though. Could upset the apple cart. Veach, that seems to be a pretty good start. Can he get about his work? Tapuni, good high arm motion. Veach though, just now, here comes Tapuni through. Just going to be the victory for Tommy Tapuni. Veach second, Yaneto third. Down, Tommy Tapuni. Some pedigree there. That's a really good run. Good dip on the line. 10.4. Veach with a 10.58. Here's Tommy Tapuni. Big hug there from the always smiling Yato Yaneto, who was in third. Kozlov with a 10.8. Dubé 10.95. Luke Thompson 11.22. Here's Tommy Tapuni. Second generation. So that completes the 100 metres open sprinting events, brought to you by New Zealand Luves. Moving on very shortly to the first of our 400 metre events. And that'll be the 400 metres for women, and that'll be brought to you by the Hamilton City Hawks. And some very good athletes coming up, particularly in that second heat. Jordan Blake and Cameron Smart. Holly Manning involved as well. Holly's going to be doing some pacemaking duties a little later in the day for the 800 metres. So you can see they're starting to get ready in and around the javelin area as well. And again, it'll be quite a good wee day in terms of that particular set of events. The shot put too far away. Starting around about quarter to four. Para shot put. Women's javelin. Sponsored by the Farquhar family. No surprise there. Stuart and his family still supporting. As I went through and had a look at the field for the men's javelin, could not help but notice that there was a Farquhar in the men's javelin field, Mason Farquhar. So we always talk about all these, the second generation of athletes coming through. Those great family sports. We've got a good field as well for the women's high jump. Imogen Skelton, Amanda Jaeger. And there you see Tommy Tapuni and Shay Veach. Looking pretty relaxed. Just getting set because it'll be the 400 metres open, the first of two heats. And you see them getting set. It'll be Maxine Chappell, Penny Key, Hope Bowler, Greta Schaefer of Germany, lane number 5. Tessa Seymour and Kristen Collings. Again, just the international flavour. There's always these wonderful athletes that just sort of pop up, and so great to have Greta from Germany, 18-year-old. You see confirmation of that field. Chappell, Key, Bowler, Schaefer, Seymour and Collins. It's the first of two heats. I say that second heat highlighted by Jordan Blake and Cameron Smart. Holly Manning probably just a bit of a warm-up for her pacemaking duties a little bit later on in the day.
Heat coming up in the women's 400. We've got a couple there. Cameron Smart, of course. Tony Hodgkinson's daughter, as we would know her. And Emily Cowan, which is Thomas Cowan's sister and son of Nick Cowan, daughter of Nick Cowan.
All's in readiness. Just waiting at the moment, and again, just watching the flags there down at the far end. They're just sort of rippling nice and gentle. I say the conditions are very, very pleasant. Sure, the javelin throwers wouldn't mind maybe a little bit more of a breeze coming over the right shoulder, perhaps. You see our shot putters starting to get warmed up as well. So actions at both ends of Porritt Stadium. Just as I say that, I just see again another batch of dark clouds just moving casually around the venue. There's just a little bit more brightness way to the north. So just waiting now, everything running very much to time at the moment. As we get it, a lot of events. Occasionally there is the odd hiccup here and there, but at the moment everything's running very, very nicely to time. Both of these athletes, all these athletes I should say, just having to wait a touch. So we're going just on 60 seconds to go. You see Kirsten Collins out of Palmerston North. Relax, focus. Tessa Seymour in behind, 3.29. That's our German athlete, Greta Schaefer, 3.25. We are now ready. This is the first heat of the Open 400 metres. It's brought to you by the Hamilton City Hawks, part of the Porritt Classic, which is brought to you by the Hamilton City Council. Great to have your company. Tony Roger, 1984 Olympian, providing the expert analysis. My name's Nigel Yolden. And our athletes are underway. 400 metres. Keep an eye on lane number 5 and Greta Schaefer. Hope bowler as well, coming up onto her shoulder as they go down the back straight. And the athlete's striding out very nicely at the moment. Schaefer has gone sub 60 seconds. A few others have very much flirted with that particular time in this field. It's going to come up on Tessa Seymour. Striding past, bowler just trying to stay with our German visitor. It is going to be Greta Schaefer who's going to lead them into the straight. Seymour trying to stay with her. Likewise bowler. All about the consistency down to the line. Keep an eye on the clock, and it's going to be around that 60 seconds mark. Maybe just slightly under from Greta. We'll get that confirmed, but good run. Schaefer, bowler and Seymour. Interesting to see that one plays out. Very good run. Yeah, you can see them now. Around, congratulating each other. Giving the confirmation when that comes through of that particular time. 59.72 for Greta Schaefer, so she goes underneath the 60-second mark. Okay, towards a Seymour. Tessa Seymour, excuse me. Look at her time. She may have actually recorded one of her best because she's listed going sub 101. There we go. 101.69 and Hope Bowler 1 minute .85. Seymour, I think it's an interesting one. I think that could be very close to being one of her best times ever. All eyes now, though, turn to what is a very good second heat. Here's May Reid, Emma Osborne, Jordan Blake, Cameron Smart, Holly Manning, Romy Jewell and Emily Cowan. And you see that. 3 members of the Bays Cougars. Takapuna, Hastings, Palmerston North, Auckland. Also all represented. Those familiar colours of North Harbour Bays.
100. Nigel, we should mention one of our local exports to the United States at the moment, Annalise Karma, tops the New Zealand rankings with a very smart 52.31 set in the Wolfpack Classic over there in Reno, USA, just last weekend. Very proud product of St Peter's School out at Cambridge there, formerly coached by Ange Russick. And she tops the rankings ahead of Cameron Smart, who goes in this race.
Cameron in lane number 5. Jordan Blake is in lane number 4. So Holly Manning will be doing some pacemaking duties a little bit later on, but lanes 4 and lane 5. We've already had some pretty good battles throughout this summer. As you watch, you can see straight away Cameron Smart eating up the stagger. Jordan Blake going with her as well, and you can see those two move through nicely to the front. And that's where the battle was going to be. Smart looks like she's holding the edge as they go through the 200 and take the turn. Blake leading, Smart holding. They've got a nice wee gap back to the chasing group. And they come in with 100 metres to go. Jordan Blake. Cameron Smart trying to fight back though. This is a really good run though by Jordan Blake. A very good run. They're going to come down tiring just a touch. Ooh, that's quick. It's around that 54. 54.12 for Jordan Blake. Very good time. Good running, good competition. Jordan Blake. Victory over Cameron Smart. May Reid coming through in third spot, 6.4. There's your winner, Jordan Blake. Very good 400 metres, brought to you by the Hamilton Hawks. A few personal bests and some season's best thrown into the measure there as well, Tony.
Yeah, good to see some of these younger athletes getting the chance to race against the likes of Jordan Blake and Cameron Smart. So young Esmond Reid and Emily Cowan running personal best there in behind two of our top women.
You just need to see, what having that competition around you does for an athlete. I guess one of the best examples that we've seen this summer was at the Ames Games, where there was a gentleman had just a slight sight impairment, and they needed someone to just act as a guide runner. And lo and behold, over there in Tauranga, who steps up? Oh, that would be young Mr. Ben Ruth. And that young man, who with Ben acting as the guide, I believe it was 40 seconds off his personal best that he ran in that particular instance. So,
when you're talking about young Ruth, were you meaning Ben? He'll be pleased to hear you say young Ben Ruth.
Oh, sorry, Sam Ruth, excuse me. Sam Ruth, not Ben Ruth. Sam Ruth, excuse me. My apologies.
No, all good.
But again, testament to what we were talking about with Sam Ruth, the fact that it was just like, oh, we need somebody to do this. Sam's like, well, I'm here. I'll go for a run with this young fella. He takes 40 off his PB with him.
I'm sure he was inspired by the fact that he had Sam Ruth as his guide runner.
Goodness gracious me. Either that, there he was just hanging on for dear life. Well, let's just go for a casual jog. What would be a casual jog for someone like Sam Ruth? Well, we are getting set now for the men's 400 metres. Let's see, 2 heats. Holroyd in lane number 1. Xavier Collins in 2. John Hoffman in 3. Adam De Sosa in lane number 4. Max Candish in lane number 5. Jacob Howell in lane 6. Ty Healy in 7. And Fairclough is to go in lane number 8. We're listing 2 heats, but I suspect that they've had a couple of withdrawals, so this may be our only heat of the day. No, Cesar Garcia Soto. I don't think Matthew Eadie's listed there as well, so I think the 2 heats that they were going to run, I think they've been able to just condense it down to the 1. Nice conditions, just starting to brighten up a touch. You see Lee Fairclough, veteran athlete. 1-1-1. You see as well our athletes getting going in the shot put. Events. We've got warm-ups happening for the women's high jump. There is the men's para underway. Brian Wilson and Kaylin Harris are the 2 athletes competing. There is Kaylin, the F44 category. Brian stepping in. T20. His opening throw was 8 metres 29. Extension through that one there from Brian. So we've got our 2 women's athletes competing as well. That is Shannon Murphy and Charlie Gardner Hall, both in the TF 37 classification. And that way back to the men's open 400 metres. Brought to you by Hamilton Hawks. See the 50-year difference between lanes 8 and 7. Fairclough at 56. Ty Keeley, Pakaranga, 16 years of age. Jacob Howell, 17. Max Candish is just 16 years of age as well. And Holroyd on the inside, he's 50. A sprightly 50 at that. Both of our veteran athletes on the outside. All's in readiness. Men's Open 400 at the Porritt Classic of 2026. A lot of youth, particularly towards those middle lanes. It's a good start actually by John Hoffman. Start to make their way down that back straight. Keeley and Howell getting the better of Fairclough there on the stagger. Hoffman in lane number 3. Souza as well. Coming through as well as Holroyd on the inside. The 50-year-old going really nice, and it's going to be Wayne that's going to lead them into the main straight. Hoffman trying to find a little something. Down the outside, here comes Ty Keeley. It's a well-timed run by the young man in lane number 7. Across he goes. That's nice work. Ty Keeley it was. 53.12 for Tig. He's listed as another personal best. It's Candish. Wanganui coming through in 53.66. And Holroyd 53.83. Howell, Hoffman all dipping under 54 seconds, and Adams Asosa wasn't far away from it. 50.02. And Xavier Collins, who came in 8th place, 15 years of age, he's gone with a personal best as well. He's gone sub 59 seconds. He's posted 58.49. Good work there. I thought Holroyd just had them possibly as he came around the bend, but youth eventually prevailed. The two 16-year-olds sneaking past the 50-year-old. Good running by all. St. Peter's School. My smiles there. Just turning into a really pleasant afternoon. We've got some of the field events that are going at the moment. There's Shannon Murphy leading just by 8 centimetres over Charlie Gardner Hall in the women's para. The men is Brian Wilson leading Kaylin Harris. They are in different classifications. Work done, time to destroy a snag. Good on them. So there's the field in the women's high jump. You can see quite a few. The first athlete that'll be on will be Gemma Smith. A few athletes have passed through to around about 1.65 meters. So Paige Harwood, Naomi Watt, Heather Yeager, Imogen Skelton, Brianna Stevenson, all having passed. They'll come into that competition at 165. So now for men's open 400. Matthew Eadie, David Mandangu, Jeremiah Orongo, Hunter Scott, Blake Wood, Harrison Day, Judith Lodovico and Campbell Willis. Judah coming all the way from Selwyn. It's a decent old trek. Edie in 1 And then go into Rongo 3, Scott 4, Wood 5, Day 6, Ludovico 7, Wills in lane 8. Nice clean start by all. Very even start as well as they go through their first 100 metres. Just slowing out ever so slightly is Harrison Day in lane number 6. Just you see him break the stagger, but inside of him now coming through nicely is Blake Wood, Hunter Scott as well, as those two really start to move through. Jeremiah Rongo going quite nicely in lane number 3 as well as they get through the 200 metres and take the turn. But it is Hunter Scott out of Christchurch leading them through at the moment. Blake Wood trying to go with them. Rongo on the inside. It's going to be Scott leading them in from Wood. Rongo in lane number 3 trying to chase down Blake Wood. This is a nice run by Hunter Scott. Moves through quite nicely. Look at the time. It's around 48 seconds. Good finish coming down the outside. I think that might have been our friend from Selwyn possibly, or was it Jeremiah Rongo coming down the outside? 48.29 for Hunter Scott. 49.09 for Blake Wood, and Jeremiah Rongo 49.64. That's your top 3. The men's open 400 metres at the Porritt Classic of 2026. Good finish as well by David Mandingo, who's actually won one of his best times ever at 50.79. A 7.2 I should say. So good work. Campbell Wills, another one with a PR, so nice work being done there. Not too far away as well from the feature events. Diane Roger in the Dick Quack Secondary School, 1500 metres.
Yeah, so thanks, Nigel. This moves to a focus on our young middle distance athletes. We've got a really good field in the girls. And it's a teams race, even though the athletes are all chasing their personal best times. It's a teams race for their school. I think it's 3 to count, and so there's a number of schools in here that have 3 athletes which will be trying to pick up that top prize, the Diane Roger Trophy.
Very nice because it's ever so mild, a mild headwind. It's going down that back straight. I can't stress the conditions enough because it really is clearing into quite a gorgeous day. And just joining us, so glad that you're with us as you see the field for the Diane Roger 1500 metres, brought to you by BDC Group. And stress just how much wet weather we have had and how nice this day, how pleasant these conditions are going to be for these athletes, Tony.
Yeah, definitely the clouds clearing, but of course we're getting a little bit more wind, as you can see by those flags now, which are blowing into the face of these young ladies as they line up over on the back straight at the 1500. That's a really good field. Looks like we're going to have around about 28 starters, so that's a pretty maximum size field you want to have, but they're all young girls, and I'm sure they'll soon sort themselves out into a train. Kate Fayetel from Otamoto College is one of the leading runners, and Mila Stanish, Mackenzie Hetherington from Otamoto College. We've got Taylor Sturgeon from Te Pai Aotea, which is from Harua. Diocesan School for Girls represented, Carmel College, and a number of St Peter's schools from Cambridge. Barradine College are well represented, as is Wanganui Collegiate well represented. So they're all vying for a team's place here, top 3 to score for their school, as well as chasing their own individual personal best times. A number of these young ladies raced against each other at the New Zealand secondary schools in Hastings, and some of them it'll be the first time at the Porritt Classic with these annual schools Diane Roger Trophy. So Wanganui Collegiate is the pale blue with a dark diagonal stripe. Some are running in club singlets, I notice.
Shannon Murphy's just on 877 centimetres now, just a 10 centimetre gap between her and Charlie Gardner Hall as this one gets underway.
So yeah, the very large field in the secondary school girls 1500s underway. They'll sort themselves out. Good to see someone's taking the pace early as they head towards the bottom of the back straight. We'll try and pick up as many of these young ladies as we can, but we'll definitely also be telling you the schools they're from. So leading out is our young lady from Otamotai College. Obviously we know Tarong is very strong in middle distance running at the moment. It's Kate Fiatel from Otamotai. Anna Phillips from St Peter's School is there in the second position. Familiar St Peter's School colours. So they're heading along at a pretty good clip for these young ladies. They're going to go through the first lap in just a tick over 71 seconds, 72 seconds. So that's 4 minutes 30 pace. So that's well inside any of the personal bests of the girls in here. So good to see this young lady who's top ranked in the field is taking the pace out, and the train is already starting to lengthen out down the back straight. So Anna Phillips is in second behind Kate Fiatel. Casey Shaw Strengths from St Peter's. So we've got a couple of St Peter's girls up the front. And it looks like they're bunching up again in behind the Anna Phillips there from St Peter's in second, but a clear leader at the moment from Otamotai College. Few team tactics here, I think, with some of these girls. They're running together, but they'll have individual pride. So the leader goes through in 2:30, so she slowed down a little bit on the second lap, 75s. So that's more in line with her personal best of around 4:44, or a bit under that. So it looks like we've got Mackenzie, it is Kate Fiatel leading from Mackenzie Hetherington, also from Otamotai College. Mila Standish has come through as well from Barradine So they go through with 300 to go. The leaders have gone through under 4 minutes, those athletes now, so they're on for some personal best times if they can come home. A lot of these girls have not broken 5 minutes before for a 1500, so looking strong. So they're very spread out. So there'll be some school teachers doing a lot of counting of the places at the moment, but it's still Kate Feitel from Otamoto College, but a strong finish here coming from that's Mila Standish, and she's just hung on our leader. She led all the way, deserved win there. We're watching the teams, really close finishes across the line, still running under 5 minutes, these young ladies. So they'll be very pleased with that result and the points that looks like at the moment Otamoto College has got first and third, where their third runner is coming in, and that looks like they could be strong. So a very strong performance there by our winner, Kate Feitel from Otamoto, Mila Standish Barradine College second, Mackenzie Hetherington Otamoto in third, and India Burke finishing strongly for Carmel College in fourth.
PR. There's just everybody just seems to put absolutely everything into it. I think it's 9 of the top 10, is it?
Yeah,
going quicker than they ever have at any point of their careers.
That's right. And on the start list, our winner was the only one that had run under 450 before. Standish, who finished close up, she had run a 450. So everyone else has done some great times, and they can put that down to our leader taking it out strongly from the beginning. So yeah, some good personal best there by all of the girls in this race, and that's what they come here for, not only to race for their school and try and win a team's prize, but to get some personal best performances, which many of them have.
Update you with regards to the para shot put events. I can tell you that Shannon Murphy has just held on, despite a very good effort from Charlie Gardner Hall. Shannon with her fifth put to 8 metres 77. Charlie responded though. She went to her best, matched with an 8.67. So it is Shannon Murphy who wins that. On the men's side of it, as Brian Wilson's first throw was good enough to get the job done, but a really good series of throws by Brian. Just the three I should say, over the 8 metre mark. And Kaylin Harris as well was pretty steady with all of his throws, just the one underneath the 7 metre mark. So Brian with the win over Kaylin. And I can tell you as well that we are underway in the women's high jump with Hannah Hickson, Jordan Valluin, Juno Island, Oliver Norris Spring, Paige Harwood and Kanya Lagerwell all having cleared metre 55. Gemma Smith has also gone over that particular height as well. And we're just getting underway with our first lot of athletes in the women's javelin. And now we're getting ready for the second of our 1500 metre secondary school events. It is the Dick Quacks 1500 metres for boys, brought to you by BDC Group. Tony Roger again to call this one through for you.
Thanks, Nigel. Yes, of course, these two school events are named after long-standing Waikato athletes. Dick Quacks, of course, the late Dick Quacks, started his athletics career out of Tokoroa. He was around when this trophy was first introduced. And just going back to the girls' race, the Diane Roger BCD group, looks like Otamoto College with a score of 13 points will be the top school team in that event. And the boys, we don't have a lot of the schools with 3 athletes, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here. I'm expecting some strong performances from our youngsters from Hamilton Boys High, the Sterling brothers. They're definitely one of two of the top ranked, the twins. They've been performing over cross-country, road and track. So on the outside there we've got young one of our para athletes. That's from Te Awamutu. That's Daniel Kitts. He's a T37 class athlete. Next to him is Quadro Arjol Ba from Hillcrest High. Hillcrest do have a good group of runners in here. So they're setting a really good clip down in the first 100 metres, so that's stretching this field out. A field of 21, not quite as many as the girls, but a bit of bunching going on as they come onto the bend, but the leading group has definitely set the pace.
Looks like it's Max leading Jack as the
Yep.
Sterlings lead them on a merry dance.
Yes, and the dark colours of Hamilton boys, they're definitely cleared out the two twins. They're clocking through in 64, so they've got personal bests of just over 4 minutes, so they're wanting to run 64s all the way. That will give them a pretty good time of around 4 minutes flat. Not much between the two of them as they go down after the first 500 metres. As we look at them coming around to the home straight, I'm sure Mum and Dad will know which is Max and which is Jack, but we'll try and pick that up, and it looks like it's Jack that's leading this time through, 3:57 from Max Sterling.
So Max is wearing the orange shoes and Jack is wearing the white.
Well done.
There we go.
They go through with 2 to go and 1:54. And Hamilton boys looks like they're doing well here because Daniel Mumby is a Hamilton boys athlete. He's in the race as well, and there's a few schools only with 3 athletes, so they go through with around 2:13, 2:14. They've dropped the pace a little bit, but there's 4 athletes making a clear mark in this race now. We'll try and pick up who's I think it's Finn Malloy out of Auckland in 3rd with Liam Bosch from Hillcrest High in 4th spot. The Sterling boys are keeping a look behind them. So Malloy's trailing them closely. 3:04, so they're close to running personal best. Best time I think is just over 4 for both the Sterling boys as they hit the 1200 mark in 3:19. They're both stretching it out now. So if I was a good tactician, I'd be picking Max to come through because he's sat on his brother's shoulder the whole time, but we'll see what happens in the home straight. And Finn Malloy out of Auckland City hasn't gone away from them yet either. A great tussle to the finish, and looks like Jack's just going to hold out Max. Very close. And then it's Malloy coming through for 3rd. And I believe Liam Bosch. I think Finn Birch will be in there. So we'll get those official times, but it looks like those boys are just outside their personal best, running 4:06. So that wind's crept up a little bit down the back straight. I'm thinking Nigel, for these 1500 metre runners, which is not what they want really, because they've got to run into the wind 4 times.
I was just wondering whether Max actually could have passed his brother if he didn't start. Looked like he was giggling as he came round the turn. It was quite interesting just coming into the bend there. But, gee, again, wonderful young runners. And, again, as we look at the results coming through, Tony, what stands out? Positions 3 through to 10 so far. Make that 11. Again, all of them running faster than they ever had. So, again, just that importance of competition for these particular athletes.
Yeah, and there's opportunities for our top juniors to race here, and some of them have chosen to compete in this, whereas others will compete in the New Zealand under-20s, and it's like Daniel Kitts, our para-athlete, just crossing the line there, and that will be a pretty good time for him, I think. I know he ran just around 6 minutes for the mile, so just look what his personal best 1500 is.
Yeah, it's going to be very close, because I was just keeping an eye on, again, he's been dragged through really quickly. They've got, I think it was Aban Sufi who was coming through. So he's run 15 minutes 13.48 is Daniel. It's pretty good again, able just to latch on to a runner and just stuck with him really nicely. So good performances there. You see Sterling's 1 and 2. Daniel Murphy in 10th, and you kind of sense that that's probably going to be enough for them to wrap up the teams event.
Yeah, I think Daniel Mumby with the 2 Sterling twins, it gives them a point score of 13, which is exactly the same score that the girls had for the winning team in the girls' race, where we had Otamoto College take that out. So wins to Otamoto College in the Diane Roger Secondary School Girls 1500 teams race, and Hamilton Boys in the Dick Quacks BCD Group Secondary School Boys Race.
I can tell you that at the women's high jump, brought to you by Whakatane Organics, the bar has just gone up to 1 metre 65. They've also completed the first round of throws in the women's javelin. And it's Millerberg of Te Aroha leading that particular event with a throw of 38.75. Grace Blanchett with 31.49. Hannah Corns, personal best of 30.52. That's your top 3 in that one at the moment. There's a nice clearance over 1 metre 65. It's nice work by Hannah Hickson. Brianna Stevenson, one of our leading heptathletes, as you heard Tony say earlier in our commentary. She's competing in this particular event. We've got some hurdling action that'll be taking place. Nice little mixture as well. The men's javelin, it's underway. So Ben Langton-Bonnell, he's out doing some throwing as well. As I said, one of the real interesting names for me in that one was seeing the name Mason Farquhar at the bottom of the list.
Yes, well, he's listed here as Taronga, but we know he's Stuart Farquhar's young son, and throwing particularly well at secondary school level, so good to see him here.
So we've got on the track the Lodge Real Estate under 16 80 metre girls hurdles. They're just getting themselves all set. We go to the women's high jump, and that's Mia Diego. Makes that look very, very easy.
Very good jump, wasn't it?
It's their first jump as well, coming in at 1 metre 65. So the real heavy hitters, in particular Imogen Skelton, she's passed all the way through to due to come in at around 1 metre 79. The bar currently sitting at the moment at 165. As we get ready for that, there's plenty of action. There's a great throw in the javelin just in front of our the corner of my eye. Sorry, I caught that. Being dead set launched. It's a good throw. The high jump. frustration there for our latest athlete. I think there might have been Naomi Waite. Just confirm that for you. Yes, it was. It was her first attempt at 165. Just confirm that. So here's Paige Harwood. Just it was Dobotis with the 68-20. It's a decent old throw that's been launched. So the javelin athletes have come and are ready to party. So back to the under 16 girls. Getting ready for this first heat. Amika Joubert on the inside. Lacey Patuki in lane number 4. Jimmy Cavell is in lane 5. Shani Peasley in 6. And Elrise Marie is in lane number 7. See the javelin being run concurrently, men and women. Officials just going through and checking.
So of course New Zealand has living here in the Waikato, women's top javelin thrower, and Tori Morby, or Tori Peters as many of us know her, out there at Cambridge. She did go to the solar power throws meet in the capital, where she got the opportunity to simulate a qualifying on a Friday and a final on a Sunday, which she doesn't get a chance to do very often or at all in New Zealand, that kind of situation, which is what our top athletes are faced with when they go to world events, Nigel. So no Tori here today, but she's making good progress from what we saw a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, it's another one of the great events down there, isn't it? Shaka Solo does a great job with his throwing academies. It doesn't matter whether it's an orb or a sphere. He's quite happy to have you there.
It's a good festival of throwing. There's no doubt about it. Over that couple of days, they do a couple of events on the Friday night to spread the load, and then we followed that with the Team Leisure Harcourt's Capital Classic on the Sunday, of which many of the throwers came in through if their event was on as well.
So as we work through the first round of the men's javelin, I can tell you that Alex Wood leads with a throw of 69.97. Dobotis 68.2. Lakona Gurega of Papua New Guinea is currently in third, 63.97. And Ben Langton Bonnell winding back the clock. He's currently in fourth spot, 63.33. This is Otis Neely, young man out of North Harbour Bays. So Mason Farquhar, mentioned him before, 15 years of age, opens with a 45.32. Good field for the men's javelin. Antoine Smale is in there. We know he can get the javelin out there as well. Bradley Bidwar, another one who can throw it north of 60. So it should be a good old event. You see our women now preparing, having gone through the first rotation for the men. And it's Bianca Lagerwal with a miss there. So we go back to the women's javelin throw. And this is throw of Hannah Corns. It was first throw of 30.52, which was a personal best for Hannah. Who had a Just a wee injury niggle to start the season. It's good to see her back and throwing. That's a nice clearance. It's nice work. It's Jordan Viljoen, New Zealand Secondary School representative.
So if we go back to the javelin, Nigel, Alex Wood is listed as a former Waikato athlete. Now looks like he's from Christchurch, training down there. Set his personal best of 73 here at the Porritt Classic 8 years ago in 2018. He's thrown 71 at the Graham Douglas meet last week, so good to see him back. He looks like he had a bit of a hiatus of javelin throwing for about 5 years, so yeah.
Well, he's got a reasonable breeze that is helping these javelin throwers. It's coming in from that end, and it's a throw by Veronique Cool of Pakuranga. And it's on the verge of Te Aroha, leading at the moment. She's about 7 metres on the chasing pack. And Veronique Cool moves actually into second place, just by 1 centimetre ahead of Hannah Corns, throws at 30.53. Here is Grace Blanchette. Grace with a 31.49 to start. As we go back to the women's high jump. And Hannah Hickson, as the bar is now up at 1 metre 90. 1 metre 70, I should say. Juno Island, Olivia Springer, Norris Spring I should say, Bianca Lagerwall and Gemma Smith, they have all missed at 1.65 metre, so they are out. Imogen Skelton will come in, as I say, when the bar gets at 1.79 metre. Back to Jordan Viljoen. So she got 165 on her final attempt. She has jumped as high as 1.75 metre, has Jordan, 16 years of age. Well, just a little shake of the head there. She was overly happy with that one. Go back now and get set for our Lodge Real Estate under 16 girls 80 metre hurdles. That's Joubert, Patuki, Cavell, Peasley and Marie. We go to Mediaga. Again, very comfortable. Very good game face on her, does Mia Diego.
She does just look very serious, yeah, I thought, wasn't she?
Yeah, wouldn't want to play poker with that young lady. You're not going to win anything. Keeps her cards very, very well displayed. This is a good little start here by Lacey Pataku, who's come through. That gentleman there in our way, getting the shots. I think that could be Dad, actually, the way he's filming that one. So Patuki comes through. And we'll get a reading on what that time was by those athletes. A good race to get things underway over the hurdles, and it was a best for Lacey Patuki. 12.48. Gemma Cavell as well. 12.56. Shana Peasley. 13.14. Almike Joubert with 13.25, and Elrise Marie out of Wanganui with 13.24. All of them, that's the best times that they've ever posted, so well done to them. I suppose that's a good throw by Ben Langton Bennell. We have to refer to him now as is he still the Komatua of javelin throwing now that Stuart Farquhar has stepped aside, maybe?
I would think he would like to claim that anyway, yep. I saw that Cam Robinson, another good javelin thrower, out of the Wellington region, came out and had a good throw at the Shaka Solar Throws meet too. So he's probably a little bit younger than Ben Langton-Burrell. I need to check that age, but yeah, good to see he's come back and having a few throws.
Ben now's got runs a bit of a business out of Cambridge last time I heard, doing a few things in sort of the advertising PR space. Very good on the social media side of things and content creation. Very creative individual at the best of times was Ben.
Yeah. Just going back to the women's high jump there, Nigel, we've got, you talked about Mia Diaga having a fairly serious face on. Of course, she's the National School Senior Champion, but these two young ladies that are in this competition, Jordan Viljoen and Juno Ireland, Jordan Viljoen is a Junior Schools Champion actually, jumped higher than Mia in Hastings. So obviously different days, different conditions, but yeah, so some good competition amongst these young girls in this event. And of course you've got Naomi Waite, who went to the World Juniors 2 years ago, and then the number one here, of course, Imogen Skelton, who is looking for possibly a new PB today if she can get the conditions right.
Well, that clearance there over 1.70 metre by Hannah Hickson moves her up into second place behind Mia Diaga, who's cleared her first two. Without a miss, Hickson just missing once at 1.70 metre. Here is Jordan Viljoen. This is her second attempt at 1.90 metre. She got 1.65 on the third go. I think she'll... No, there wasn't a lot in that one there. And there's another miss. Just sort of floating up a touch. Reasonable distance. A visitor from Papua New Guinea. Lakona Bereja. So just great to have that nice international flavour for these events. You see the flags actually laid out right by the main straight. You can see there Fiji, Samoa, New Zealand, Canada, India, Tonga, South Africa, Germany, and the Cook Islands all represented.
And it's really good to see some of our Oceania athletes being able to come across here and compete during our summer. It adds that extra dimension for our athletes who haven't always sighted these athletes and haven't competed against them often, so just makes that little bit extra edge in the competition.
It's Paige Harwood, that's a second miss at 1.70 for Paige. I can tell you Naomi Waite did clear at 1.70 metre at her second attempt, so she's now currently sitting in second spot. She missed at 1.65 and at 1.70, but got both those heights on their second attempt, so she sits third. Diaga leads, Hickson second, Waite third. Brianna Stevenson's had just the one miss at 1.70 metre. Brianna were to clear and she's next on the runway. She would leapfrog up. To the men's javelin. This is Bradley Bidwell. That's a nice good throw. Brianna Stevenson with a miss again at 1.70 metre. So Brianna leading decathlete. Sorry, heptathlete, excuse me. So Brianna be the sort of person, though, if they said, do you want to do a decathlete, she'd go, yep, sign me up.
I reckon she would give it a go as
she
well.
Absolutely, you know she would. She'd be there with bells on. She'd love the thought of that.
And coming out of the Hastings region, she's probably done a bit of pole vault in a time, so she'd handle that.
Well, that was a miss for Paige Harwood, so her afternoon comes to an end with the leap of 1.65, her best. Now, Jordan Viljoen has actually passed at 1.70 metre. So, there is Brianna Stevenson. She is next up. She's got one final attempt at 1.70 m. Might see her later on as well in the 200 possibly. She wants a bit of help from some of the fans there. Better multi-eventers. Just not there today for Brianna. So she'll bow out as well. So it means that Imogen Skelton still left to come in. She's still got a couple of more heights before she appears. At the moment it's here to Jager as we go back to the next lot of 100 metres. Nicely through the middle. This is a really good little bat. That's where Jordan Villuin went to. She went from the high jump to the hurdles and she's won that.
And now you know why she was
That's why she had to pass.
Yeah, very, very capable looking young athlete, isn't she? Another almost in the same cut as Mia Diaga, isn't it? It's just a year or two younger, that's all.
So, Milke Joubert was second, Evelyn Mason third, Juno Island, who again also, Juno Island had just finished competing in the high jump as well, so
some heptathletes of the future here, I think.
well, that's the thing, isn't it? That drags a lot of people into the club at the first place. They might do the likes of a athletics day at school, and you just want to do everything. And I know you wanted to do everything because it meant that you could get out of class. And so the more you could do, it was like, no, sorry, I can't. I've got my 100, my 200, but now I've got to go do my field events. And it's kind of like, sorry, I'm just going to have to give physics a miss today. Very sorry, but on you go. So, but that's how you get into it. And so it's nice having all those different ways. And some people then want to specialise in something, don't they, Tony? But there are others.
I can see why you made your way down to Cook's Garden a few times in Wanganui, eh?
It's really fun. I joke when I still joke about doing one because it's one of those things. The older I get, I would still like to have a crack at a decathlon because I know there's pretty much most things I can do, bar the pole vault. I think I can do everything else. I know I can throw. I can do all the other stuff. I can run. My high jump technique is awful, but I'd give it a crack. I reckon that would be a fun couple of days or a day. I'd do it all in one day just for a hoot. I reckon that'd be an absolute blast.
So that was Hickson there, 173, which would equal her personal best, I think. She had a good meet down at the Capital Classic. She finished third in 3 events. Good young athlete on the rise as well, and another possibility for a heptathlete of the future.
Here we go as we go. Split screen mode to make sure we get Mia Diaga as we get ready for the first of our heats in the women's 100 high hurdles, presented by Lodge Real Estate.
Good.
She's jumping really well today. She's made that all look very easy. She clears 1.73 m. Just everything's nice. She seems to have really nice rhythm in the run up. Great explosion up and over the bar. That could be quite an interesting wee battle if she keeps going like that. Well, this is an event where she goes pretty well out, Tony.
Yeah, it is. And she's got a clean sheet at the moment as well. So she's had 3 jumps and she's up to 176 with a clean sheet.
Now go to Naomi Waite. That's a good clearance as well by Naomi.
Good to see her coming back. She went off to World Juniors and suffered a bit of an injury in the build-up and didn't perform as well as I know she would have liked, and pretty well had most of last season off, but good to see her back and jumping well now. So she'll be really happy with the 173. That's her best for a while.
So we've got the women's 100-metre hurdles coming up as well. That's a good wee field too, with Jetta McKenzie, Lauren Barrett-Hamilton, Celine Pern, Sandra McDonald, India Nash, Grace Wisniewski, all competing. Back over to the javelin, waiting. Getting everything all set. Here comes down. We look down at the hand there. Here we are, there's our field. That last throw was by Hannah Corns, and it was actually called as a foul. We'll get back and get ready. So here is Jordan Viljoen, just one up. 100 high hurdles, passed, and now back to the high jump. Just not there for Jordan. So here we are, just watching the athletes, just getting themselves set for the 100 hurdles, brought to you by Lodge Real Estate. Celine Pern, lane 4 from Waitakere. Sandra McDonald, lane 5 as well, and with the Hamilton Hawks. We go to Hickson. This is at 173. The upper part of the body over, just caught it with the lower. So she'll get one more crack at it. See, our athlete's just waiting. That's due to go in a little bit of time, so we are running ahead of schedule just at the moment. Go back to the javelin, that's Stephen Thorpe. Foul that one out. Moment it's still Alex Wood with his first throw of 69.97, leading the men's competition. Over on the women's side of things, it is Anna Burge with her first throw of 38.75 from Grace Blanchett, Veronique Cool, Hannah Corns and Lauren Barrett Hamilton. And as we go back now to women's high jump, brought to you by Whakatane Organics. And last opportunity here for Hannah Hickson at 173. Oh, nice. A little smile there, and so she should. She's made that look very easy and almost a look of resignation on her face, as if like, why couldn't I just do that the first 2 times? Make my day so much easier for myself. That's a nice clearance. She advances, so Diego, Waite and Hickson have all cleared 173. We're still waiting for Imogen Skelton to come in. She is listed to come in with the bar at 179. The bar will now go up to 176. Let's go now here to this 100 metres women's hurdles. Jenna McKenzie in 2. Barrett Hamilton in 3. And just completed in the high jump. Celine Pern 4, McDonald 5, Nash 6. Wisniewski is in 7. That's a good start by Pern in lane number 4. McDonald's trying to go with her, but Celine Pern, she's so good at this, so smooth and so slick. That's gorgeous hurdling. That is so... It's really hard to do that, but Celine Pern's made that just look like an absolute doddle on a Saturday afternoon. Great rhythm, great stride in between each flight of hurdles. And she's absolutely walloped them. And she's gone.
A personal best there coming in, Nigel, so that's great to see. And she didn't have her rival, Brianna Stevenson, there in front of her like she's had through a couple of the other races this season.
I'll tell you what, she'll be going straight over to Brianna and say, right, I need you, because this is what I've just done. Season's best as well for Grace Wisniewski, so that's good as well. So some good hurdling there, but my goodness, Celine Pern, that was just delightful. Just never broke as well. The stride gap between each flight, just absolutely flawless. Right, back we go now to the women's high jump. And Hickson, having cleared 173. He's first to have a go at 176. As Diego warms up in the background. Again, just not getting the upper body over. When you look at that third jump that we just saw over 173, and you just thought, okay, there's clearance, there's more than enough to be able to make 176, but that's the trick of this jumping game. Just trying to get that consistency. This lady here so far today has been very good. This is her first attempt at 176 for Mariaga. Set. Adjustment of the top knot. Oh, it's the little clip there. Just see the grimace of the face. And she was pretty much all over that. It looked as though maybe just was it the trailing leg, possibly, Tony? Just.
Yeah, I think so. And while we've been watching the high jump, we have had the presentations for the Diane Roger BCD Group Schools race, and now we're having the one for the boys, and we can see the Hamilton Boys High School trio taking the prize there with the trophy, the Dick Quacks trophy for the BCD Group Secondary Schools 1500 teams race. And I'm reminded that Dick Quacks is a Hamilton High School old boy, and then he started his running at Hamilton Hawks before he moved to Tokoroa in his later years as a youth. So yeah, good to have that memory of the late Dick Quacks here by running this secondary schools event, and it's being taken out by his old school Hamilton Boys High.
I just wanted to check are we sure that Daniel Mumby's last name is Mumby, because he bore a remarkable resemblance to the Sterling brothers, to the point where he could be classed as a Sterling. It could actually be Sterling triplets as opposed to just the twins. Jack and Max, but Daniel Mumby looking very, very...
You're very observant as you look at them on the podium, Nigel, but yeah, it's probably the Hamilton Boys High singlets makes them all look like triplets. They're all about the same size, aren't they?
Well, they ran beautifully, did the Sterling twins, and Daniel Mumby did his job, and it is a team event. They'll look and they'll go, yep, he finished 10th, but he did the job, he got the points. Every point counts as we go back to Hickson with her second attempt at 176. Waite and Diago both missing at that height. That's a better effort. It's like she seems to grow, sort of clatters the first one, good attempt on the second, and then we'll see if she sticks to what she did over 173, where she was able to clean it quite beautifully.
So while we've just been talking about 1500s for young athletes, on the grapevine I've heard that we have another sub 4 minute miler in New Zealand, and that's Elliot Pugh apparently run a sub 4 minute mile. Well, that's unofficial. I've just heard a little whisper. We'll see if we can get confirmation of that in a time shortly.
Is that stateside?
I believe he's done that in the States, Nigel, yep. So another one of the Tauranga young lads. His sister's running here this afternoon.
Just so rich at the moment in talent across a lot of spheres. It's a really good time for track and field in New Zealand. Across the age groups, I mean, you're looking at some of the really good young talent coming through at the moment. Diago missing there. Again, it looked as though she sort of had that one. Just couldn't quite get the arch over the bar. Set now for the men's long jump. Shane Veach. Keep an eye and see whether he is competing, as Tony mentioned, just a little niggle, nothing major, down at the Capital Classic. Ran 10.58. There is a really good throw in the javelin. Here is Naomi Waite. Misses again at 176. Well, one of these ladies needs to clear 176, otherwise all Imogen Skelton is going to need to do is clear 179 and she wins. Saying that last javelin throw was a really good throw. I think it was Alex Wood again, possibly, whose current series of throws is 69.97, 68.33 and 68.89. And he's got a 3 centimetre lead over Dobotis, who's gone 68.20, 69.54 and 69.94.
Very consistent throwing by both those young men, isn't it, in this event so far? So, yeah, Wood has the edge.
It's Connor Brown out of Tauranga. Go back. Here is Hickson's last attempt. Once again, and she looks and she knows she'd done all the work, just caught that one again.
It's not far away for her, a 176 jump, I wouldn't think. So it's good to see.
We're just about at the point of the halfway point, by the way, of that men's javelin competition. Antoine Smale is the next one on the runway, and then they will top 8. Smale's managed to launch one. Now Mia Diaga says, hey team, I need some help. You've done it for me before here at the Porritt Classic. Do it for me again. 176. Oh, and she was well over there. Yeah. Oh, she will look back at that, I think, Tony, and be a little frustrated, would she not?
Maybe just a little relaxed on the last phase of the jump, for sure. And that's, but yeah, good attempt and some good jumping here by these girls. A good competition. So now it leaves it for Waite has an opportunity to take the lead for now. That's for sure.
Yeah, but then we've got Imogen Skelton listed. And that was another good one, and I don't think you need to be the greatest lip reader in the world to know that she knew how close that one was. So misses at 176 for Diaga, Watt and Hickson. Diaga, on the fact that she'd had no misses prior to that height, will currently be first. Waite is in second, Hickson third. Now Imogen Skelton will come in. We've now got the halfway point of the women's and men's javelin throw. I can tell you at the halfway point it's still on the verge of Te Aroha, leading with 38.75 metres. In the men's competition, it is still Alex Wood just from Dobotis. That's a really good comp over there. And Lakona Grierega of Papua New Guinea is currently in third spot at the moment. As we head back to our 100 metres events, it's the two athletes to get things underway. It's Nathan Harrison and Tristan Breen, and it's Breen that's going to canter through quite nicely. Harrison, though, with a good run. Just the breeze just a little bit into their faces, not much though. There is Imogen Skelton. Trying to activate all the different body parts that they're looking for. Action underway as well on the far side in the men's long jump, so we've got plenty to keep an eye on, but at the moment it's the women's high jump, Katane Organics. Skelton, first attempt, 179. Just a little bit of a clip there, just a little bit of a nervy moment. Love to have just laced that one and put this thing to bed.
Absolutely, and the tough thing, of course, for a competitor like Skelton is the competition's been going for just about an hour, and she's just coming in, so she's kind of has to refocus and get warm, as you said, activate everything again. So it's not easy just coming in after sitting around waiting for the other competitors for an hour. And of course, this is part of the issue that some of our elite athletes have in events like high jump and pole vault.
She's going to have to quickly reload and go again. It's because she is the only athlete. Now she just needs to set a mark, so just needs to clear this once and she wins. Now, of course, if she were to have 3 misfires, I would hand the title to Mia de Jager in the countback system. Skelton 179, second attempt. And there it is, with plenty to spare. Now she'll have a quick chat. So can I have the bar set at this? She's done that nicely. No smile yet. This is an athlete that has jumped to 187. She did that very nicely. So at the moment, just in the break in the javelin, they just, having had their first 3 throws, they will cull any fields that need to be culled down to 8, and they will throw in reverse order, lowest distance to highest for the final 3 rounds. As we head over now to the men's men's long jump, excuse me, which is underway. At the moment it's being led by Kalan Paranihi, 6.41 metres. Nea Su, we just saw, of course all eyes will be on Shay Veach. Here's an opportunity to, there you go, man who's jumped over 8 metres. Here is Hemi Peachy. Nicely on the board, good extension through. Flag goes up from our officials. Nice work from the 17-year-old. 640 is his best, that's great English, best jump. And as we go back now to the women's high jump, that bar we believe has gone up to 183. Just confirm that for you, and it is 183. So down on the main straight in front of us, we've got all our officials who are out, just repositioning the height of the hurdles. What has turned out to be a very pleasant day. A bit more of a breeze that's lifted. That the woman's shot put is not far away from getting underway. And that's where we'll find Brianna Stevenson at the moment as well. So there's a lot going on. Carmen Elizabeth Maritz that actually leads after the first round with 13.64. Stevenson with 12.18 metres. And Lilia J. Saifiti out of Waitakere in third. A lovely look there at the weather. And here is Lilia J. One has been fouled off by our athlete, 18-year-old from Waitakere. Another one of our New Zealand age group representatives there. It's Carmen Elizabeth Maritz. Just over the side of the track there. You can see Brianna Stevenson with coach just working through everything. She gets ready for her second jump. We're not far away from firing up as we see William Stedman in the long jump. And there is Porritt with her second attempt, leading at the moment. There's Stevenson coming back across, and she'll be throwing shortly. Women's javelin back underway as well. It's all go, as we say, all go at a event like this. Sit and wait at the moment as Stevenson will take her time, seasoned athlete, knows how long she's got on the clock. It's a good previous put as well by Porritt, who's now 13 metres 71. There's Brianna Stevenson, of course, when she's competing, the distance equates to points in a heptathlon. Goes split screen, Skelton. That was a good leap. Stevenson is contemplating. I almost wondered if she was about to step over there and go, don't bother measuring it. So it's Stevenson. Her first put was 12:18. We get back over to the men's long jump. Here's Matt Walsh. Take you back to the women's high jump. Imogen Skelton said she's already won it when she cleared 1 metre 97. The bar has gone to 183. So there's our shot put. We've got confirmation as well coming in from what you heard Tony Rogers say before. Elliot Pugh, of course, who's at Providence at the moment. He's gone a sub 4 minute mile. He's actually done it quite nicely. 3:59.6. So another New Zealander dips under the magic mark. I can tell you right now that's put a very, very satisfied grin on the face of a gentleman sitting right beside me who might know a thing or two about running miles at pace. Very pleasing. Always nice to have members in the club, Tony Roger.
Oh, absolutely, and I won't confirm it, but I'm pretty sure it's the same track where young Sam Ruth ran a couple of weeks ago at BU. I'm assuming it's the same Boston University indoor track. So yeah, great run by Elliot Pugh out of Tauranga, of course. Another one that's been in the Craig Kirkwood stable. He's now at Providence University. So good to see New Zealand middle distance running continues the legacy.
Well, the other great thing I like at the moment, Tony, is the way that our New Zealand athletes are being able to get engaged in that NCAA system over there in the United States to not only get a great education, but also as well get wonderful opportunities like this. It's going to be it's a wonderful portal, and I think New Zealand is very much now being seen as a nice little place to get some students to bolster track and field teams over their stateside.
So we just saw the 110 hurdles for under 18 and a combined under 18 under 20 race there. So on the inside on lane 3 was Ty Gonzalez. He's under 20, so his hurdle height was a little bit higher. So the under 18s, but they both ran 110 metres.
We are over at the men's long jump pit once again. Just a little delay we're getting with regards to some of our Data coming through. That was Kalaine Paranihi of Auckland, who's currently sitting second at the moment with 6:51. Doesn't appear as though Shea Veach has opted to enter this particular event this time.
So should we spot it? Well, that hurdle was going, but Imogen Skelton did clear 183.
Nice. So that would then put the bar up. It should go to 186, maybe. Or does she
187. They went up in 3 centimetres, and then she's gone up in 4. So because she's the final athlete in the competition, she can choose the height. So it'll be interesting to see what she does choose.
What's the personal best? It's around the 187, 186 mark. Correct me if I'm wrong, please, good sir. You're the man with the stats at the fingertips.
I'm thinking it's 188, but I'm not sure why I'm saying that or whether that's what.
Yeah, no, we're getting the thumbs up from. We've been overruled by the director. Ben pulling rank on us here. There we go. So we're getting everything. Oh, it's coming through from the camera crew down there. We are well served, ladies and gentlemen. So glad that you are with us, watching this live stream of the Porritt Classic. So 1984 Olympian Tony Roger providing expert analysis. My name's Nigel Yolen. Tony will also take you through those 3,000 metre events that'll close out what's been a great day. To 188 it goes for Imogen Skelton. And cleared 183. Now she's trying to find an extra 5 centimetres. Go to Zahn Bowden. Zahn currently with 2 fouls. That one's going to count. That's his 3rd jump for Zahn. New Zealand secondary school athlete. So that'll get him on the board, which is good. Plenty going on at the moment over in the men's javelin. It's still Alex Wood who leads just from Doe Botus. Ben Langton Bonnell's found another 90 centimetres to tack onto his best, so he's now at 64.20. So he's jumped up into 3rd spot ahead of Lakona Garega of Papua New Guinea. It's a great little battle. We see Tamahewa Repa, another one who's had no jumps. You just see the last of Garega from PNG. He's now trying to chase down Ben Langton Bonnell. So great little battles for the 3rd spot, the battle for 1st and 2nd.
And just a little bit of info on the high jump. So Imogen Skelton does 188. That'll put her in the top 8 all time in New Zealand, equal with Tracy Phillips, who's a athlete who spent a fair bit of time in the Waikato.
Well, Mum still resides.
Yes, Mum's still here.
And I went to school with Tracy's brother, same age. At one point, we were referenced as twins. They thought that we looked the same. Wonderful family, great family. Yep. Tracy, awesome human being, great athlete as well. They're just a wonderful family, the Phillips family.
And we saw her down at the Cook's Classic. She was there as a spectator, and it was always good to see Tracy. But yeah, 188 will be a personal best for Imogen Skelton if she can clear it, and that'll put her on the top of the rankings, of course. Gets her closer towards the Commonwealth Games mark of 192, which would top the New Zealand all-times if she got a 192 with Tania Murray, who, of course, medalled in the 1990 Commonwealth Games.
Well, that is the thing. Everyone remembers Tania won gold. People forget that Tracy
won
bronze.
Correct.
Remember that.
Yep.
You could find it on a bottle top somewhere or be very useful information in a quiz. So just store that one to the back of your mind. Educated at Wanganui High School. Just saying. Shout out my alma mater. No Botus at the moment. Can't track down Alex Wood. So Wood's still leading at the moment. He's about to have his 4th throw of the men's javelin competition, which is getting really spicy at the moment. So we now head to the men's 110 metre hurdles. There's the long jump. There's the 3 in here. Nathan Brown, Joseph Dunn and Tom Maloney. And times, just one underneath 15 seconds, but all within about 0.2 of a second of each other, so that could be quite interesting. Here's Skelton, 188. You heard the stats before from Tony Roger. Oh, that was a very good effort. Game face stays on. Another one with a good poker face. She'll feel good for the most part. Tick down, coming up. 5-5. Brown is in 5. Dunn 4. Maloney 7. Just the 3 athletes. 110 high hurdles. By Lodge Real Estate. Skelton gets some coaching as our athletes head away. Brown making a good start. Pretty even as they go over. This is actually really good hurdling. They're pretty much close. Oh, a little bit of a stumble there. Just lost some momentum. Oh, it's a shame for Maloney. And coming through, clean of the lot was Joseph Dunn. Oh, well, that was so even, and Maloney will be frustrated with himself because I thought it just started to edge on the outside lane, but Dunn hits home Brown and Maloney. It's been a very good competition there. Wood's 4th throw, by the way, in the javelin is 66.2, so he still leads by just 3 centimetres. Revert back to the women's competition. It's still Burge, Blanchett and Call. Corns and then Barrett Hamilton. And you see Grace Blanchett out of Tauranga. Best so far has been a 31 metre 49 effort. Happy with that one as it just sort of dips down. Looking to drive through the point, as they like to say. They'll measure it for her though. See whether that one has got any merit to it. She's trying to improve by 7 metres to catch up to on a Burge. Comes in at 28.90. Here is Miller out of Te Araha Athletics, 18 years of age. He's thrown over 40 before. Just under 42 her best. Skelton getting ready for another crack at 188. But let's get this throw from Miller first. That one just gone. It's not quite coming out at the angle that they would like. Skelton now. Another crack at 188. First effort was really good. To the mark.
Oh, great effort.
Yes.
Very happy she is with that, isn't she, Nigel?
Well, she made it look easy.
Absolutely.
That looked gloriously smooth. Look at the smile, and she's off.
Yeah, well, Coach Mike Ritchie will be pretty happy with that, and he's been saying she's training well, so...
I can tell you, that didn't touch it. There's probably a little bit more in there. Whether she wants to go again today, I don't know, but that was simply delightful.
Well, the good thing is she's only had 5 jumps now, I think, which, if I'm correct, and so that's fantastic. She's got a chance to go... I would think she might have a crack at the 192, but who knows? She might just go for 190. 192, of course, being an auto qualifier for the Commonwealth Games. So we'll see what she chooses. She has that option. She's had 6 jumps, I should say. But still within the frame to have another 2 or 3 good attempts at something.
192 is quite a number. Quite a number. Wow, if she's feeling it, as you say, just the 6 jumps so far. Here's Stevenson. Shot put. Oh, frustration. That was really good, and she just couldn't hold the body weight behind the stop board. A little bit frustrating. She looks across the coach. She'd really sent that out quite nicely. 190 is the number. Just up a couple.
So, Nigel, I've got some more good news as we build into the men's 800 soon after the mixed 4x4 relays. Had it just passed through and picked up on the great social media network that we have, that we've got another sensational performance over 800 metres in the States at the same meeting. I'm assuming that young Elliot Pugh competed at, which was Thomas Cowan, has run 146.83, which moves him past James Harding. These two young men had great battles at school, who ran 146.86, I think it was, just last week to run a New Zealand indoor 800 metre record. So we were talking about the second generation, of course. So Harding was in the race and ran 147.09. So yeah, great effort, and congratulations to Thomas Cowan on a superb 800 metres at Boston University.
Just don't know where to look at the moment, do you, when it comes to New Zealand track and field? So good. Here's Bradley Bidwar. Jags nicely into the ground as well. It's a good arcing throw from Bradley. Well, I say it's a really good time to be involved in New Zealand track and field. It always has been, but just at the moment there just seems to be just a wonderful splurge of talent that has just come through and just continues to renew as well, which I think is the really, really exciting part. Antoine Smale is currently in 5th at the moment. His best has been 60.28. It's not a bad throw. He's throwing just under 63 as his best. This is getting a enjoyable meeting. Now Stevenson is back in the shot put circle as well, as we just keep an eye on this particular event. We'll just let you know out of the corner of our eye, our line of sight, how Brianna goes. There's Ben Langton Burnell getting ready to throw. Here's Imogen Skelton trying to go through the 190 barrier. Nice little psychological boost that would be. Just gone a PB, 188. Burnell's just launched another good one too. Here we go. Ooh. It just has a wee look, chats with a couple of people on, watching from the side. Young Wait giving a little bit of help there. Naomi Wait just with a couple of words. This is what I'm seeing, mate. What do you feel? Go back and have a chat with Coach. And by the way, you mentioned we saw her sort of scoot out of shot in an absolute pace. I can tell you, but it's her final throws. I can tell you it was a pretty decent bear hug that Coach got as well. Well chuffed. Gareka there, arcing outside the sector, so that will be a no throw by Lacona. He's trying to track down Langton Burnell, who's just gone and tacked another couple of centimetres on. Ben now just 3 short of 65 in 3rd spot. The battle really is between Botis and Wood. 3 centimetres between them. Go back across to the men's long jump. Zahn Bowden. Still Paranihi leading. Bowden 16 last time out. Here we go back to the men's. Botis. That's good. That's good. That's really good. That's going to be interesting. That'll be close. That's got to be close to 70. He's gone straight down the middle of the arc. That is going to be a number. As Botis gone to the top in his battle with Alex Wood. Has he gone plus 70? Because that did look significant. Yes, he has. 71 metres, 22 centimetres from Botis. Alex Wood, your answer, sir. He's looking very calm, unfazed by it all, as he strides to the back of his mark. He opened up 69.97. Back around you see Botus in the chat. What looks like it's Blessing Siffel, who's been doing the video work for him. Here's Wood. Oh, that's a good reply. It's a great reply.
It looks like it could be right out there, just beyond the one that we've just seen. He's definitely got plenty of air in it.
Well, the breeze has just freshened ever so slightly, and the javelin throwers will be going, yep, awesome. Give me some of that. Botus goes 71.22. While we wait for that, back to Skelton, going for 1.90 metre. Again, go back, have a chat with coach. 70 metres, 47 centimetres by Alex Wood. Go back, final throw in the women's javelin round starting. Hannah Corns. Yeah.
So it should be a pretty exciting last round for these two men and the men's javelin there. Not much splitting them at the moment, but and we've also got Langton Burrell, who's capable of going further, but I guess he's not in that form at the moment.
Yeah, but it's a good battle for third between he and Gurega of Papua New Guinea. So I tell you what, Hannah Corns has just saved her best for last. Remember how we said she opened up with the best she's ever thrown, which was previously 30 metres 15. She finishes with a 33.08. In front of the Corns family stand as well at the far end. Mama Bear and Papa Bear will be chuffed. We'll see Sister Caitlin coming out shortly as well to do some running a little bit later on. That will be a nice finish as we see Veronique Cool deliver a nice throw as well. That's actually put Hannah Corns up to second. As I said, she just had a wee injury niggle to start the season, which was a little bit frustrating, so she will be well pleased with that. Go back to that long jump, which is currently being led at the moment by Keelan Paraniki by 13 centimetres from Matt Walsh. Just saw leaping there. Back here's our last two competitors in the women's event. So it's Grace Blanchett, who's just seen second place snatched from her. So, see what happens there. I can tell you right now, Hannah Corns and Miller Berg have just thrown the biggest high five you would ever want to see. They are clearly, Hannah is pretty chuffed with that PB, as she should be. She's tacked on just on 3 metres, and she's going to hold on to second spot as well. Now, what has Miller Berg got to finish off with? She's throwing 38. She's just seen the boys launch one, and she got maybe a 40 in her. And these lovely throwing conditions, bit of a breeze coming off that right shoulder. Final throw for the 18-year-old from the Te Araha Athletics Club. Secondary school rep. Again, just not getting that one through the point. Just didn't really have that nice arc down and landing. But a good finish. A nice win. The javelin event's being sponsored by the Farquhar family. This was basically Stuart's home for Lord knows how long. Of course, a wonderful thrower. Again, another lineage that he's continued. Here's Skill. One last go. Oh, I thought she had that. I thought she had that. It's still a good day. She gets a nice big hug as well because it has been a good day. She goes with a personal best of 1 metre 88. 3 really good attempts at 1 metre 90 as well.
That was very close when you slow it down, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say, Coach will probably walk over, give her a hug, and then just very quietly go, Okay, you were that close. That's really all it was. Oh, goodness. We're jumping.
And I think when she watches that replay of a 188 clearance, she'll know that 190's there for sure.
I think she'd look at that and she'd probably go, heck, 192's there just about. It was such a gorgeous clearance. Nothing even skimmed the bar. She just flew over beautifully, and so good to see. We've seen some very good performances. And Imogen Skelton, that's another good wee confidence boost for her. Now, the debrief starts. It's been a good day. Let's just poke back to that men's javelin because we can confirm that Mona Burge has won the women's event. Throw of 38 metres. Hannah Corns with her last throw, 33, getting into second spot. And now we go to, it's a cracking battle. Here is Keegan Sharkey of Upper Hutt. He's on 53.63. His best, that was his fifth throw. Let's see if he can finish with. Nice one. I can tell you that Otis Neely did his final throw, his best of the day, 52.07 in eighth spot. So Bowden over in the men's long jump. Too much of the board. Red flag up straight away. Bradley Bidwar. His last throw was 58 metres, which is also his best. He's actually put together a really nice wee series, just steadily improving each throw. He got in here for the last one. He should arc down quite nicely. That'll be interesting. That might test the 60-metre mark. Could be in that realm. Currently battling with Antoine Smale for 5th and 6th. Anthony, I should say, with a 60.28. Let's see what Bradley comes up with there. Waiting for confirmation. 54.97. So won't improve on the 48. Well, Smale. Could Smale maybe reach into the bag and maybe find a little something extra? Yeah, probably in a similar sort of range, although it's a bit hard sometimes to get a gauge, as that one's more down that left-hand side. So 200 metre racing still to come. A couple of relays. Just getting ready for the grand finale. Some 800s and some 3,000 metres. It's been Langton Burnell. Waiting for Smale's final number to come up. It was 51.16, so his 60.28, which was his fourth row. That's good enough for fifth at the moment. Boudoir will be sixth. He is Langton Burnell, who's got himself up to third with 64.97. He can reach back. No, he's got it. Not training really as often as what he does. He's just come back into it. I say, running a very successful business at the moment. He speared that one nicely. Woo! That's very tidy.
I think he's produced what we said he might be capable of there.
That is very tidy. It was an absolute low scud, but it had the gorgeous arc to it. And that's a really good throw by Ben, whose previous best was the 64.97.
Of course, he's got a big PR well into the 70s. We'd have to look that up because he hasn't been throwing for a while. So, but yeah, that's going to be very, very close to
67.76. So that secures him in third spot for the moment and puts a lot of pressure on Lakona Goraga here of Papua New Guinea. And Lakona's best is just under 69 metres. It's good throwing condition. A little bit of a breeze coming over the right shoulder for these athletes. He's got great pace on the runway, his Lakona. Crosses up. Oh, that one's just flared a little bit. I don't know, just the way it sort of flared up, not driving through the tip of the nose. And I think he's frustrated, and he knows it. But it's just good. He's put in some really good efforts today, and it's just awesome having that wonderful international flavour in Papua New Guinea as our relay racing is getting underway.
So we've got 3 teams, Nigel. There's Hillcrest High on the inside in yellow. This is a mixed 4x4 relay. A New Zealand team in the next couple of lanes, and I'm just not sure whether they're New Zealand schools or New Zealand A, but we'll try and sort that out as we go. So they looks like they're full New Zealand teams running as, and the men are running first.
Some interesting names floating around, and as they come through, I can tell you right now that Botis is on the runway for his final throw of the men's javelin. And this is again one of the really neat innovations that come in at the international events is the mixed 4x100. I think it's a cracking concept. Now Botis currently has the lead with 71.22. The last throw was an absolute peach. So we go split screen here at the Porritt Classic, brought to you by the Hamilton City Council.
So I think that's Jordan Blake who's taken over in the 4x4 for one of the New Zealand teams.
Botis on the right, Blake on the left. What's Botis got to finish? Oh, a little bit of a kick, scuffed it. Pushing it over. So as they make their way around, it looks like Lex Revel-Lewis to me, it looks like. I could be wrong. So I can tell you that Botis fouled. Wood will have one last opportunity in the javelin. And it's Revel-Lewis. It's cantering along nicely. Over 400 metres. Now, Mia Diego is going to come in and run a leg here of this particular event. We're just keeping an eye on what's happening, and the handover as away goes Mia Diego, who's a very good athlete as well. You see this a lot. 4x100. Some athletes dread the call on the final day of a national championships. I remember Hamish Kerr got it once, or he was wandering past our commentary position, and Sarah Kelly just wanted to, where are you off to? He goes, I got the call, and she knew exactly what he meant. And he still ran out there and just glided around the track. This could be quite a run now. Alex Wood was just waiting for those athletes to go past. Diego, second in the women's high jump. Wood is on the runway, needs to find something big as we go split screen again. Can he reach back? Can he reach back? I don't know. I just don't know. I think that one, it might be around 70-ish, but he needs 71. I don't think that angle helps him. Thinking probably around 70, just a tad under. He doesn't seem to think it's the one, but we'll wait and see. It's been a great competition between he and Botis. Great battle. 67-62, so well short. Again, that angle that we're looking at, just throwing things off. But, gee, what a great competition. Botis had to really reach back, and he did. He found 71.22. Wood responded with 70.49. Ben Langton Bonnell saved his last one for the best. 67.76, 1, 2, 3. And let's not forget Lakona Godaga of Papua New Guinea. He had a good throw to get things underway. 63.97. So a good men's javelin competition. On the women's side, it was Milliberg out of Te Aroha, secondary school representative for New Zealand, winning with a throw of just over 68 metres. 38 metres, excuse me. Well, there's plenty going on at the moment. I'll just confirm as well what the final standings in the shot put were. It was Carmen Elizabeth Moritz with 14.43 defeating Brianna Stevenson. Who had good throws around the 12 metre mark. 12.18 was the best. And Lala J. Saifiti with her best throw was one of her last throws, 11 metres and 9. So that was her fourth throw, excuse me. So that was the women's shot put. Just confirm as well what's been going on over there in the men's long jump. As we have got just a couple more in our final round at the moment, and it is still Kaylin Paranihi leading with a 6.81. It's Benaya Sue currently in fourth spot with a 6.32. Effort. So this is our final round over there at the long jump. Opportunity now, some burgers there. That's from the St Peters, Cambridge area. And you see the long jump competitors. Stands at the moment. William Stedman, a 5 metre 43 effort for William. It's Mahi Wirepa as well, another one of our great para athletes. 3.81 his best today. Edward Nair with a 5.77. This is Matt Walsh, who's trying to close the gap. 6.62. Very consistent today, Matt. After fouling the first, he's gone 6.51, 6.60, 6.60, 6.62. He needs to go 6.81, though, to knock Paranihi off. Will he do so? Good supporting winds as well around the 1.5 to 2 metres per second. Just waiting to see any answers with another good consistent jump. That is 6.53. So Kaylin Paranihi on the runway. He just gets a swag run. He's got this one in the books. It's got a little something in him. He's jumped 7 metres before. It's really good conditions. There's a little breeze, gentle breeze in behind. Stops, has to go again. Turns around and settles. It's back to the top of his mark. Sets and goes. He is going to win this one, but can he bring a little something to finish? Oh, that looked good on the board. Gets the white flag from our officials. So that's another very good series of jumps by Kaylin Paranihi. 6.41 to open, then a foul, then he's gone 6.73, 6.51, 6.81, which will win the competition. And now just to finish the comp, let's see what he's got. Easily looks like it's over 6 and a bit. And it is exactly 6 metres, 66 centimetres for your winner. And that is Kaylin Paranihi. Matt Walsh second, and Porritt Nair out of Cook Islands. He comes in third spot with a 6 metre 37 run as we now turn our attention back to the track. And the 800 metres is about to get into their work. Got Daniel Harrison, Zach Meads, Henry Hyatt, Aidan Galley, Sam Stitchby, Justin Cunningham, Oliver Foley, Max Wilkinson, Christian Heldenhuis, Quinn Winwood, Mark Konaga, and Bryn Espen is not starting this one, the man out of Egmont. 12 athletes. Sitting and waiting to be released, as they say. And away they go. Of course, they'll run through the first 100 metres in their allocated lanes. When they hit the back straight, 300 metre mark, they can break their stagger. There you see it. Cross they come. And now they can settle down. And there will be some pacemaking that will be done in some of the other races.
From Palmerston North at the moment, setting a good pace out in front.
Loping along quite nicely.
Looks like his clubmate Justin Cunningham in second. And on the inside looks like Henry Hyatt. Another one of the second generation. His father represented New Zealand at the World Champs in 2007 over 1500.
So I think we should get used to seeing that Tauranga green a lot in the coming years. At the moment they're moving along quite nicely, Stitchbury, but there has been a little bit of a move. Looks like there might be Oliver Foley sort of trying to make his way through into second spot at the moment. There's the couple of Egmont runners trying to put themselves in position. So this is going to get interesting with 200 to go here, Tony.
Yeah, they're all heading under 2 minutes time, which a lot of them are wanting to do, that's for sure. So that's good time through 600, about 127.
Well, they got 150 to go, and it is a runner from Egmont who moves to the front. And it's actually Aidan Galley who's got there. Now here comes a good bit of a gallop from Justin Cunningham, trying to make him work for it. Gee, they're pushing each other, aren't they? These are going to be good times. They want to go sub 2, and a lot of them are going to do that. That's really good stuff, and I'd say the first 6 at least have gone underneath 2 minutes.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Gareth Hyatt will be proud of his young man there, running under 2 minutes, because I know that's something he's been aiming for a little while. Henry, well done, young man.
Aidan Galley has done excellently well. It's a season's best as well for Justin Cunningham in second spot. So it is a win for Taranaki over Manawatu. They'll take that any time they can. Oliver Foley's gone with a PB. Hyatt's gone with a PB as well. It's what happens.
Yeah, good conditions. It's not too windy out there. The flags have settled again. It's warm, so sets us up nicely for the next 800, and I believe we've got our national record holder James Preston lining up in this, his first race of the season. He's been struggling with a little bit of illness, but sounds like he's ready to go. They've asked for a pace around 50-51, I believe, and that'll be set by Adam Woods, I think it is. It's going to set the pace. So all excitement building here at the Porritt Classic for the men's 800.
Yeah, it's mind-numbing to me, and people who have listened to this broadcast before know that 800 metres record held by the great Peter Snell was just one of the all-time records. And I just remember waking up that morning and just absolutely stunned. Not stunned because James had broken it, because anyone who watches knows that he's had the talent and he's been in and around that particular mark, and he just keeps bashing away. But just the fact that it actually got broken, because it was just such a unicorn mark for such a long period of time, not only in New Zealand athletics, but just in New Zealand sport in general. And the stories around it as well, down there at Lancaster Park, on the grass. Apparently the grass was a little bit damp as well on the day, and I remember speaking with someone who remembers he was an official on that day and watching the grass coming up as they went flying past, and just some great stories with regards to it. And just to have it broken, it's a heck of an effort. And to take the name of Snell out of a record book that had been there for 32 years.
Well, of course, he got the confidence, I think, from the fact that he won the national title at Newtown Park in Wellington on a cool, southerly, wet night when he had to outrun Santana from the front, and he ran a 144 high that night. Yeah. So going off to Europe and running Peter Snell's record it had to come.
Well, it was great that it did. All things are meant to be broken. They aren't meant to last forever. And a good man as well.
Absolutely.
There he is on the screen, number 297. James Preston, wearing the famous Wellington Scottish colours.
So Blake Wood it is from North Harbour Bays who's going to set the pace. So the field is lit off from Tauranga Smolay from University of Canterbury, Bidwar, Hamilton Hawks, Macbeth, young athlete, only just 17 out of Olympic Harriers in Wellington, Luca Everett also from there, James Preston from Wellington, of course, Costa Mills out of the Wairarapa, Jag Willers from representing New Zealand secondary schools out of Wellington. So we've got a pretty strong Wellington flavour in here, I'm pleased to say, Nigel.
Well, he's looking a bit relaxed now, talking to one of our officials. I just say it must be hard. Take us back to the athlete's mentality, Tony Roger. You've been out for a little bit. You haven't been at your best. You've been battling a little something. All you want to do is get back to this particular point where you can actually go running. What do you think's ticking through his mind at the moment?
Yeah, I think he's going to be happy to get a race out there. Obviously, if he's asking for a pace of 50-51, he's obviously wanting to run probably about a 146 if he can, maybe 147. We'll see what the conditions are like and if he has some competition on the way.
Interesting to see what happens now. It's interesting for Luca Everett, I should say. You'll see in 110 there. In the checked singlet, he's actually going to be pacemaking the 1500 a little bit later on as well. You see Costa Mills and 255. You see Jag Willers in secondary schools. Great opportunity for some of these athletes to be able to run with the New Zealand record holder. Great opportunity for them. There's young Ben Benoit in 22. Lit off. The Tauranga green. Lots there. Ethan Smolay will be running in the Canterbury University colours. And it will be all eyes on James Preston, slated to start out of lane number 6. There he is. Very calm, very relaxed. Never seems flustered. Well, this has been a happy hunting ground for him. He came here as I want to say about a 17 or an 18-year-old, and he tipped up Brad Mathis. And I want to say, I feel as though the likes of a Hamish Carson or someone of that ilk may have been in that same particular race here, and I want to say it's about 16, 17, something like that.
Yeah, Hamish Carson, little bit older than Brad Mathis, but yeah, so probably spreading the ages between Preston, Mathis and Carson there, but you've probably got. I haven't been to every Porritt, but you have for a good number of years now.
I haven't been to all of them. I just have a funny feeling. I definitely know he tipped up Mathis at one of these as a very, very young man, and everyone was going, "Oh, okay, righty-ho, he's a bit like this, is he?" And that sort of got someone's attention. And I know there was just a veteran athlete as well who at the time was very much pressuring and getting some good performances out of Brad too. So I'm not 100% sure, and if it's not you, Mr. Carson, I apologise. But just realise that you were mentioned because of the quality of runner that you were. That was the reason why you were in my thoughts. But I just remember he just had a really good, I want to say around 18, 19 years of age, and he came here and everyone's going, oh, okay, this guy could be a bit of a keeper, and he clearly was. You can see him just lining up there. So it's kind of lit off.
Someone missing in lane 5.
I think it might actually be. I don't see Ethan Smolay. I don't see
he's
him
not
there.
He's not there now, is he? Correct, you're right.
So
he must be going to go in the 1500 of Smolay, maybe.
Hopefully he's the rough weather. Hopefully Ethan's been able to make it up. That's the other thing we do have to consider. There has been some fun and games travel-wise for certain parts of the country because of this inclement weather, which is cleared to just a very pleasant day here in Kirikiriroa, Hamilton. It's a lovely evening, just gone after 5:30. Good day, and we've still got 800 metres to go. We've got some 1,500. We've got 3,000s to finish. They're just getting fired up over at the hammer throw as well. How could we forget that? Spinning out the bin. Let's go. Can't wait for that. That's always good fun. We've had some great performances here. Lauren Bruce, who's been in good form recently. Of course, back to Julia Ratcliffe, who's had herself a couple of nights here at the Porritt. Noblo's back here as well. Quite interesting with the having the lane free. Well, they can't move another athlete over into that spare lane, but I understand there are regulations that must be adhered to. And Blake Wood leads them away, and Preston right behind him as Tony Roger has got out the iPhone, he's got the microphone, he's got the bifocals. He's good to go to bring this one right through. What are you seeing here, Coach?
Well, I'm seeing that Wood's gone through fairly rapidly. He's definitely on pace for the 51. Coming through there, 300 now, under around 52, second pace probably. So he's pulled out. It's Preston tucking up closer now. Looks like Luca Everett. Then we've got Costa Mills, Jag Willers, Litoff, and the Hawks athlete Ben Burra.
So we went through in around about 51.7 through that first 400 metres. So that is at the moment Everett in behind. Preston. You're looking in terms of the running form, Tony Roger, as you watch him making his return. James Preston, your national record holder, as he's got 200 to go as he gets to the top of the bend.
Yeah, so he's gone 119 through 600, so he's on for about a 147 if he can come home strong. Everett's chasing hard. Then we've got Mills and Willers in the second shot.
Well, Preston, now the teeth seem to be gritted a little bit. It's been a while. It might not feel great, but it'll feel pretty good to James Preston, who's been out for a bit. We keep an eye on the clock.
Yeah, he's working hard now, but he's going to come through in about 148, 149. And it's going to be a close go for third place.
Some good running here as everyone goes well under 2 minutes, all around 155 coming through. But Preston through. It's the 800 metres men's. It's brought to you by Athletics Tauranga. And a 1 minute 49.01 for James Preston. Nice little comeback. Jag Willers run a season's best as well. Everett's gone flying through in a 151.7.
Yeah, Willers has run a 52 in the Oceanas earlier this year, but yeah, Ben Boudoir, that's a good run. But that's the trouble with the athletes when they have a pacemaker and they get separated out from the lead. It's kind of like a second race in itself, and they've got to try and work hard. But some of those young athletes will be a little bit disappointed. A good time for Luca Everett, but that's just outside his best as well. So the conditions, yeah, they looked like they were a bit windy down the back straight, I'd say. But good to see Preston out there, and yeah, he was having to work pretty hard. It shows that his race fit will come.
Well, he's going to extricate himself. Just good to see him back after that information that you said to us before. Just nice to see him back and running. It's your New Zealand record holder, the man who erased the name of Peter Snell from the record books after 62 years. So we get set now for the women's 800 metres, which is brought to you by the Hamilton City Hawks. And this again, because though that's going to be pacemaked as well, and it's going to be Holly Manning who's going to be doing the pacemaking, and that's a pretty good choice. Experienced athlete, understands the role. Should actually make for quite an interesting race. Stella Peerless, Sarah Hellier, Lisa Hellier, Sophia Haynes, Hannah McManus, Crystal Burgess, Paige Scannell, Eve Houghton, Greta Hunter, Emma Berry. Say Manning will be providing the pacemaking duties for the ladies. Got the hammer throw, that's starting to get set. Just confirming as well that it was Kaylin Paranihi who won the City of Hamilton men's long jump, a leap of 6 metres 81. Imogen Skelton, the Whakatane Organics women's high jump with a leap of 1 metre 88, which was a personal best. There you see the podium for the women's javelin. That is Miller Burge claiming top spot. It's Hannah Corns on the left with a personal best, and she tacked on just on 3 metres. And Grace Blanchett out of Tauranga rounding out the podium. And the men's great battle. Dave Botis beating Alex Wood with Ben Langton Burnell holding off Lakona Goraga for third. And the men's long jump, as I said before, Keelan Paranihi. It was. I'll mention as well that the javelin events both sponsored by the Farquhar family. Great to see young Mason competing today, and Stuart just continuing to leave his mark on that wonderful event. Got 7 athletes who will compete across the 2 classes in the hammer throw, which is brought to you by X-Grip Tyres. In the women's, will be Sasha Fuoten, Paige Fletcher, Elizabeth Hewitt, Nirona Tafili. In the men's hammer throw, it'll be Oliver Chung, Adam Leese, and multiple-time New Zealand national champion Anthony Nobilo.
So as we build Nigel into the women's 800, we should mention a young lady here from the Waikato who's be the first time she's probably missed the Porritt Classic for a number of years. That's young Bo Ritchie, who's eclipsed a long-standing Waikato record held by Lorraine Moller over 800 with her very smart 2:1.6 indoors, and she's running again, I think, this weekend in the States. Puts her 6th on the New Zealand all-time women's list. So, yeah, I'm sure you will agree that it's a young athlete with a future that we've seen here out of the Waikato.
Again, another one we've just seen sort of building over time. And this is the thing. For some people, they may sit and they'll be listening to us and go, who are all these names? Why haven't I heard of them before? Well, I can tell you they've been around for a while, but it's just been the fact that it has built. I think they've been really well managed, Tony, in the way they've developed too. If you can talk a little bit to us about the way New Zealand athletics, some of the coaches in particular, seem to want to manage this young talent, because it doesn't appear to be rushed in any kind, but we just seem to be timing everything and balancing everything quite nicely with the young athletes in particular.
Yeah, and talking about Bo Ritchie, of course, we've seen she's out of St Peter's, which we all spoke earlier in the broadcast about Annalise Karma. So they're both young athletes who come from the St Peter's school through the sort of the good squad system that Ange Russick builds up out there with a lot of support. And I think she's got a few good coaches in her armoury at the moment. I hear there's Shay Veach is doing some work out there. Tori Peters is doing some work there, and I think there's a whisper that Tian Welton might be going to get the odd hour or two helping out at St Peter's School as well. So it's going to continue to bring the talent through for the Waikato, that's for sure.
Well, there you see the grandstand. There's always people in here on a day like today. It follows what it was a little bit earlier in the day. Some people obviously have had to come quite a long way, so they might just make their way a little bit quicker to get back to where they need to be. I know there's a bit of a road closure happening back up to Auckland, getting underway at 7:30. They're pulling down a bridge. And so there's a bit of a road closure that's going to take you through from 7:30 if you're heading back up. Detours in place. Shouldn't be too bad. But you're going to go there one day, there's a bridge, come back again tomorrow morning, there won't be a bridge. It'll be gone.
Our director's looking a little bit worried as you tell him that.
Dude, NZTA website. Come on, brother. Come on, Ben. Come on. Been doing a great job in the direction here, as are all our wonderful cameramen out there as well. Trying to actually see where they all are. Where is Tiger? Where's Adam? They're all lurking around there somewhere. Great crew. Quick shout out as well to Harley, who I believe has become a dad in recent times. So well done to him and his partner. Congrats. Now it's just turned from, I said it might not have started out the greatest, but I'll tell you what, this is just a very pleasant evening. A little bit of cloud cover, so it's not too hot, but it's not exactly cool either. Just a lovely, sultry evening in the city of the future. Still got some hammer throw to go, 800 metres. And then we finish off with the 3,000 metres, Tony Roger, which is always a fascinating contest and a great way to finish the day.
Well, yeah, we've got the New Zealand Championship women's and men's under 23,000, but of course we are going to finish off with the most important race of the day, which is the permit meet 1500 men and women.
You tell he's the next 1500 metre runner, ladies and gentlemen. It's Nick Palmer, by the way, you just saw bouncing across your screen. We've still got the men's shot put to come. He and Blessing Siffel. There he is. He's gone from being videographer for Do Botus. Now he's going to do some work. I'll suggest somewhere as well. Botus will be doing the favour in return. It's just a wee bit of delay as they get everything set. They've just changed the arc and marked out the area for the women's hammer, which is going to be getting underway. You see, let's throw down the middle, and we're underway in that women's hammer throw. That was Sasha Fualt getting things underway. Action at either end, 800 metre athletes just waiting to get going. So we've got 200 metres not far away. As you heard Tony allude to, 3,000 metres and then 400 metres. Very nice comments that have been coming through. We do appreciate them. We're doing our best. We just enjoy being around track and field meetings, people. It's an event like no other. Always something going on.
And there's always news in track and field, and that's what makes it interesting, isn't it, Nigel? There's,
well, you've been old scoop over here. Everything coming through with your network, the glorious. One of the positives of social media is you get news like you were able to talk with the wonderful runs that we've seen this afternoon by New Zealand athletes and the college system over there. That is one of the positives that come out of this technological age in which we live.
Absolutely. No more postcards like in my day, mate.
I was going to say, you find out once it gets off the QE2. Sorted through the mailbag. It's good. It is good. It is one of the bonuses. There you see now 2:32. That's Holly Manning. So that's going to be the person who'll be pacing this 800 metres through the first 400 metres. So she will have a set time that she will be asked by the top athletes. Can you take us through in this particular speed, please? We'd appreciate that. So we're getting set to go here. So this is Elizabeth Hewitt. She's got a personal best of just under 60. Good speed. Nice little line drive down the left-hand side of the arc. And she's underway. White flag. I can tell you Paige Fletcher. She's in secondary schools. 49.62 with her first throw. Sasha Fualton, 41.44. Just saw Yorana Taufafo Tafili waiting for her opportunity to step into the cage. It's a cage that's got quite a bit of history as well. Julia Radcliffe's had a couple of great evenings here. Lauren Bruce has gone pretty well too. It's Anthony Nobelos going to be jumping in there. He's had some good times as well. So the 800 not far away from getting set. And I can just confirm as well that throw for Elizabeth Hewitt, 56.37 to start. Is our regular Samoan visitor, Irana Tafafo Tafili. It's about her work. Again, that's another good pull down that left-hand side. She's capable of 50 metres plus as the 25-year-old. So that's what she would be looking as we make our way back to the women's 800 metres. See a couple of athletes double stacked out towards lane 6 and 7.
So talking about Holly Manning, Nigel, she's got a good history on this track. In her final year of school, I think it was, she was second place in the New Zealand secondary schools and then won the Porritt Classic in 2014. So good to see her continuing to come back here. She spent some time in America, and obviously won a number of national titles across the age groups.
So she will pace make. She's on the extreme outside. So you see her, and she will hustle her way around the bend, and she will make sure that when they break stagger, she'll come across. She'll be at the front. You'll probably see her. She'll have a watch on her. She'll just be checking as there you see her right to the extreme outside. Now she cuts across. She slots into the front. Just see. Watch with the big face on. She has a wee look just as they were going around through 200 metres.
Looks like Stella Pearlison behind her.
It looks like that's also the Hellier sisters and Lisa and Sarah in third and fourth.
And I think it's Hannah McManus in behind them.
It absolutely is. So there you go. Now Manning leading them through quite nicely. As they come down to the line, she's going to take them through pretty much right on 60 seconds.
It's pretty good pace.
That's a very good pace. That's why you get the experience of a Holly Manning to lead them through. She continues to lead them through.
And the good thing about her being an 800 metre specialist is that she's actually can take them a bit further than the 400, which she's done. And now Peerless takes over from the Hellier sisters.
She's done really well there in taking them through basically the first 550 odd almost. Now the battle. Peerless and Helliers. Sarah is 160. Lisa is 159. And like we saw with the Sterlings before, only difference is that they're both wearing the same shoe, so we can't tell the difference. But at the moment, that's Lisa from Sarah. Lisa on the inside, Sarah to the outside. Hellier, it's going to be Sarah, is it? That's just going to get the best. Guess what, Lisa? You're doing the dishes for a week. Great work, Sarah. Hellier from Lisa Hellier. Good run as well, Stella Peerless.
Next
Like
through.
a good run as well by Hannah McManus coming through. And some of these times will be quite interesting, I suspect, to watch. Because the first three that have popped up, Tony Roger, are personal best and season's best.
Yeah, really good to see the Hellier girls run 2.5, 2.6 there. Great times for them.
Well, again, credit to the incredible work done by Holly Manning. That's what happens when you get yourself a really good pacemaker. She's done that exceedingly well. Brought everyone through. There's also been a season's best as well for Emma Very, who's coming in 5th place out of Palmerston North. So that's some excellent work. But it is a Hellier 1-2. Sarah beats Lisa with Stella Peerless in 3rd. And McManus, 17 years of age. There you see the Hellier sisters. There's a pretty chuffed set of parents by the looks.
Absolutely, yep.
Might need to work on the high five technique though. It's not the best, Dad. Come on now. Good work though. Wonderful to see. Yep, and they should be giving that lady a hug because it's the reason why you get some experience, isn't it, Tony Roger? Holly Manning doing a great job there.
Yeah, she did. Real experienced runner, as I mentioned. She's got a history here at Porritt from her school days, and then the fact that she's won national titles over 800 metres. She was able to take them into the back straight, which is a big bonus rather than sort of pulling out right here on the bell.
Okay, now again, for some people who might be sitting here listening and going, oh, really, she just had to run one lap and do that. Can you please just give us a little bit of technical knowledge of how tough is it to pacemake an event, to have someone say, hey, can you get us to this point in this time? Now, granted, she's really experienced, but to hit the mark that she did, How much talent, how much skill, and how much nous does it take to be able to do that, please, Tony Roger?
Well, the most important thing, sometimes you get a 400-metre specialist, and we did see Holly run a 400 earlier in around 58, I think she was, in the women's 400. But if you get a 400-metre specialist, sometimes they are not as good at judging that first lap as an 800-metre runner or a 1,500-metre runner, and that's the benefit. She judged that pretty perfectly to 60 for her as the lead. The girls in behind, Stella Peerless was about 61 point, and the other two girls were 62, which ideally brought them home for an awesome split to get that personal best time. So yeah, and then getting them round that bend, that means when they get to the back straight, they can set themselves for the finish rather than having to think about, oh my gosh, we've still got this lap to go before the pacer pulls out, and they got to start thinking about the pace then, whereas they didn't have to think about it until they got into the middle of the back straight when they were really able to set themselves for the finish. They still had Stella Peerless in front of them to drag them up to the 600.
There you go. It's all the nuance. The reason why it's not just go out hit a time. Great to have Tony Roger providing the expert analysis there, of course. 84 Olympian. He's been around athletics for so long. Organises events as well. Long-time organiser of the Capital Classic. They're at the wonderful capital of our nation. We're getting ready now for some 200-metre action. And we'll start with our para athletes, and it's another chance to watch the great Daniel Atchison in action. One's over, just getting set now as all the action moves over there to the far side. You see the coffee cart, who's done a good little business today. Great to have some of the wonderful amenities on offer. So it's been a very good day so far, and still got so much more to go. There's the coffee. Day for a night. Might actually, earlier on it was so muggy, could have actually been more of a bit of an iced cafe day. Bit of an iced coffee day, maybe more so. And you see Taufili out of Samoa. Again, nicely down that left-hand side of the throwing arc. I'll just update you with regards to where we're at with the women. So far it's Hewitt from Taufili. And then it's Fletcher and Fualton. And in the men's, it's just the two athletes, because it doesn't look as though we have got the pleasure of Anthony Nobelo's company today, and that is a little bit disappointing. I tell you that the men's shot put will get underway in around about 15 minutes time as well. It'll be headlined by Nick Palmer, also in there as well, Blessing Siffel. See some of our athletes just getting sorted. That's Reed Davidson out of North Harbour. Moving their way through. You see our athletes just over waiting. So at the moment, the leader of the men's hammer is Oliver Chung. He's Nick Palmer just getting himself warmed up and ready to go. Oliver Chung, who leads with a 40.26. 10-year-old Adam Lease is in the cage at the moment. There you see Danielle Atchison getting ready for her next event, the 200 metres. Lease has a second foul in the men's hammer, and we can confirm that Anthony Nobelo is not taking part in this event, which is a shame. It'd be nice to have had him here. So in the women's event, it is Elizabeth Hewitt. And you see Sasha Fualton out of North Harbour Bays, New Zealand, singlet on. work showing the technique to get the hammer spinning and the control needed. White flag, so that'll be a counting throw for Sasha. She had a foul with her second throw. 41.44 to begin. Just a small delay on the track as everything gets sorted. And we see the women's 200 metres, para athletes. It was a 40.49 for Paige. And we head back over now to the 200. And it's Michelle Stokes in lane number 2. So here we go, we've gone back there. That is Paige Fletcher. Oh, that one there. Now, waiting for the flag. They're saying that's okay. We're very close to the right edge of the cage, but let's get that out a reasonable distance, and that one will get measured. He's on the secondary school representative. And we see our athletes. So it's Michelle Stokes in lane number 2 out of Egmont. Sasha Aldazani also out of Egmont in lane number 3. Daniel Aitchison in lane number 4. And Amy Ellis is in lane number 5. Michelle is a TF20 classification. Sasha T38. Danielle T36. Amy TF13. Aitchison had a really good run in the 100 metres just with a little bit of a wind assistance. She gets about her work. She runs an absolutely delightful bend. Just a gentle breeze behind her. She comes here and she loves to perform. And she's running really well. Crowding behind her, coming down to the line. Looking at that time. Oh, that's going to be pretty slick. And a 27.18. It's been one of her best times. We now just wait to see what the final time is. I'd say that would be in that 27-second range. You see high fives all around with Michelle and Sasha and Amy too. She is in very good form and always comes here to the Porritt Classic and loves to perform on her home crowd. See a 27.68 for Aitchison. Amy Ellis with a 30.31 and Michelle Stokes 36.9. So good running by all of our athletes. So we get back now to the women's hammer throw. So this is Yorana Taufafo Taufili, 25-year-old out of Samoa. And straight out the front, and so that will be foul. The red flag signifies that. I can tell you that Elizabeth Hewitt has thrown at 60.70, which I suspect if it's definitely a season's best. I have a funny feeling that actually could be a personal best as well for Elizabeth. In fact, that could be the first time she's gone over 60. I need my stats guru, Tony Roger, to come back, and I'll get him to double check that for us, but that's a wonderful feat for the young athlete out of Mana. Here's Oliver Chung. He leads at the moment. And a chance to maybe stretch that a little bit. There's been 4 throws out of our 2 male athletes, and Oliver's had the only counter at a 41.26. See what this third throw is. So at the moment he has the advantage over Adam Lease, who is a New Zealand age group representative. You see a 200 metre para-athletes getting ready in the men's competition. So William Stedman, Tamahewi Repa. Here comes Adam Lease. Just wants to get one down the arc here. And has that one stayed in? Yes, it has. He'll walk out the back, white flag, and he'll be on the board. The big thing is, has he done enough to maybe put himself to the top of the board? And you see our athletes in the men's para 200 presented by X-Grip. Jackson Woolley, lane 3. Zachary Orbol is in lane 4. William Stedman in lane 5. Tamahewi Repa is in lane 6. And Daniel Kitts is in lane number 7. Daniel, who we saw earlier, compete in the 1500 metres. Jackson's classification is T38, F36. Zachary, TF35. William, T36. Tamahe, TF37. The classification for Daniel is T37. 5 athletes across the 5 lanes. William Stedman makes a really good start. Jackson Woolley trying to go with them. It'll be Jackson and William into the home straight. This is a good wee battle. William's a bit of a scrapper. He's got some work to do here. Jackson, I think, has just got enough on him at the moment, and it will be. Jackson Woolley's going to lead them home. Around about 26. It's good times. William Stedman second. Good running. Daniel Kitts, as I said, he's already run a 1500 and goes and runs a 200 as well. Coming across. Well, that's going to be very interesting. He's around 25. Jackson's got a PB around that 25.39 mark. I'll be interested to see, because I have a funny feeling if he hasn't broken it, he's not far off it. He's listed as a 25.38, so he could have taken it a wee second off there. A wee hundredth of a second, I should say. That's really good work. These athletes, so most of them doing the 100-200 double at either end of the day. And there you see 25.38 for Jackson Woolley. Stedman with a 25.70. We're up at 27.93. And also good work as well by Jackson Orbol and Daniel Kitts. And Daniel's done a PB, and I think Zach's done one as well. So good work from our 200 metres men's para athletes. We're starting to get ready now for the first of our heats in the women's 200. Athletes getting themselves all set. I tell you that Adam Lease has taken the lead in the men's hammer competition with a 48.82 ahead of Oliver Chun, who's thrown 43.25. And in the women's competition, it's Sasha Fualton, but Elizabeth Hewitt going over 60 metres for the first time. And so we're seeing some nice work being done here. We've seen some personal best, lots of personal best and season's best. Good conditions. Everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. And best throw of the day too for Sasha Fualton, who's just gone 41 metres, 88 centimetres. Paige Fletcher will be next in as we get set for the first heat of the women's 200 metres. We'll just wait for Paige Fletcher first. Let her deliver. Clatters into the side of the cage. That'll be a foul. And so Urana Tafili doesn't have to go too far to pick up the hammer on this occasion. So 2 heats in the 200 metres for women. Lane 1 is Helen Turner. Lane 2, Caitlin Corns. Lane number 4, Casey Miller. 5, Andrea Rodriguez. India Nash is in 6. Tessa Seymour is in 7. And Evelyn Mason is in lane number 8. As Yorana moves into her hammer delivery. That's nicely down the centre of the arc. That's a good throw. I'll put a little bit of pressure on Elizabeth Hewitt. As I say, Elizabeth, my stats guru has returned. I'm just going to double check that. I'm pretty sure that's the first time Elizabeth Hewitt has thrown over 60 metres in the hammer as our first of the 200 metres. And Andrea Rodriguez has made an absolutely cracking start. Casey Miller, those going with her as well. Good bend being run as well by Caitlin Corns in lane number 2. Also to the outside there, Tessa Seymour. But it is Rodriguez and Miller and Seymour. Rodriguez is trying to hold on. Is she going to do it, or is Seymour going to get her on the line? Oh, I think it might have been under it. Just from Tessa Seymour. Casey Miller just fading ever so minusculely down the home straight. That's a cracking race. Evelyn Mason coming in through in 4th spot. Caitlin Corns comes across in 5th. I think again there could be.
So Nigel, in answer to your question about Elizabeth Hewitt, yes, she's not thrown over the 60 mark before, so she now is in the top 8 as she was previously, but only 8 New Zealanders have thrown 60 metres plus in the women's javelin. Women's hammer.
So it's not a bad combination as well when you look at it. Bruce, Ratcliffe, Bradley. Lexi Maples as well in the mix there too. Tasha Williams. It's going back a little bit, but it's good company to be in. It's set for the second heat of the women's 200 metres. We'll just check back in again with the women's hammer throw. It's still being led at the moment by Elizabeth Hewitt. Means shot put. It's underway as well. This is Mania Christensen. Sefo is opened with a 18 metre throw. 18 metres 16. Here is Mania. Nicely down that left-hand side of the arc. Oliver Chun. Into the side of the cage. Back now for the 200 metres. Bowler, Jewel, Wisniewski, Bowden, Stripling, Schaefer, Reid, Barrett Hamilton. Lauren Barrett Hamilton's got through a few. I think this is either a 3rd or 4th events for the multi-eventer. Trying to squeeze a bit into her working day.
Yeah, and it'll be good to continue watching Blessing Sefo. He threw 18.99, so just missed the 19 metre mark last week in the Sir Graham Douglas meet. So another shot putter edging towards the 20 metre mark. We've had Smith as our most recent, of course, with Tom and Jacko.
At the moment, Romy Jewell is going really nicely, but down the outside, this is going to be another one. It's going to be a dip. Was that Esme Reid, who's taking a bit of a tumble down. Hopefully she can bounce back up. She would have taken a little bit of skin off the knees there. So Romy Jewell on the inside. Esme Reid, lane 7. Oh, I don't know, but my goodness, I'm just worried about as much the knees, but also probably the back of the legs making a tumble like that there. I don't know if she'll think it's worth it, but she has apparently gone with the personal best with the dive. And she has got it, even though the time recorded is a 25.46 for both of them. And as Tony will inform me, they've probably had to go to the thousandths of a second to separate them. And that's going into a slight headwind too. So we go back to Sasha Fu-Alton.
Although looking at the flags, we wouldn't think there was a headwind in the home straight, would you?
Yeah, well, it's always games, isn't it? So Sasha's last throw was her best, 41.88. Another good throw. She's just had the one foul, which was on her second, so this is her fifth. So Elizabeth Hewitt with a 60.70. As you heard Tony say, 8th all time, but again becomes the 8th woman to throw over 60 metres. We go with Stephen Thorpe. So we're keeping an eye on Nick Palmer. Is not too far away from making his way in there as well. Now Adam Lease is entered in both the hammer and the shot put. So I think he has made a run from the hammer circle down to the shot put ring. This is something that we have seen done before. There's an athlete out of the Hawke's Bay who had a wonderful gallop, a very impressive gallop of around 125 metres. So, oh, here's another good throw down the women's hammer. So here is Nick Palmer. Yeah, again, just don't know where to look, do you? As you like that. Oh, that's a little bit of frustration. White flag. So it's a legal throw. Oh, Paige Fletcher it is. Paige Fletcher's just throwing 51.73. Back over for the 200 women. Some good athletes coming around that top bend at the moment. On the inside, that's Stevenson, though, at the moment, who is leading them down. Coming down the outside, though, that's Brooke Summerfield. Stevenson tries to dig and hold. Oh, goodness gracious me, not much in that.
It was a fairly exciting race, and they were split apart, so it's going to definitely need the camera.
We're going to have a crack at doing this. See Stevenson really putting it in. Summerfield dip on the line. I'm going Brianna Stevenson. I think she's just got it. There's going to be not a whole lot for third either. Wow. Maybe Cameron Smart coming through. No, it was Mia Masters. Stevenson by 6/100ths of a second. Georgia Allenwood's gone a season's best there. You see the times, not much in it. Good running. Cameron Smart's also gone a season's best over 200 as well. So good work there by all of those athletes. Yeah. Elizabeth Hewitt, she is, having thrown 60 metres, 70 centimetres, first time going over 60. Just seen Paige Fletcher move into second place, 51 metres 73. That's 18 centimetres further than Yorana Taufili of Samoa. That's a nice one down the straight down the pipe as well. We'll see how that translates for our current leader, young lady out of the Mana Athletics Club. So it means 200 metres not far away. Just replacing the divot. 57 metres 21 for Hewitt. As well, Nick Palmer, 19 metres 52. Blessing Siffel not far away from coming back in, and as you heard Tony allude to, agonisingly close to that 19 metre mark. He would love to break through that little psychological barrier. 21 years of age. Ooh, just loses the balance. He's got quite good balance for a big man by that time. They're just over-rotating a touch, falling over the stop board. the moment, Adam Lease is still leading the men's hammer, whilst also competing in the men's shot, but I actually think he's left his final 2 throws on there, so it'll be up to Oliver Chung to try and track him down. Here's Mania Christensen. Another one down that left-hand sector of the arc through 16:27, which was personal best prior to. He's listed as 15:18. So if that's the case, that's a pretty significant improvement for Mania, 19-year-old, the Lake City club. So now go to the first of the men's 200 metres. David Blackford, Riley Thomas. Martins in lane 4, Singh in 5, Puller 7, Cortese in 8. Gulab Singh running a really nice bend, coming up on the inside. It's Riley Thomas out of Wanganui. Gulab Singh leads them down. Thomas chasing hard. That's going to be your victors. Can the young fella from Wanganui come through on the inside? The 16-year-old is going to get Gulab Singh. Still very good running from both of those athletes, though. Blackford close, the 62-year-old on the inside. I think he might have just got Martins on the line. Bruce Cortese on the outside. Another one of our veteran athletes at 75. Oh, there you go. You see a season's best for Gulab Singh, a personal best for Riley Thomas. Blackford with a season's best as well, 25.58 for David. So we get back over again. And this will be a little bit of fun. Lane 3, Cade Lambert. Lane 4, Papa Bear, Mark Lambert. 6, Wayne Holroyd. Hayden Platts and John Hoffman in 7 and 8. So we continue to sit here and watch the men's shot put. This is Keegan Sharkey. Opened up with a 12.95, did Keegan. Adam Lease, by the way, is in 3rd spot. He's throwing 16.85 to move ahead of Mania Christensen for 3rd spot. As we look now at the women's hammer. Ooh, just caught out of the corner of your eye there. Rana Tafeli, and that's going to be a foul for her. So Elizabeth Hewitt will have one final throw to conclude. And let's see whether Elizabeth can maybe reach in and maybe find a little something extra. She's gone over 60 metres for the first time. 22 years of age. That'll be a lovely achievement for her on a day where we've seen some really nice PBs, some great performances. Imogen Skelton going over 188 for the first time and given 190, a really good nudge. Here's Hewitt. She's steering this one down. She's steering this one down too. Let's see where that is. That's definitely going to be in that 58, 59 range. Always hard just to tell. Perfectly down the middle. I think again it's at least 57. It's a really good performance by Elizabeth Hewitt. We'll get that mark for you very shortly as we head back over 200 metres. Lambert, Holroyd, Platts and Hoffman. It's not a law firm. It's a heat of the 200 metres at the Porritt Classic. Cade gets past Papa Bear and says, I'll see you at the finish line. He's running a really good bend here. Is Cade Lambert. On the outside, though, is John Hoffman. Cade Lambert's going to lead them in. Hoffman, though, trying to stay with him. This is a really good run. Actually, it's Adam Platts, I should say, that's trying to stay with him. Lambert, though, is he just going to hold off? Coming hard at him is Platts. Good run. It's going to be a Lambert first and third, as I think Mark's just managed to get to the line. Ahead of Wayne Holroyd and John Hoffman. Good competition. There's Oliver Chung, who's got one final opportunity to try and get past. The men's hammer throw, which is moment it's Adam Lease. One last opportunity. He's trying to get over 48.82. Adam has moved on to compete in the shot put. Not going backwards and forwards. He's trying to confirm what the final throw for Elizabeth Hewitt was. It's taking a little bit to update. I can tell you Nick Palmer currently leads the men's shot put with 1983, and Blessing Siffall again has just lost his balance. It just looked line of sight. He's falling out the front. It's another good throw. So the hammer throw competition has been won by Adam Lease. Good effort though by Oliver Chung, whose final effort was his best of the day at 45.43. Waiting the confirmation on the final throw of Elizabeth Hewitt. It's Mania Christensen. Mania currently in 4th spot, having just been pipped by Adam Lease. Tell you that Kate Lambert ran a PB in that previous one. Again, he comes right down that left-hand side, does Mania. He's already throwing his personal best on a couple of occasions. So it is Nick Palmer leading at the moment. And he's throwing 20 metres, and he's not far off it today, just 17 short of the 20-metre mark. Blessing Siffall's trying to crack the 19-metre mark. Just confirming as well, Adam Lease has won the men's hammer throw, brought to you by X-Grip Tyres. Oliver Chung in second. The women's hammer, it is Elizabeth Hewitt. Her third throw is 60.708, the best of all time. 8th New Zealand woman to throw over 60 metres in the hammer. But we're just waiting to see what that final throw was. Just taking a wee while for the data to update for us. So we are getting ready now for heat number 3 in the 200 metres. Collier, Mendengu, Colpin, Dolphin, Kennedy, Roger, Bowden and Willis. Collier's made a really good start on the inside, Mendengu, but it's going to be Dolphin and Kennedy and Rogers in the middle. Joe Dolphin away to the races. That's a super performance by Joe. Yep. Say the name Dolphin. There's a little bit of pedigree there. That is a very, very good run. Season's best. Personal best for George Kennedy in 2nd spot. Colpin coming in 3rd. Matthew Roger, no relation, in 4th. Just thought I'd better check that. Suzanne Bowden, New Zealand secondary school athlete, 5th spot. Joseph Dolphin out of Waitakere. A D no G has just been pointed out to me. S's as well. Spelling was never my strong point. I'm more of a verbal kind of a guy. See our athletes getting ready around for will be our final 200 metre event. That's going to be the men's 200 metre permit, and that's with Whakatane Athletics. Oliver Barrett, Lex Revel Lewis, Tommy Tapuni, Julian Simon and Luke Thompson. A good little 5-man field there.
Done the draw for these 200s. They obviously haven't seeded them finally, because we would have had Dolphin, I'm sure, in this earlier one. We might have lost a couple of athletes, but yeah.
It does appear as though that might have been the case. And it happens. We know it happens for various reasons. Illness and the like, maybe travel, that sort of a thing. We never know. You always can't really plan for that.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of these sprinters they're on their last legs as well, so they tend to withdraw from the final one if they're not feeling fresh still.
I can tell you Nick Palmer's just stepped into the throwing circle in the shot put. Currently leads at 19.83. Spins and releases great tempo across the circle. He doesn't like it though. He steps over the stop board and says just put the red flag up. Don't worry about the measure. He does lead though after the opening 3 rounds of the men's shot put with a throw of 19 metres 83. Blessing Sefo with 18 metres 16. And Adam Lease, who's just won the men's hammer throw, currently in the men's shot put, brought to you by the Franklin Athletic Club, is in third with 17 metres 20. Mania Christensen in fourth, 17.05. So battles within the competition. Palmer battling to get over 20 metres. Sefo battling to get over 19 metres. Lease and Christensen battling to try and get over each other. There's been a little bit of a break now. As we just wait for the break in the competition. Of course, 3 rounds of throws. And then you go to a top 8 and you reverse. And the top 8 get another 3 throws. Another 3 throws. It's a bit challenging to say that at 6:30. Haven't been here since around about 10 to 2. Here's Mania. He's doing, at least it's putting a smile on Blessing Sefo's face. Always look like they're having a good old time. Murray McKinnon in the background on the microphone. Great to see Murray back here. We missed him last year. A little bit of a minor health issue which kept him from being here. He's one of the great advocates of New Zealand track and field, Murray. Always got a nice little quick quip for everybody. Bit of a smile. Chat there with Adam Lease at the moment. So we've got the women's hammer that has been completed. And tell you that Elizabeth wasn't able to improve on her 60 metres. When I say 60 metres, that's a personal best. First throwing over 60 for Elizabeth Hewitt. Paige Fletcher, 51 metres 73. Irana Taufili, 51.55, a season's best for our regular visitor from Samoa. And Sasha Fuolton also with a personal best throw. She went 43.51, so good signs there from the young 15-year-old. Let's put a wee notation on that name for the future out of the wonderful Bays Cougars club. Our final event in the field is the shot put. We're just going through the final computations and they will reverse that. 200 metres to go. The men's, and then I can tell you right now, Tony Rogers just started stretching and flexing the calves again. We've got the 3,000 metres coming up. He's just getting himself all ready and fired up. He's gone through the records. He's got the notations. And you see confirmation of where we're at after the opening round of throws. It means that all of our athletes will get to go again. So everyone will get another 3 opportunities to improve on those numbers that you saw there. Quite a good little field here. Tommy Tapuni in lane number 4 will be the athlete we'll be looking out for. It's Oliver Barnett out of Pakaranga on the inside in lane number 2 in the red. And it's ex-Revel Lewis. We've already seen do a stint in the mixed 4x400 metre relay. Tapuni in lane 4. Julian Seibin out of Hamilton Hawks is in lane number 6, and then lane number 7 it's Luke Thompson out of Auckland City. Just going back, Tony, I really love that 4x400 metre mixed relay. I think it's just been such a wonderful addition to the calendar, and not only locally but obviously internationally as well. It's given us some great racing.
Gives a real intrigue to the track program, and it's good that we can have the mixed events like that on the world global calendar, if you like. And obviously it's going to be at the Commonwealth Games, the mixed 4x4 this year, which is what these guys are pressing hard to try and get a time for. But yeah, at all levels. I love it for schools as well, because a lot of our smaller schools at secondary school level can't compete with the big boys or girls schools that can field 4 good men or 4 good women. So it's been a great innovation for schools, I think, and slowly it's building momentum.
Right, well, here we are with this 200 metres. Say Tapuni running in the North Harbour Bay's colours. In lane number 4, there'll be an empty lane outside him. You see this shocker blonde hair. It's Julian Seibin. Luke Thompson is in lane number 7 on the extreme outside. It's Barnett and River Lewis on the inside. Good clean start. Great start by Tapuni, who gets about his work and just eats up Seibin. That's a really nice spin, but I tell you what, Revel Lewis is going with him. Tapuni's not getting this all his own way. Lex is going to push him all the way to the end. This is an absolute match race. Tommy's holding on just. Gee, that's good sprinting. Oh. That is really good sprinting.
Absolute great race by those 2 young men.
And they just acknowledge each other after the fact. Just, yeah, bro, you got me there. And I'm sure Tommy would have been going, could you have just eased up a touch and just given me a little bit of a break to the line? Good racing. And as always, they've dragged through the other athletes as well. So that's always good to see.
20.89 for Tapuni, so he'll be pretty chuffed with that.
Lex has gone sub 21 as well. Tommy's PB's 20.75, so that's really good. So Lex not far outside his PB, which is around 20.84, so that's good stuff. Seibin 3rd, Thompson was 4th and Barnett 5th, but gee, just a great piece of racing between Tapuni and Revel Lewis.
And it was into a slight headwind on the wind gauge of minus 0.1, but definitely the flags are fluttering around a bit, and they were facing down the straight when that race was on. So good work by those 2 athletes, great times.
It's what you want to see. There's the old comment of, you know, race is race. Some athletes just need that extra body there just to get them fizzed up and fired up, and I think that's really what happened there with Revel Lewis really pushing hard. Well, as we start getting ready for the under-20 women's 3,000 metre champs, we're in the 4th round of the men's shot put. I can tell you right now, Mania Christensen has actually moved up into 2nd spot with an 18.70. And so that's pushed Blessing Siffel down into 3rd and Adam Lease to 4th. And that's great work from Mania, the 19-year-old, who was just absolutely smoking his PB. I think coming into it, it's listed at 15. Well, he's now tacked on nearly 3.5 metres to it.
Yeah, I'll just put a little caveat on that, Nigel, and I'm not sure, so don't take this up, but we're not sure because Mania is an under-20 athlete. He could be throwing a lighter shot. Whereas Blessing, so, and that's the thing when we're watching these field events, we've got to make sure we know what implements these athletes are throwing.
I'll tell you what, well, it's good information there. That's why we have Tony Roger here providing the info like that for us. Stephen Thorpe, best throw of 11.66 so far. The best, he's thrown over 12 before. He's improved again, 11.98, creeping close to the 12 metre mark for Stephen. Here's Keegan Sharkey. Just shy of 13 metres. He's gone 12.95. He fouled, then went 12.97. Gee, he'd love to be able to crack that 13 mark. Down a good base. He's had a little bit of a break with the glide method. He's back.
So we're getting the New Zealand under 20 women's 3,000 metre championship race lining up at the 3K start. Looks like we've got a field of 11 and a lot of interest in this race at the top end, as well as the youngest competitor that I can see in here is young Daisy Ruth, and just happened to spot her proud grandmother on the fence as I came back from retrieving a couple of batteries, so she looked a little bit excited. We've had a couple of messages from Dad during the course of the broadcast as well, watching obviously from the States where young Sam and Sam are going to compete next.
A national championship under 20s.
So they're underway. I'll just go through the field quickly. We've got Asher Edwards, Danica Clooney, Emma Ward, Lennox Dyer, Isabel Pickering, Eleanor Pugh, the sister of the young man we talked about earlier, Olivia Clay McDowell, Paige Dobson, Dove Elton, Millie Gutty and Daisy Ruth. So we'll try and pick them up as they come through.
Eleanor Pugh, that's jumped to the front by the looks there, and 298.
And young Daisy Ruth tucked in behind her with the blonde ponytail. And going up on the outside is, looks like it could be Paige Dobson, I think, is the tall figure on the outside shoulder of Daisy Ruth in second, and third is Dobson. So yeah, we'll see how they go. These young ladies, at a time of anything under 10 minutes, they'll all be happy with. They're going through the first lap now.
Paige Dobson looks like a high jumper going for a group run. She really does look slightly out of place there. Obviously a clear head taller than all the other athletes in this particular event, the young lady out of Hastings.
Yeah, she's been very competitive over 8, 15 and even 3K. So, yeah, they didn't go overly fast in the first couple of 100 metres. We'll see what they come through here through 600. And we'll get a better indication of the time after they've completed 1,000. But Eleanor Pugh, Daisy Ruth, Paige Dobson on the outside, and on the inside is a lady in yellow and black. I think that's might be Isabel Pickering.
How much are these young ladies thinking about tactics in a competition like this? We're talking about young women, obviously, though they have been around and raced through the age groups. How much are they thinking about positioning themselves, making sure they're in spot for the final 2 laps, final 600, final 4, that sort of a thing?
Yeah, well, they're all gauging themselves off each other, and they all know what they are capable of, and someone in the race, if they're looking for a best time, they'll pick out someone they're going to try and track and then move into the race. So, yeah, it's they're all trying to run to a race plan of times and splits in the early phase of the race, but this is not fast, but it's starting to stretch out a little bit now with Eleanor. As you can see on the split screen there, we've got a wide angle shot while the shot put's going on.
Yeah, well, that's Mania Christensen launching one again, and he's really a left sector guy, just absolutely bombing line drives at the moment. So we're just not sure with regards to the implement, but he was in second spot, and we'll keep you updated for that as Tony keeps an eye on this 3,000 metre.
So young Daisy Ruth decided she wants to set the pace, going through in just over 3:15 through the K. So if they keep this pace up, that's a 9:45 for the 3K, which would be personal best material for nearly all of the girls in this race.
As I said, it's Ruth, Pugh, Dobson, 1, 2 and 3.
And Danica Clooney in there next. She represented New Zealand at the World Cross Country this year as under 20, and she finished second at the New Zealand Secondary Schools Cross Country up in her hometown of Whangarei earlier this year. Closely behind her is Asher Edwards, who did exceptionally well earlier in the season. She finished third in the under 20 mile down at the Porritt Classic, and has a best time of 9:06. Oh, sorry, 9:36. The older girls are letting the youngster Daisy Ruth take the pace here. It's fairly pedestrian still, well, not pedestrian, but very much in single file type position almost. No one's wanting to push their case too early. So they'll come round behind the discus cage and they'll hit the halfway mark. We'll see what they go through there with the running clock. And that's about 4:55, so yeah, about 9:45, 9:50 pace. Starting to string it out a little bit now is young Daisy.
Just a very slight gap there, Tony, in that front three at the moment. It's not enough easily, I would say, be able to be picked up by that chasing group, but they wouldn't want to let it get too much further than that, would they?
No, so we've got Danica Clooney in there in fourth place, and Ash Edwards, as I said, finished third in the women's 20 mile down in Wellington a couple of weeks ago, so she's capable of picking up these girls, but as you say, the rubber band's starting to stretch a little bit, and Paige Dobson sort of bridging the gap between the front two and the next two. The Tauranga girls of Pugh and Ruth setting the pace here and edging away from the field as they've got 3 to go.
I want to point out here that the vast majority of ages that we're looking at, there's 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds and 18-year-olds, but they're being led at the moment by a 15-year-old.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she's
quite extraordinary running family.
I'm not sure if she's had her 15th birthday yet, but it mustn't be too far away. But yeah, extraordinary running family, and I'm sure she's learned a lot from the environment that she's been exposed to in the last 6 to 12 months.
They've managed to really bridge a nice little gap there, and I think they've sort of dropped Paige Dobson, and I think Danica Clooney's decided, look, I need to get a rig along because I do want to be part of this, and I'm running out of laps in which to do so.
Yep, definitely. They've gone through the 2,000 mark, and they're going to come up with 2 to go this time, and Clooney is the one that looks like she's chasing her. In fact, I think it's not.
Lennox Dyer,
yeah, it's
isn't it?
Lennox Dyer, a young girl from Egmont Athletics, has moved through. Clooney's there and in behind Dobson. So it's Lennox Dyer has come through for take third at the moment and closed in on them quite a lot. So we've talked a lot about Sam Ruth, but I know the inner circles regard this young lady very highly as well, so it's good to see her out here taking the challenge.
Sorry, I was just watching Blessing Siffel, and I know it was because you mentioned as well about the 19 metres. He's just bombed one, but just couldn't maintain his balance to stay in the circle. And I think that would have been the 19 have been able to maintain the balance back to the running. Sorry.
No, well, it's interesting now because the gaps have closed up with 600 to go. And it's Lennox Dyer who's come into the mix with Daisy Ruth. So this is a strong run by Dyer.
Pugh looks like she's just been dropped off there a touch, and it does look as though it could come down to...
Looks like it's going to come down to Dyer and Ruth with the bell lap coming up. Eleanor Pugh set the early pace in third. Paige Dobson's been swallowed up. In fact, they lost her on the track. So we're going to have a pretty interesting last 300 metres here, Nigel, in this women's under 20, 3,000 metres with Lennox Dyer out of the Egmont Club being tracked now by Daisy Ruth, who's done some of the middle pace work ahead of Eleanor Pugh, and now it's Isabel Pickering that came through, I think, into 4th place. So keep an eye on the clock as well. They've just gone over 9 minutes with 200 metres to run about. So they're going to run about 9:45 for sure, which is very good running.
Here comes Daisy. You are kidding me. You have got to be kidding me, Tony Roger. She's done so much work and she's still got that with 150 to go at the age of 15. You're kidding me. You've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, and she's pushing hard, but Dyer hasn't given up the chase, but it looks like Ruth's going to have it. Excellent run by young Daisy Ruth here. The youngest in the field is going to take out the New Zealand Under-20 Championships in a fine time of around 9:45.46. They stuck to the pace. Second, Lennox Dyer. Third across the line will be Eleanor Pugh. And coming through is the North Harbour Bay's Isabel Pickering. Ahead, I think, of, I just missed seeing who crossed the line next.
You know how you said that Grandma was around and how she was feeling pretty proud? I reckon that chest is just puffed out even more on Grandma. It has been about Sam, but right now it's Daisy Ruth. That's phenomenal. You said she might not even be 15 yet, and she's just won the Under-20 New Zealand Women's 3,000 metre Championship.
Yeah, that's right, and good on her. She ran a really smart tactical race, and you can see the wise head of a young athlete there, the way she kept the pace on us when it needed to be after Eleanor Pugh decided she'd had enough. Let the other young girl come over and take over with inside the last lap, and then sat on her and made the kick 150 from home. She's watched a few races, I think.
Well, I think she's not only watched them, she's learned from them. That was phenomenal, because when Lennox Dyer came up to her with a lap to go, she just sort of settled in. But when they hit that 150, you could just see that she still had another gear to go. It's quite an extraordinary performance, and we can talk about the family, but my goodness gracious me, I mean, that takes some doing at the age of 15, maybe 14.
She's just 14, and not even 14 and a half yet, because I mean, she'll turn 15 this year. But that's a fantastic result from a young lady running 9:46.56 was the official time. There'll be some record books being looked at that for age groups, but congratulations, Daisy Ruth, on her Under-20 New Zealand title, and I think she'll have a few of those to come too.
I was going to say, we thought Sam was impressive. I think she's just smoked that. That is extraordinary. What a talent, what a talented family. You can understand why Grandma's somewhere around Porritt Stadium right now feeling very, very, very proud. And I'm sure you might get another message or two from Papa Bear if he's watching, if he hasn't already been trying to get on the phone to Daisy or Grandma or someone.
And I'm not sure whether that's her first 3K of a serious nature anyway. So, I mean, it's fantastic she's run that race there today. And look in the times for the girls in behind her, how many of them run personal bests, Nigel. It shows you it was an honest race, even for at under-20 level. So congratulations, fine display of running.
Yeah, we've seen Dyer run a PB, Pugh run a PB, Pickering's run a PB as well. You go further down, there's season's best and personal best as well from all of those athletes. So absolutely wonderful. Brilliant performance by Daisy Ruth, Lennox Dyer. A very good, smart run as well. Just didn't quite have enough at the very end. And Eleanor Pugh as well. And there's confirmation. Daisy Ruth, your women's 3,000 metre national champion for under-20s. Now we get to do it all again for the young men. I can tell you as well as we look at the standings with the men's shot put. Still Nick Palmer with his 1983 in the second round still leads. Mania Christensen with 1870, but again not 100% sure with regards to what implement he is using there. Blessing Siffel, who opened with us 1816, has had 4 fouls, one of which I'm sure was well north of 19. Was the one that I briefly interrupted the 3,000 metres with, but he was so close. So close. Here's our field now for the men's 3,000 metres New Zealand Championship for under-20s. Don't tell me there's another Ruth in this one as well.
No.
Okay,
just the two. There's another young fella in here, fairly talented as well, who's only 14, and that's Jacob Williams from the Lower Hutt Club. Had a really successful North Island and South Island Colgate games. But yeah, this field, there's not as many as the women. It's only a 10-person field on our books. Probably because some of the men's or young men's middle distance have been split across the 1500s and the 800s, all trying to get good times as well. But yeah, Lachlan Murray and Desmond Reddy topped the rankings. So that's young Jacob Williams I spoke about in the red with the blonde hair on the outside. Looks like Lockie Murray from the Hamilton City Hawks there. And another young man from the Hawks is Tasman Reed. He's number 307, tucked in behind a bit. And Desmond Reddy in the Olympic colours out of Wellington, tucked in third at the moment. So they're not going at great pace either. Once again, we've got the youngest in the field leading it out. So this will be an interesting run. In the men's under 20 New Zealand Championships. We had the men's under 20 mile 2 weeks ago. And they've sorted themselves out nicely into single file quite early in this one, with young Williams leading them through.
Don't worry, they were quite bunched coming down the main straight for the first time, but then I think they realised that there was probably a bit of a need, because they were cramping each other quite a lot, weren't they?
So Williams went through the first 200 on about 72nd pace, so he's going to be coming up here.
Just tell you very briefly as they come down, just to come down and complete another lap. Nick Palmer has thrown over 20 metres. He's got to 20.03, so that's a good finish for Nick Palmer. He was pretty chuffed as he skipped out Tom Walsh-like out of the circle. He felt like that one's obviously come off the end of the fingers well.
Absolutely. Well, that's well done to Nick. That's any time you're over the 20-metre mark, he's going to be happy, and the more he does it, the more he has the confidence to go on and get the bigger ones even still.
So that ends, by the way, the men's or the field events for the 2026 Porritt Classic. Seen some very good performances throughout the course of the afternoon, and more so than seeing Raf Quio with a personal best of 2:11 in the men's high jump. Imogen Skilton with a PB in the women's high jump of 1.18 as well. So Elizabeth Hewitt go over 60 metres for the first time in the women's hammer throw, 8th best of all time.
So we're seeing a little bit of change at the front of this under 23k. We've got Williams, Reddy's moved up on the outside of shoulder, and then we've got Lachlan Murray, Nico Kelly out of the Oratea Club, and then Xavier Brown in the Egmont colours there, or the Tarrant, and the green and light green and orange and black. In behind him was, I think, George Lewis from Hastings. So they've gone through the 1,000, just a tick under 3 minutes, so or on 3 minutes exactly. So they're on 9-minute pace at the moment. Desmond Reddy is probably the most accomplished runner here with Lachlan Murray. Reddy's done exceptionally well over cross country. Won the Year 9 secondary schools cross country as a youngster. Had a few injuries, but he's running good again this season. So the two Wellington boys leading the front.
Just note there, just a wee check of the watch by Desmond at the front again. So in that situation, Tony, do they have little markers on their watch, maybe a little race plan or something like that they're looking at or looking for? Are they allowed something like that?
Well, you can have anything you like written on your body, but they'll be just looking at the watch. They're good. The watches these days are pretty good digital figures, unless you're blind like me, and most of them just need a glance and they can see what it's doing. And they're doing that over there, but they've got the clock here, of course, and they're going through now and about 4:11, so they're clocking about 71, 72 laps. So they're keeping it nice and even around the 9-minute pace. So Reddy's got a best time at 8:47. Lachlan Murray has a time at 8:49. And then Xavier Brown out of Egmont Club, we see him up there. He's got a best time of 8:55. So these boys are not too far outside their personal best times. And Nick O'Kelly's run just over 9 minutes at 9:03. And young Jacob Williams has run 9:04. It's just a good, solid, even pace as we see them in that nice train of runners. A little gap back there. The one who's dropped off. Looks like Jarvis Shaw's the one there at the back who's known for his steeplechase ability. They've gone through with 3 to go. And the gap's just starting to open up with 3 to go. Top 3.
Just a slight lift in pace there as you saw it come through that time, Tony?
Yeah, I think they've gone through, just a little bit around 70 for that one, I think, which is under 9 minute pace. So Reddy will probably know that he wants to try and take the sting out of young Williams and also Lachlan Murray, who will have a good speed. But see, the pace has eased back on, and the guys in behind have managed to bridge that gap. So there's a little surge, but not enough to break the top 5.
It's a nice little quintet, isn't it? Is that the Otatia runner that's just thrown himself into that 4th spot, is it?
That's young Nick O'Kelly. As I said, Kelly's got a time of just over 9 minutes, so he'll be chasing a personal best here, and he'll be on for one.
Not just on for a PB, he could be on for a national under-20 title here, Tony.
Well,
this is going to be a very entertaining race with 2 to go.
There's going to be some good charge up for the medals here, there's no doubt about it. So yeah, they're definitely on for around 8:55 or better at this time.
It's going to be a very interesting last 700 metres, and it'll be interesting the experience of those older races. And when I say older races, we're talking about kids that are 18, 16, 17, 18. Just wonder whether that could be a difference with young Jacob Williams, who's just not going anywhere, and he looks very comfortable second wheel there.
He does look very comfortable, doesn't he? 600 to go, and they're going to really put a bit of pressure on everyone in this top 5 at the moment. You can see the gap almost opened up again, but young Nick O'Kelly, who's looking for a good personal best, has bridged it, and keeping in touch with him is the Hastings athlete, George Lewis. And here comes the challenge. Young Williams taking the charge, as he and Desmond Reddy.
Oh, here we go. It's all on.
So could we have another 14-year-old take out this race? And it very much looks like it, doesn't it?
I was about to say, I don't think that's a question anymore. He's just absolutely off like a robber's dog. Look at him go, the wee man.
Yeah.
How good.
Well, that's a very impressive kick down the back straight. And now it looks like Reddy is at refuge to the others. They're coming through, and Lachlan Murray's taken off after the leader, and Nick O'Kelly as well.
He didn't just break them, Tony Roger. He shattered them. He demoralised them.
Yeah, he's going to run a very good time. He's going to run about 8:40 something high here, or even better. He's sprinting so well. Well, the new generation of New Zealand distance running we've seen here in the under 23,000s. He goes for an 8:44. Lachlan Murray is just going to hang on from Nick O'Kelly, who's going to have a nice personal best there as well. Coming through next is George Lewis from Hastings, just ahead of the tiring Desmond Reddy, who did quite a lot of the middle stages of work there.
Daisy Ruth at 14 goes out and wins the women's under 20 national 3,000 metre title. And then Jacob Williams says, hold my milkshake. I'm going to do exactly the same at the same age.
Yes.
What are we feeding our children, Tony Roger, in the world of New Zealand track and field at the moment? This is extraordinary.
It's definitely a it's inspirational for these young athletes, though, to see some of our, seniors and young stars running so well. It gives them greater belief that they can do it as well. And training and recovery is the big thing that our coaches are learning all the time. Adaptation to recovery is the big thing for some of our young athletes.
He looks like he could go out and run another 3,000 in sub 9 minutes at the moment. He's so fresh. Everyone else is absolutely spent. He's wandering around shaking everybody's hand.
Yeah, well, he'll be very happy with that. And his coach down in Wellington, Alistair Leslie, who's done a lot of work with some of these young athletes.
Well, that's two very extraordinary performances by two extraordinary talents, and I think we just got to take it for what it is. Very fortunate to have been able to witness those. You say they're listed as 15, but as Tony Rogers says, both of them not even really got to that age yet. So to win under 20 titles, 14 years of age, just remarkable. Jacob Williams and Daisy Ruth. Now there's some relays still to go, and then to bring the show down, 1,500 metres, as we always do. Just confirmation, Tony's just brought up the athletes page. Jacob Williams, 22nd of March 2011. He is 14 years, 10 months and 23 days, and he is the New Zealand under 20 men's 3,000 metre champion. Quite remarkable. And Daisy Ruth, another mere 14-year-old, doing exactly the same, more than 15 minutes earlier in the women's event. There's our shot put podium. Nick Palmer, I don't know what Nick is up to.
Trying
a
to
while of a time, whatever they're doing, that's for sure.
Trying to make sure everyone's got the right people on the right podiums, I think.
It's quite interesting because we've got a mixed 4x100 metre relay set to come up here, and those are some very interesting names if they're going to gallop out here. I see Veach, I see Summerfield, I see Tapuni and Elliott. It could be quite an interesting New Zealand combination there.
Definitely will, and we'll see who comes out on the track. It's always a little bit of a lottery at the end of the meet when you have a relay schedule, but those what's listed on our program, which is a very strong team.
Now, just one question with regards to these mixed relays, which, as I said before, I'm a pretty massive fan on. Is there an actual formula that you have to follow? And by that I mean, do you have to go female, male, female, male? Do you have to go male, female? Are you allowed to mix it up in that kind of a fashion and do things differently, or do you have to follow a set structure?
Well, World Athletics has the structure of male, female for both those events, which is interesting, particularly for the 4x100, because the adjustments needed for the women taking off as they're receiving the baton from the male is considerably more difficult, possibly, than if it was the other way around. We at New Zealand Schools decided a little bit because of inexperience of our young school athletes to have it female, male as a set of separate rules for our schools competition, but this is the international way of running it. It's a good spectacle, that's for sure, and it's been great seeing these events on the World Champs program as well.
So we've got a mixed 4x100 brought to you by City of Hamilton. I just have to say a massive thank you to all of our sponsors as the Porritt Classic of 2026 just starts to wind down. And I say wind down, I use that term very, very loosely because we have still got, after this 4x100 metre mixed relay, we still have got some wonderful 1,500 metre events. And we'll see those events being a pacemaker being used again. Now I can see that is Shay Veach competed in the 100 earlier in the day, opted not to compete in the long jump, which is one of his specialities.
So we've got an international team listed as the name of the team in lane 4, so we're not really sure who's in that. And then an Auckland Masters team out in lane 5. So this will be a relay of some interest.
Well, I can tell it looks like a good upswing that's going to open up for the internationals.
There's our
Tauranga.
top 3 girls from the under-20 champs waiting to get their medals.
As we just wait now, we got the prizes that are being handed out at the same time as we just get ready for some of the slots. There's Shay Beach. Wonderful 100 metre runner, 200 metre runner as well, long jump specialist. And he's leapt over the magic 8 metre. Yeah, thumbs up. That's what we want to see. Nice little smile from Shay. It just continues to deliver. And so it's an international team and also the Auckland Masters team as well. So it looks like you can see that's Mark Lambert over there to run the 3rd leg for the Masters. Shay Veach. Summerfield now to run leg 2 for the New Zealand team. Tommy Tapuni for the 3rd leg. And Elliott to finish off for the New Zealand team. More like, yeah, it is. It's definitely not Tommy Tapuni. Neto, so a few sort of changes have been made here, as happens. Do we have? Away they go through Veach. Runs a really nice bend. And now they look to get the baton change, and it's a good baton change as well. A little bit of encouragement from Shay.
There's Brooke Summerfield definitely down the back straight.
Nice hand over to Yaneto. That's going to be a good bend. This is a really nice relay so far. Final exchange for the New Zealand team. Needs to be clean. Here we go.
Looks like ran outside, but it's not going to be a problem.
Gee, I tell you what. That's well under 44s. It's a good little run as well. Good competition as well. 2nd and 3rd between the International and the Auckland Masters.
So 43.24. We don't have official listings for the mixed 4x1s yet. On the start list was a 44.10, which is probably the best that's been run. So pretty smart time there, and probably still not our fastest team, obviously. We don't have Tian Welton in there. We obviously don't have Hobbs in there. So this is why we've got to try and push for this athletes, get them all together and do well on the international stage, because we can probably cut it with everyone.
Well, I know that in the past that there have been the likes of relay camps and that sort of thing. Is it something that you know is, in play, or something that should be being looked at? If we get, if you've got the likes of a Tian Welton and you've got a Zoe Hobbs and you've got this wonderful group of young sprinters coming through, you've got really good 400 metre runners as well in both genders. Is it something that maybe just needs to be had a wee bit of a look at, maybe a bit more seriously, Tony? What would you think?
Yeah, for sure. It's something that we need to consider. Obviously, we've got these individuals like Zoe and Tian now going off to World Indoors, but for something like the Commonwealth Games or even the 4x4, was the times that we talked about young Annalise Karma and Maddie Waddell running, and if they can run 52s with a couple of men run 47s or 46s like we've got, it definitely puts you in the mix.
Well, we're now getting centres there, just preparing now for the National Championship podium presentations. We still have now got the feature event for the women's 1500 metres presented by BDC Group. It's due to get underway in around about 3 minutes.
I see Holly Manning's listed again. If she's doing some more pacemaking duties, I'm not sure, but
Yes, she is. Yep, she's down. She's paced. So she's paced the 800. She's now going to pace the 1500 as well.
and she's run a 400, so she's having a good workout today.
It'll be interesting to see. It's an interesting field that'll be lining up in the women's 1500. Nina Chalmers, Zara Pomfret, Ainsley Thorpe. Very good triathlete. Amy Ferguson, Holly Fawcett, Rachel Wagner, Caitlin Marks, Madison McLean, Amy Towers, Leah Gold, Lisa Creel out of Germany competing.
Yeah.
Imogen Barlow, Joanna Hyung, Holly Manning doing the...
So the top ranked runner is Nina Chalmers, and Nina's had a pretty good season. Just bring my notes together here, Nigel.
No worries at all.
Yeah, she was the New Zealand under 20 mile champ, and then she finished fourth in the Cook's Garden mile as well. That was the open mile, so she's been doing particularly well. She's New Zealand under 18 cross country champ and also New Zealand under 18 1500 metre champ. So she's probably the athlete in here with the best pedigree, so to speak, but any number of these young athletes can do well. I see a young Rachel Wagner in there. Well, we've heard a lot about Caleb Wagner. He's not here today, but that's his younger sister. And Zara Pomfret as well. She performed pretty well in the mile, in a 4:57 mile.
I just have to apologise. I forgot Sophia Malverse as well down the bottom of the page. I missed her, so my apologies to that runner out of the Lindale Amateur Athletics Club. 16-year-old. She'll be going for a gallop as well.
Yep.
Here is the podium on your screen for the under-20 Women's National 3,000 metre Championship. Daisy Ruth, Lennox Dyer.
Great shot there of the future of New Zealand distance running, I'm sure.
It is very, very strong. You've got a 14-year-old, I think it was a 16 and an 18-year-old. That's some good depth. And the other thing too is, we can look at what's on the podium. Look what's behind. Look at the number of athletes that are competing in these particular events as well. So good.
Yeah, if you think we've got the women's 1500 lining up now, we've had the secondary schools girls 1500, which had a field of about 28 in it. We've got this women's field here with just I think 16 or 17. Then we've got two more men's 1500 metre races, the A and B divisions, if you like. And we had the secondary schools men's 1500. We've had these under 20 3,000 races, and we've had a number of 800 races. So really good depth in the middle distance at the moment for New Zealand. And it's good to see these youngsters getting out and racing each other. That's the only way you get better and learn your craft.
So there you go. That's the field. And once again, we look to the inside. That's number 232, and that is Holly Manning, and she once again will be charged with pacing this particular field. It's the women 1500 metres. It's brought to you by BDC Group. It's one of the last events as we head into the closing moments of the Porritt Classic for 2026, brought to you by the Hamilton City Council. Holly Manning leading them out.
It looks like tucked right in behind us straight away is Nina Chalmers, I think it is. We'll just pick up those numbers for sure, because some of them are running in New Zealand school singlets.
Yeah, there's Nina Chalmers that's dropped into that particular trail. Then it's Zara Pomfret who's just loping along quite nicely their third wheel at the moment.
So they both ran exceptionally well at the Cook's Gardens and in Wellington. The Pomfret.
Well, pretty much just about jumped pretty much dead in with their running order at the moment.
Yeah, is that Thorpe in behind?
Yeah, it is. She's just slotted in there quite nicely. Everyone's gone Indian file pretty quick.
Amy Ferguson's up there as well. Ainsley Thorpe.
Just keeping an eye as we have a look at the wee check of the watch there from Holly Manning. She's taking them through in around about 70 for the first.
Just a bit under, I say 68, 69, which is good.
On the money again, Holly Manning.
Yeah, and be good to see how far she goes, but I'm sure she's probably going to go at least 800 metres or up here to the 700 mark.
And just folks, just so everyone understands here, Holly Manning's already run a very good 400 metres race competitively. She's already paced an 800 metres race where she ran 500 metres. And again, this is all at tempo that she's running as well. And now she's setting the pace here for the 1500 metres as well. And we'll probably see her step away when we get round to the back straight this time around. But she just keeps checking the watch. And, gee, she's just doing such a great job for everybody today, Tony Rogers. She could be the runner of the day. And
Nina Chalmers is going with her. Going through in just over 2 minutes, so they can run a couple of 70s. She's going to run about 4:20 odd, so that would be fantastic for them to keep that going if she can do that. See what they go through the 800 metre mark. Just a little bit of a gap there. So Manning's 2:17, 2:18, 2:18 for Chalmers, which is a really good pace, and that's why the gaps open up really big. So Manning's done a great job. She's going to get it to 900 metres. Brings back some memories for me when I had a certain D. Moorcroft pace me to 1,000 metres when I ran a pretty fast 1,500 here one time. That wouldn't be the worst on the planet now, would it? One of the greats. And looks like that's how far Holly's gone, is 1,000 metres. So that's really good going there. The pace has slowed up a little bit, but still. Kind of got the feeling that Holly just eased up there a little bit just to try and bridge that gap to get Nina back onto her shoulders. That's right, and she's going to go through in around 3:15, 3:14. So if she can put together a 70, she's going to run a personal best, I think, of around 3:24 or better. She's got a 3:26 to her name. This is hard work now, and she's gone with the hard pace. She's going through 3:31 and 3:32, so yeah, it's just over the 70s now, and looks like Ainsley thought from Pakuranga is chasing hard, so the strength could come in there for the older runner, that's for sure. She's got 200 to go, and she's got them stretched nicely here, Tony. 150 to go. Now a case of can she maintain the pace. She's going to have a cheer squad down the front because Holly Manning's ready to cheer them all home. Yeah, if she can kick off the turn, she should hold this and win this race in a time that's going to be very close to a personal best. There's Holly down in the bottom of the corner. She's cheering them on. She knows they're on for something good here. So she's still working hard. She's looking for 4:26 or better for a PB. And she's going to go so close. Not quite by the look of it. Coming through is Zara Pomfret from Ainsley Thorpe. Fast finish there on the outside. I think it was from one of the New Zealand secondary school. Yeah, Holly Fawcett, New Zealand secondary schools rep. The season's best for Nina Chalmers, not far outside her personal best. Pomfret comes in second, Thorpe third. Fawcett did just get it on the line to claim a fourth spot, and Caitlin Marks, though, also with a PB. She comes in fifth. It'll be a real good finish there by Fawcett, so that's good to see. Another Tauranga athlete running particularly well. They just keep coming out of Tauranga at the moment. Something in the water over there, or is it? Good, strong squad of runners. See, and Holly Manning just going through, and she did her job, and she's done it not once, not twice, but 3 times today. So great work by her. Ready now for just the penultimate and then final race of the day. A really lovely evening. We've seen some wonderful performances. We've seen the present. We've seen the future of our senior athletes, just reminding us of the past as well, that they're still hanging around. They can still put on a bit of a show when they need to as well. So this is what I call ideal Porritt Stadium conditions for mid-February now. The wind has dropped. It's nice and warm. Those flags out there are hardly fluttering on the home straight behind the podium. So we'll see what happens in these final two 1,500 metres. The men's B race to go first, and then the A race.
Let's quickly run through the field with Kona Kelly out of Otatia, Corbin Holmes, Jacob Ritter, Kingston Ryan, Joshua Fitzgerald, Vaughan Murray, Ronan Lee, Felix Field, Isaac Murphy, Leo Demonche, Noah Lazaris. We've got Ryan Williams, Harvey Walsh, Jordan Bassett, Maxis Malfurs. We've also got Ibrahim Sisse, Guy Gonzalez, Jared Gray, and Lincoln Cornelius. So field listed of 20.
Yeah, a real big field, and obviously another good sized field to go in the next race as well.
Well, we're getting everyone organised. Just massive thank you to the wonderful crew of New Zealand Athletics officials for their wonderful work today. A really well run event. Worked by Chris Strange and his organising committee. That's a little bit of an issue. Everyone just a wee bit keen to get going there.
Bit edgy on the start line, aren't they?
They just want to get going. Seeing all these other athletes do all this wonderful work, and they're quite keen just to keep on going.
Absolutely. So a really good sized field here. We had just on 20 on the sheet. I don't know that there's a pacemaker in this division of the 1,500, but we'll see what sort of pace they're going to go out at. Most of these athletes are looking for times around 4 minutes or better. If they can get some under 4 minutes, they're mostly going to run some personal bests.
You see a whippet move to the front there, and Ronan Lee.
And then we've got Vaughan Murray, and they're in second.
Everyone's starting to get a little bit more boisterous down by the start-finish straight as well. Good support as they go around. And the nice thing is you get to the end of the day, everyone's stuck around, showing good support.
Yeah, they've definitely gone through at a good clip, around just under 64 pace, I think. And Ronan Lee, as you said, Nigel's taken it up, and he's definitely stretched out this good field, which makes it great for everyone, because then everyone's got some clean running. They just get into the trail or the athlete in front of them at a nice rhythm, and they can make their moves in the race as they feel comfortable. So coming up, it's Ronan Lee, Vaughan Murray. Looks like
Jacob Ritter.
Jacob Ritter from the Port Hills come through, yeah. And so they're going to just see what their 800 metre split is. It's 2:06, so they're running 63, so that's under 4 minute pace for them.
Ritter now just picked off another runner there in the quite iridescent green singlet. Now he's trying to go to the shoulder of Lee. I actually think that might be Isaac Murphy that's just sitting there in fourth spot at the moment.
The fielding
mower,
yeah, that'll be Murphy. Corbin Holmes from Taronga there, not far behind, tucked in. I think he's the one with the blondie hair, bit of hair dye going on there.
They're all moving very nicely at the moment. Here comes another one of the athletes from Egmont starting to move up. That might actually be Felix Field that's just sort of trying to catch on to the back of this group, but we've only got 4:50 to go.
Yeah, so
Bella waits.
Jacob Ridley's taken over. He ran well in the capital a couple of weeks back.
Now, Murphy decides I better get a wriggle on here and see if I can track this young fella down, but Ritter's just got a little bit of a break at the moment.
Going through in 3:09, 3:10, so maintained this, so they should come home and run around at mid 350s. So as you say, Murphy's a stronger and older athlete, so he's coming through nicely now.
He's got someone that's just
and someone's lurked on his shoulder. I can't quite pick up who that is at the moment.
I think it's Kingston Ryan that's come through.
From Lake City.
Pretty sure that's 319. We'll be able to double check that, but I tell you what, he's
taken off in good style. Made his move at the right time.
He has made that really nicely. It is Kingston Ryan.
Yep. So Murphy's chase, but Ritter's come to the end of his run, but a really good time coming up here for these guys. As I said, mid 350s, 54, 55, 56. Some good runs in there for those athletes.
Ooh. The tumble bounced back up, trying to walk it off.
Just come up with a meet record on here, but I'm sure that's not the meet record.
Yeah, just a little bit of a computer glitch possibly there, I think we might find.
It's been changed now, I think. Yeah.
Just a little bit of a glitch. But I'll tell you what, that's a really nice run by Kingston Ryan out of Lake City, because he just sort of appeared.
Yeah, he played the waiting game, but he had that nice trail, and he obviously was running a nice rhythm, and he's had a few good races recently, Ryan, and ran well at the secondary schools as well. So, yeah, good to see another young athlete getting a personal best here at the Porritt Classic for 2026.
Well, 1, 2 and 3, 4 so far. They're all run personal best so far. Make that the top 5. That's all managed to do it.
Yeah.
All of them going under 4 minutes as well.
So Ryan 354.65, Murphy 356.83, Ritter 358.30, Felix Field under form of 359.59, as was Corbin Holmes 359.66.
Well, there you see it. There's the first 6 all recording personal best from Joshua Fitzgerald up. Some very good running. Nice work by Kingston Ryan out of Lake City. So now we come to our final event. Just see some of our mixed relay athletes come across, getting ready for their presentation. Now getting set for the final event of the day, and it's the 1500 metres for men, presented by BDC Group. And this will be pacemaked as well by Luca Everett, who will wear jersey number 110. There he is right there.
So Luke has already run, and we saw he finished in second place behind James Preston over the 800, so he's stepping out for another run. So this will be another good even contest. But Joe Martin's probably the one that everyone's eyes are on. He's run 3:46. He's still a junior. He's run 1:48.25 for the 800. So if they don't go fast enough, he'll have a strong kick. But Ethan Smollett is going to give him a threat, and the other athlete that's been in great form is George Wiley out of Tauranga as well.
Okay, so what sort of time are you expecting to see Luca probably try and pace them through at? What would you be considering would be a good number?
Well, I think if Martin wants to run a personal best, he's obviously going to want to run 3:45 or better, the same with Wiley and Smollett. So they're going to want to run 60s to start with, I would think. So we'll see what they do.
So that's a number to keep an eye out for when they come round to that particular point for the first time. And we'll keep an eye on what number it is. But this is the last race of what's been another cracking event, the Porritt Classic of 2026. Big thanks to the Hamilton City Council, your continued support. It's a wonderful facility. Thank you to Mother Nature, who decided to play her part today. You leave the East Coast alone for a month or two. We'd appreciate that, Mum.
Yeah, very, very fortunate the way the weather's turned out, haven't they? So it's been great. Warm conditions, still conditions relatively there. Every now and then the flag's just fluctuating, as they are again right now as we speak. But pretty good conditions for this.
So this is it, final event of the day. Look for the man on the outside, the white and grey checkered top. He's just sliding across right now into the number 1 position. He checks the watch. His name is Luca Everett, and he is going to be the person out of the Olympic Harrier Club who is going to run them through the first, 800 metres you would expect them to go through, maybe 600?
I'd think 600 at least, but 800, capable of running 2 minutes fairly comfortably if he's recovered from his race. So Joe Martin slotted in second place at the moment in the Scottish singlet, and it's George Wiley with the blonde hair, I think, in there just behind him. Yep, 4:12, I should say.
Just keep an eye on that time you said down there at the bottom of your scene. So you're wanting a figure around 60 when they hit the starting point. I'm just going to come around the back of the discus cage and bang on. Have some of that.
Just under 60, maybe 59 point for the leader. Martin will be right on 60.
I tell you what, Luca's doing a really nice job, and he's very smooth at the moment for a guy that's already run a very competitive race earlier against the New Zealand record holder.
But that's what you want, someone who's not too fresh, because then he's going to be able to get that pace judgment right, and we'll see as he comes round after 600, they want to hit 600 at the top of the straight just on 130. And he's going to be smack on that, which is great pacing here by Luke Everett for Joe Martin. So if he can hold this pace and then unleash, he should be able to run a personal best.
Just look at the train. Look at the freight train that he's absolutely created
absolutely
here at the moment.
Perfect.
The athletes all moving so beautifully.
Oh. 145 through the 700, so that's almost perfect.
I'll try and drag him through the full 800.
Got them to 800 in just under 2 minutes. He's done his job. He can go further maybe. Looks like he's pulling out a little bit. So they want to get this time, the boys. They've got to keep the pace on us from here on and not worry about where they finish.
Is he doing the same as what Holly Manning did here, maybe taking them through the K?
Yeah, he's doing a great job.
Well, we said it earlier with Holly Manning. She did a great job pacing a couple of races, and now it's Luca Everett who's doing a great job. He's starting to grimace. He's feeling it.
Yeah, so we've got Martin to take over from Wiley, then George Varney in the fielding mower colours, and then it'll be Jake Lomas also, I think, out of Athletics Taronga. He's dropped back a little bit.
Martin, Wiley, Varney and Lomas. That's your top four. That's the group at the moment. It's Martin, though, with the advantage.
Let's see what they
Wellington Scottish colours.
Hit the 1200 in. So Lomas has come through into fourth. 301, 302 through the 1200. So we'll see how fast they can come home. And as I said, George Wiley's been in great form, and he's going to challenge Joe Martin going by him down the back straight. So he's obviously confident.
Very confident. Varney, nothing there. The big redhead Lomas trying to bounce back. Martin's not going anywhere though. He's responding well.
He's got 148 speed in his legs, so it's going to be a good finish.
Well, he's up to the shoulders.
He's gone a little wide, but he's going to come through. It's going to be a great battle down the home straight between these two.
Wiley's still got some as well.
Wiley's got it, and he's got the strength to carry on. 44, 45, 46. Great running there. Coming through in third. Just missed that with the excitement of watching those two battle out. I think it was Jake Lomas, possibly.
It was, but goodness gracious me, we've seen, look, here they come again. Personal best, season's best, all of these times. Brilliant. That is wonderful stuff. George Wiley in a personal best, 3:45.95. Martin with a season's best, 3:46.4. Lomas, 3:49.37. Varney, 3:51.28. Alexander McBear, 3:51.51.
Young 16-year-old from Wellington out of the Olympic Club, so that's a big personal best for him. So it's good to see these athletes getting the benefit of good pacemaking. That's what it's about in relatively good conditions. There's no doubt about that. So George Wiley, he'll be pleased with that. He ran well in the Cook's Classic mile, so it's not a surprise to see him run so well over this 1500.
Big smile on his face there for George Wiley. A brilliant finish. I mean, 1500 metres brought to you by BDC Group. And that brings down the curtain on what's been an outstanding day of track and field. As always, Tony, look, hey, sometimes you get the big names, sometimes you don't get a lot of big names. But, look, we're going away today. We've seen some really great performances Back to Rafe Quio going over 2:11, a personal best for him. Imogen Skelton with a PB as well, going 188 and given 190, a hell of a skier too.
Yep. Nick Palmer was over 20 metres.
Yep, we saw that. We've seen two incredible young 14-year-old athletes, and Jacob Williams and Daisy Ruth win the under 23,000 metres national titles.
Another 60-metre hammer thrower in the women's division.
It's been a wonderful day. It's been absolutely brilliant. I have to say massive thank you to Tony Roger, 1984 Olympian, for all of his outstanding knowledge, particularly on the 1,500 metres and the 3,000 metres, which is right in this man's wheelhouse. Big thank you to our director, Ben, to our cameraman out there doing all the yards as well, Guy, Dan and Yuntai, absolutely outstanding as well. A big thanks once again to the Hamilton City Council as we get ready for our final presentations. We will leave you here from the Porritt Classic of 2026 on behalf of the team that has presented the event today. Thank you so much for your coverage. Track and field in New Zealand's in a really, really good spot, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you're keeping up to date with it all, because we've got some incredible talent coming through. Still happening. I'll tell you what, some of the old fellas, like those guys and girls just on the right of your screen, they've still got a bit to give us as well. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you for your company. On behalf of the team, Nigel Yolden, wishing you a very good evening. He kōnei rā.